on, go live. Come on, go live. Like we are. Hello, hello. Well, before we start, let's get a little, let's see. What do I want to use? I'm gonna go with this song.
I'm just cruising around YouTube, trying to find something to watch. I see a man streaming a new game, so I click on it. First thing I hear is, well, eat, snort, beg, repeat. Eat, snort, beg, repeat. Snort, beg, repeat. Eat, 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 snort, beg, repeat.
Alright. First of all, link down below, but I'm using raw fill for this. Instead of having to chop up 8 different tabs, whatever. We'll just be using one. Which is much easier, much smarter thing to do. Oh, where's the next song?
Jasper Kitty, no. Get down. Jasper Kitty, no. Get down. Jasper Kitty, no. Get down. Jasper Kitty, no. Get down.
Alcohol, chicken, and some Guitar Hero 2. Alright, so you put that Guitar Hero box you got to good use, huh? And then, a commercial before we start.
Oh, what that aroma can do, brighter day for me and you. The best part of waking up is in your cup.
Ha. Oh, I think that's about long enough. Lee, how's it going? It's this Thursday? I thought it was next Thursday. What? NFL Hall of Fame game. Oh, it is in 3 days. Holy shit, I thought it was next week. Browns versus Jets. Ooh, that's going to be Aaron Rodgers versus Deshaun Watson. Well, it's been about, what, 4 minutes? I guess that's enough of a pre-stream, guys. I mean, guys need to do 2 hours of pre-stream. No, I don't. Let's go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Level 1 Podcast, and welcome to a very special day. Definitely a day that is
Ouch,
out of the
DS parody,
ordinary
but still worth it,
here
I'm
on my
sure.
YouTube channels. Today is Saturday, the 29th of July, 2023, and today is a long-form React event. And you might say, what does that mean? What am I talking about, Phil? A long-form React event. I know, I haven't done one in many months, and because I haven't done one in many months, people seem to forget that I was doing these. Yeah, I was doing entire days of React stuff over the course of last year and even earlier this year. The last one I actually did.
And this is at
was,
1.25 speed to hopefully get us through it in
Watch
shorter than
videos
9.5 fucking
story.
hours.
Today we're doing something a little different, and here's why. All right, today this lovely Saturday, there will be no gameplay
And I want to
whatsoever.
say Jets get an easy
It's
win
going
because they
to be
probably won't
me
be playing Aaron Rodgers.
recounting stories from the past. And here's what I mean. A long time ago,
That would be great if Machinima
Galaxy,
did.
right here. YouTube was a very different place. YouTube was a place where if you were someone who wanted to monetize your content, and safely do so without having your videos constantly be taken down or matched to other people's content, and having your ad rights taken away, you basically needed to have the backing of one of the, boy, this hoodie is weird. Look at that, how it's like not even. I don't know. You
It
had to
doesn't
have
fit
the
because you
backing
haven't
of
worn
one
it in
major
a decade.
MCNs,
There's no DSP.
which stands for the multi-channel networks. Essentially what these were companies that would monetize your channel by putting their ads on your videos, and then based on your view performance, they would pay you a certain amount of money. Some of them had flat rates. Some of them had cuts of the actual ad revenue that you brought in on your channel. It changed over time. And so many, many years ago, when I was, getting to
And it was
be a
never
popular
enough for you.
YouTuber, and I lost my full-time office job. I was looking for something to do, and it was through a partner network called Machinima, right here. See this? That I was able to, for 6.5 years, monetize all my videos on YouTube.
Yes, we see your
Now, there were
hoodie
ups
that
and
you're
downs.
wearing.
There were times when we had a really great relationship, but there were times when we had an absolutely god-awful relationship.
True DS parody. They
And
are
it
the
kind of
Browns.
fluctuated because the company, quite
Kinda
frankly,
when people are like,
was
oh,
never
the
really
Lions
stable.
have a chance to
It
win
was
the
a
NFC
company that was
North.
always in flux.
No, they
It was
don't.
a
They're the
company that was very
Lions.
confusing. So why am I bringing all of that up for today? Because June the King, YouTuber who makes a lot of different documentary style stuff, made a documentary on Machinima about a month ago. And when this happened, I was stoked. I was like, dude, I would absolutely love to do a react to that documentary. I mean, I can't imagine, what we're going to hear about this company that I was a part of for 6.5 years, because they've gone out of business. This was one of the biggest partner networks on YouTube, if not the biggest at one point. They had tons of different YouTube channels that were popular. All of their content was bringing in money.
Money,
And all of a
that's
sudden,
all he cares about.
They just went out of business. But it wasn't without the writing on the wall. Let's put it that way. The signs were there that this company was eventually going to have issues and implode. I mean, the way that they operated, the way that they talked to people and or
Content
had
creators
relations
like
with their
me,
partners,
me.
was infamous. Like, a lot of people had a lot of problems with them over the years.
You had a lot of
All
problems.
kinds of
You were
stuff.
a
I mean,
bitch.
that's the kind of what we're going to talk about today. Okay, but when June released that documentary, I was like, I would love to do a react to that documentary. But the documentary is only about 50 minutes long. So if that's the case, I'm like, well, when I
It was
do
gonna
react to
take
this
them
stuff,
3
I usually
hours.
double the length of it. So if it's like 40, 50 minutes long, this is going to be like 2 hours for me to react to it, I bet. So
Longer than 2 hours, I'm sure.
that's all well and good, but what about my story? Because I guarantee you what's going to happen is in the June the King documentary, it's probably going to cover the financials of the company, where they got their money, where they sunk their money, how they mismanaged the company, and how it went out of business. But what I want to do is I want to give you
How about you
the
mismanage your
purposeful-
business?
the personal is what I meant to say. The personal side of being a long-time partner with a company like this for 6.5 years, all of my experiences that I had with this company. Like I said, some were actually quite good, some were really, really bad. And it was so odd that the same company that at one point is being so helpful and supportive, at another point just doesn't want anything to do with you. Sometimes they would just do whatever they wanted without even consulting the partners, which made no sense. Like, you'll see when we get to it, because again, I'm kind of jumping the gun here. But basically, I am someone who's very meticulous, and here's what I mean by that.
No, you're not.
I save everything. In the entire time that
You
I
saved
worked at
everything, but you
Machinima,
didn't show
I saved
anything.
pretty
Good
much
to know.
every email that we ever had. All right, so I've got a ridiculous amount of stuff that I can show you in regards to all these different things that happened between me and Machinima. And you can
Spoiler,
argue
he
that
showed a
it's
little too
anime or
much.
manga, there's sagas and stuff. I mean, yeah, you can kind of say that, because what I've done is I've separated all of the things I want to talk about into various different topics that are all separated, or generalized by topic. I wish, honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, I wish that I could show you even more. There's a couple reasons why I can't show you as much as I would like to. Number one, personal data. For example, as I was going through all these emails, I actually found that some of the people over the years had put their personal stuff in there. Like, oh shit, well, why'd they do that? I guess they realized, they thought, oh, this would never get out or whatever. And it's like, well, I can't put that in the show. That's got to be, that can't be discussed.
But he still exposes things that he shouldn't
And
have
then there's
exposed.
stuff such as like contracts. I would absolutely, positively love to show you the legal contracts that I had with Machinima, to show you how they worked, to show you how much money you could make back in the day as a YouTuber. And I can't.
And where
do
did
that
all that money
because they
go?
don't exist. All those contracts were digital. There was never a physical piece of paper that you had to sign. They were all over those websites like DocuSign.com and shit like that. That's where all the contracts used to be. And so you would review them, sign them digitally, and they would be there archived. But when the company went out of business, all of their contracts were deleted. So now you can't find any of those contracts anymore. They just don't exist. If
You
click
didn't
on the link, that
screenshot
should
any of
still
them to
exist,
save
you
for
get
your own
error messages.
personal records?
So I can't
Dumbass.
show you any of that stuff because it doesn't exist anymore. Another thing that's really unfortunate, things over the years change. And for example, one of the major ways that YouTubers used to communicate was a direct message system that they had on YouTube. I used to talk with YouTubers behind the scenes about things all the time. during a lot of the different issues
That
that
I
I had
can't
with
show you
Machinima,
guys,
I would talk
but
directly
trust
to
me.
YouTubers behind the scenes about stuff. And all of those DMs have been lost because YouTube one night said, oh, we don't want that system anymore. And they went like this and deleted the whole system. There hasn't been DMs on YouTube for like 7 years. They just wiped the whole system. So you're talking in-depth conversations that I have with YouTubers about what they thought about Machinima and how we were dealing with things like the content ID system and things like that are all gone. So all I can do in a lot of these cases
Sources, trust me, bro.
is tell you what I remember. And a lot of this stuff is ancient, you know.
You don't
I
remember
broke off
controls of the
any kind
game you
association
played
with
yesterday.
Machinima
How the fuck are you
in
gonna remember any of
2017.
this shit?
So you're talking 6 years ago was the last time I dealt with them. You know, the earliest time I dealt with them was 2009. So you're talking 14 years ago.
Oh, that is
you know?
perfect.
It was funny 'cause
That
there were
gets a
things
10.
as I was going through all of my emails.
I save
that
everything
saved
as
over the
long
years,
as it's
I
not money
reminded
digging to your
myself, oh, yeah,
friendship.
that happened. I didn't even remember those things had happened because I was in a situation where, you know, I've been dealing with this company for so long, and obviously 14 years later, do you remember something that happened in 2009? Of course not. But the emails, thankfully, I saved them all, and they refreshed my memory. I was like, oh, okay, you see, now I can remember this and talk about it today. So, today we're going to have a normal level 1 podcast. I have a few things to talk about today. And then we're going to head over to my React channel, DSP Reacts, for a very relaxing day all day long. There is no gameplay, no stress. Today, it is 100%
It's stressful playing
just
video
kinda
games,
relaxing
guys.
and watching the documentary by June the King and doing a react to that. And then doing my own Dark Side of Machinima react event where I'm going to go through the history I had with Machinima. It's going to be a lot of talking and a lot of telling stories. Now, today is going to be very interactive.
Emphasis
What I
on
mean
the
by that is when we
stories.
get over there to DSP Reacts, you guys want to talk to me, you guys want to ask me questions about anything going on or along this time. That's what it's all about. Today is a very laid-back day where we're not doing anything like I normally would do. Instead, we're doing all kinds of fun, different stuff in a long-form react. This is actually really bothering me. I don't know why. This is like, there we go. It's like bothering and nagging me that the collar of this hoodie is not staying open on that side. I don't know why. It's like, it actually is bothering me. Maybe I have like some disorder or something.
A weirdly
It's
shaped
actually
body.
legitimately bothering me. I'm like, it's not even. I need things symmetrical, nice and crispy. No, I'm not gonna do that again. Anyway,
Only your goatee was nice and crispy.
so that's today's day. Now, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, if you're interested in a relaxing day, watching this documentary and reacting, hearing stories, and things like that, by all means, join me over on DSP Reacts today. It's going to be a great day. I strongly recommend subscribe to the channel. That channel does not get flooded with a lot of content.
Cheer
It's
King,
just my
how's it
weekly react show,
going?
DSP versus the internet. And if I do like a review once a week, every once in a while I'll do like a tier maker. Today, all the content that I stream over there today will be uploaded slowly over the week. There'll probably be like 2 parts to react to the Machinima doc. As for my Dark Side of Machinima portion of that's going to be separate. I don't know how long it'll go, but it's all going to be like 1-hour videos, and each one maybe like 1 a day. So, I mean, there you go. Nothing impressive. This is not a mayonnaise complexion. This is a marshmallow fluff complexion. That's what I call my complexion. Nice and white and sticky
Cool.
and fluffy and gooey. Marshmallow
It's a
fluff
ghoul
complexion. That's what you
complexion.
really strive for in life. Okay. Anyway, that's today. I'm excited for today. I really am. It's going to be a more relaxing day, a more fun day. I hope that you guys will.
Just staying
chill
home
with
and
me
playing video
all day
games all day
long
sounds
over on
awesome.
DSP Reacts,
When you do
okay?
something else
Now, if you're looking for
for the rest of
gameplay,
the
this is not
week.
the place today. We're not doing that today.
But if it's
all right?
the
And I
only
apologize.
thing you do in
fact,
your
this
life, that's
whole
kinda sad.
weekend is kind of a gameplay light weekend. That'll give you opportunity to get caught up on everything that I did do over the course of the last couple of weeks. Because we're actually coming to the culmination of a playthrough. We're actually coming to a big climax in Street Fighter. A lot to talk about today. Shall we get to it now that I've told you what we're doing today? All right. So, let's talk about the schedule for today. Well, first of all, let's talk about yesterday. Then we'll talk about the schedule for the rest of the week, and we'll go from there. So, yesterday was a little different. All right. Yesterday, we played Final Fantasy 16, and finally we're heading into the end game. And what I mean by that is we did the last few side missions. We did 2 side missions for the blacksmith, and we did a side mission for the scientist, and we did another side mission for like the botanist. And once we did all those, we did the final big upgrade. So we got a sword that's really good. We upgraded the potency of our potions and max inventory for potions. Even got a trophy for doing that. So after having done all that, basically now people are like, yeah, the only thing left to do is really the story. You could do side missions, but they're all pointless at this point. I was like, all right, so we'll probably just
They're
focus on
not
the story.
pointless.
We
They
actually
expand
made
on the
2
story
different
and the
major
characters
developments
that
in the
you
story
know.
yesterday, which was good to make that my
But you don't
first
care about the
progress.
characters, so what the fuck do you care?
And I'm being told I will have 1 to 2
6.5 hour
more
react to
major
this
story
Naruto plays
segments
how that
after the
would
one
take
that I'm
forever,
currently
but
in is done.
awesome.
So arguably 1 to 2 more streams to beat Final Fantasy 16. Let me tell you, people are ready for it. Me too. I'm over 35 hours into the game, and that's sad that you're playing a Final Fantasy game and you're actually just dying for it to end. That's really bad. I mean, I can't even tell you. Like when I was playing Final Fantasy 15, I wasn't dying for it to end. I wanted to do more content. I did the optional dungeons. I fought the giant Adamantoise optional boss. Like we did all that cool stuff. This game is just like, man.
But
I
you were
can't
also
wait
getting
it.
more
That's
money
sad.
for it.
It
That's
really
all you
is
care
supposed to
about,
be a mainline
though.
Final Fantasy game. They're supposed to be hyped for it, be excited for it, and it's like I just can't wait for it to be over to do other stuff. That's really, really sad. Anyway,
Yes, your life is
so
very, very
it'll end
sad.
soon, all right. Now, last night,
Casper the
Street Fighter
Ghost.
6 was kind of bittersweet, and let me explain why it was bittersweet. It was sweet because I finally hit 5-star diamond with Blanca. I have
Then you lost it.
upgraded my joystick
First bait.
to now have Sanwa buttons on it. so it plays a little better, I feel. I think these buttons actually are a little bit better and more accurate than the buttons that were stock that were in this joystick. I think those other buttons were a little bit too touchy. These are actually a little better. And I actually felt like I was doing stuff more consistently last night with these new buttons, which was excellent, okay? But
Still sucked.
here's what happened. I hit 5-star diamond. And what happens is when you hit 5-star diamond, you start facing master rank players. And it just felt to
They
me
kicked your ass.
like I hit the hardest brick wall in this game. Why? Because when I got to master rank, literally everyone played an ultra conservative, safe play style that, especially for a character like Blanca, doesn't seem like it's easily beatable. Like if I had a character like Luke or something like that, who has fireball, he has great anti-air mix-ups, great dash, drive rush combos, and things like that, I'd probably do better. But I'm playing with Blanca, and as soon as I hit this, it's like no one wants to do shit. Everyone just wants to stand neutral.
Blanca ball
and
didn't
press
work.
insanely high priority normals and just kind of mash buttons in the lag and beat you with their mashing jabs and stuff. Or with Ryu, just throw fireballs from mid-range, and I can't do anything about it. In this game, you can't beat the fireball from mid-screen. Especially with Blanca, he has no tools to do it. His slide's too slow. It won't come out on reaction and go under a fireball. He has no other moves that go through fireball. So all you can do is stand and block or parry, and that's it. Like, you can't get past the fireball with Blanca. You have to guess and get lucky, or they have to make a mistake. Unless I'm misreading it, because the thing is, I've watched gameplay from the top players who play Street Fighter 6, and from what I've seen, the matches they win, they don't get zoned. Like, no one's standing there trying to zone them. So I'm watching, I'm like, man. And the other thing is, you gotta remember something. I'm playing the game online on Xbox. This is not me playing on PC with the least amount of input lag possible. I've got a significant amount of input lag compared to a lot of other players. So they're just standing there, spamming fireball from mid-screen. I can't react to it. I'm trying, and I can't do anything.
So you're too slow to react.
I fought a JP.
It's okay, DSP. You're 41 years
I fought a
old.
Mano, and I
Don't
remember
have the
I beat the
reflexes
master
of a
Mano at
teenager.
least
We
one
get
set.
it.
So when
It
I got characters
happens.
that were not mid-range fireball
But it's
spammers
not his fault,
or
guys. It's not his fault.
super high priority normal rushdown characters, I was winning and doing
It's
pretty good.
Ghouls, how's it
I
going?
wasn't necessarily dominating, but at least I was getting some wins in the master ranks. But man, as soon as I started playing that one style of character, it was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Really, I was like flabbergasted. And again, I've watched top level matches on YouTube. Here's the problem with that. You only see the matches they won. When you're watching match footage on YouTube, you're only seeing the matches they won. So guess what? That means matches where, they didn't get to mid-screen and they just got spammed by fireballs. They stayed in on a character or they mixed them up. So they got momentum going. The person never got their fireball spam going. The moment that the fireball spam starts going in any match, seems like that's the end of the match for Blanca. Right? I don't know how to get around it. So that's kind of a problem. Number one, I am having probably not as good of a connection as most people who I'm playing competitively in this game right now, because they are having way less input lag than me. And number two, they already kind of have been sitting at Master. They know easy ways to beat Blanca online, and they're just sitting there doing these easy mode strategies, and they beat me. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm trying hard. I'm like, man, I really want to beat these guys. I want to
So
get
you're
up to
try
Master,
hard. Good
and
to
I
know.
can't. And now here's the other problem, and I talked about this last night on the Daily Wrap. Once you get to 5-star diamond, you get a chance to fight maybe 2-3 master rank people. And if you don't beat them, then you get demoted back to 4-star diamond, and you're back to facing online scrubs who just spam pattern shit. So now you got to adjust your whole game, really. Because when you're playing the master level people, it's like a super high match, and everyone's doing.
These guys are
their
too
same
skilled.
moves
These
on
guys
the
are
screen.
too
But then all of
spammy.
a
These
sudden,
guys
you
are
go
too
back to
skilled.
the
These guys are
4-star
too
diamond, people are
spammy.
spamming drive impact again. People are just spamming special moves again. You're like, I got to keep. It's like you're playing two different games, and it mind fucks you. It does. Because now you're playing the low-level people, you're like, okay, they're going to play smart. No, they don't. They play stupid. And they just throw out Hail Mary moves constantly, and because you're not expecting that, every single one hits you. Like, oh, come on. So here's what happened. I played for an hour. I got the 5-star diamond. I played in 5-star diamond for like 20 minutes and got demoted back to 4-star diamond, right? Then I played some more, got back to 5-star diamond. Again, same thing happened, went back to 4-star diamond, and then it took the rest of the stream to get back to 5-star diamond. And I was like, damn. Like, it was like this, And what really pisses me off is you work your ass off to get to this level, right? But then
That's
you don't
what
get
happens.
any
You
chances.
suck.
Like, okay, play
Dude,
three
JDX.
master players. Oh, by the way, they just happen to be all the characters that beat Blanca's ass, like, clean. Like I said, when I fought the JP, I at least got
That'd
a
be
match
hilarious,
off.
JDX.
When I fought the Mano, I got a match off of her. But then it's like, Ryu, Kami. Fuck. Those are all the characters that are gonna spank Blanca. That their archetypes beat Blanca. And like, god damn it. Why, where's the rest of the cast?
He's not even playing right now and he's this
Why do I have to play
salty.
the same people? I will say this. This game, sadly, is not equal for everyone. And what do I mean by that? The game has regional matchmaking. So, for example, for me, I live in the Seattle, Pacific Northwest area. So when I hit Master, or when I hit 5-star Diamond and I'm playing Master players, I'm only playing people from this region. Well, it just so happens it seems like people from this region have characters that are really good against Blanca at Master rank. Maybe if I live somewhere else, there'd be characters that are more varied, right? Like, I would say Blanca's pretty good against Kimberly. Blanca's pretty good against Zangief. Blanca's pretty good against, a lot of kind of the mid-range characters, or not mid-range, mid-tier characters, like he's really good against them. Only the really top tier, and then I would say probably Honda and Ryu are probably really good against Blanca. So there's not much you could do in that situation, if I had more people who were playing other characters, more variety, but here I am in Master Rank, why did I face 3 to 4 Master Ryus in a row when Ryu dominates Blanca by just throwing fireballs, right? It's like, that sucks. So I feel like what I need to do is I essentially need to play a lot more, keep hitting 5-star diamond, and then face these Master players, and if I can get on a tear, if I can beat like 4 or 5 of them, I'll hit Master Rank myself, and then I'm probably good. Then I'll probably stay there, because once you're in Master Rank, like, your points are way ahead, and you earn way more points for wins and stuff like that.
You may not like him, but he does like the money he's about to make off of this. At least the money
But it's
he's
very
going to make.
After putting all that work into it,
Can you
just
imagine
hit with a brick wall
DSP
in
trying
the
to figure out how to
face,
use a VPN?
It made me get rage filled and everything. There's nothing I can really do about that right now. Okay, I'm gonna play it again,
Rambo,
but
help!
have
I
a
don't know how to
chance
set
to
this
play it ranked
up.
the
You
full
helped me
Monday.
set up
And I was
my
actually debating
capture
maybe
device.
I need to take a break from Blanca.
DSP, what the fuck, man? It's
Maybe
been
what I
like
need to do
10 years.
is,
Leave me
really?
alone.
Once you hit Master, there's no way to rank out of Master. You just stay there forever. Oh, I didn't even know that. I thought that you can get downgraded out of Master. Apparently you can't. Once you hit it, you've earned it forever. Oh, okay. There you go. So there you go. All right. What's hilarious is idiotic people in my chat, like this guy Hot Sauce, who was already banned once, but made another account. He says, Blanca won the biggest Capcom tournament of the year so far. He can beat all the characters. Number one, that was the first tournament. That was over a month ago. CEO. At that point, no one knew tech to fight Blanca. Since CEO, everyone learned tech to fight Blanca because he won that tournament. So you're a fucking idiot.
And now you're
You're
banned.
fucking banned because you want to just be contradictory to everything that I say. You've been doing it for days. So
Wow,
you were banned once, now
salt.
you're banned again. What an idiot. Like yes, because the thing, in a brand new fighting game, something that was true within the first month will be true forever. You're a moron. You don't know nothing about fighting games. Seriously, you're a fucking idiot. No, that's what it is. That's the problem is, since
Then I got a
Blanca was
PS5, I
doing
gotta
so
get a new
well
Madden.
early on,
I don't know which one I want to get,
okay,
though.
now a lot of people have learned the tech. It seems like at
Because they
Master
get
level,
one
everyone
Madden
knows Blanca,
per console
right?
generation.
There's a reason why when you search right now for example, you know, Master Ryus, Master Kens, Master Juries, Master DJ, you'll find a million of them. And then you search for, can I find some high-level Master Blanca play? There's like 3 people. There's Mena RD, Wolfgang, and Nishikin. That's it. That's all. You can't find anyone else. You know, any Master level gameplay of Blanca anywhere on YouTube or nothing. Why? Because they're the only ones that are winning. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just a sad fact. That this, I really think that at Master level, Blanca actually isn't that good. I'd say mid-tier. Because, like I said, certain things seem to dominate him. He needs to mix you up
Would be
with
good
something
if
you're not
this was
expecting,
ass.
or he needs to get a lucky hit in, and that can lead to giant damage. But the other characters just have everything safe and easy and convertible to 60% combo. Seriously, like, on fight, Blanca has options. You can just stand there, you can do a Blanca ball, or you can do like a drive rush forward. The drive rush forward that I was starting to use yesterday was something that I learned from watching the top players. Nishikin and Mena both were using it. So you do a drive rush and you do standing roundhouse. If they block it, you just do light kick, lightning, completely safe. If they do something, if they move forward, it stuffs them, and now you get a big-ass combo. But they could also guess, and if they guess and neutral jump, they get a giant punish combo. Guess how much damage the punish combo does in Master? About 60%. I'm fucking serious. They just neutral jump, 60% combo. It's like, what? Yeah, because in Master, everyone literally hits everything for maximum damage. They've been playing the game like crazy. They've been playing it non-stop. They've probably been in Master for a while. None of these are fresh Master players. I played people with 50, 70,000 points last night. How the fuck did they have that many points? Because they've only been playing that character since the game came out, right? So, of course, they've mastered every combo in every situation with their character. For me, I'm just getting there with Blanca, you see? For me, this has been a very tough climb. Let's put it that way. If it were me, and I was, you know, just playing it hardcore for myself, and not caring about a YouTube career, and not caring about variety content for you guys, I would have been Master last month. Seriously. I would have just played one character, and I would have been a Master last month, and then probably got tired of that character and started with another character. But, you know, that's not the case. I'm operating a business. I'm putting out content for you guys. I'm trying to entertain people, and I'm trying to make it so that it's not boring. If I literally just
Not
played
who you
Blanca
banning.
from day one, I would have had Master around the time that Mena ran one CEO. You know, because I would have just used the one character. I've used 12 characters out of the 19, right? I've done numerous nights where I'm doing variety stuff, you know? So, not much I can really do about it. Besides, keep trying. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to let last night deter me. Just to give you a perspective, because, of course, all my wins and losses are tracked, right? So, last night, I started at 4-star diamond. I ended at 5-star diamond. I had 31 wins and 35 losses, 47% win rate. That's terrible to me. Now, someone might say, well, that's not that bad. It's close. Now, to me, that's terrible. To me, that's like, that really pisses me off that I had a bad night like that, especially with a character that I know I'm good with. I was doing stuff last night I'd never done before with Blanca. Like I said, those drive rush combos and stuff. I have this new combo where you juggle with standing roundhouse into a Blanca ball, and if you have level 3, you cancel into level 3. It does insane damage. It's really great. I was like, wow, I learned that from watching videos. So, you know, I'm doing that stuff, but it, you know, it just wasn't enough. As soon as I hit Master, it was just like the spankings began. And I'm like, damn, unless I get to play with
The
Master player a
spankings
lot, I'm never gonna
began.
learn. But you don't get a lot of time to, because you get demoted. And then you're like, fuck, now I gotta climb my way back up playing the scrubs again. It's frustrating, man.
That would be
So,
You know, they actually did come out with a license for begging. What? No! I don't care what the idiots at Kiwi Farms found. I didn't apply for a license to beg. Here's actually the information. Here's your address. Here's your signature. No, that wasn't me. That's clearly a troll. 6 months later. Yes, I applied for a license, assholes. I needed it. Because I do so much crowdfunding, but people keep calling it begging. I didn't want to get in trouble, guys.
I will not let this deter me. I promise you, at least one time more this week, I will play with Blanca. I don't know if it's Monday or Wednesday yet. I'm thinking about it, because I'm thinking I do want to maybe take a break to do a little bit different variety and then get back to him later in the week. We'll see. And go from there, okay? So...
How's everybody doing today?
To me, that's disappointing.
Last
like,
day of the month.
Night,
holla holla.
Like, the success was that I hit
and
5 stars.
August.
And it looks like I could consistently get back there. It's not an issue. But the fact that as soon
Not
as I
the
hit Master, I had
August.
very limited success. Like I said, I think
Generally
I
the
had
hottest
2
month of the
matches
year.
out of all the matches I played in Master. That makes me feel like shit. Like, damn. Like, I really haven't been playing the game yet. I've been playing shitty scrubs, and now I have to learn the real game at high level, which is going to be a pain in the ass because I don't get to play the Master players enough, you know? So, I guess we'll see. All right, so that was yesterday. Today, as you know, it's a Machinima React event. That's all day long over on DSP Reacts after this podcast ends, all right? Then tomorrow, it is my weekly clips show, DSP versus the Internet, over
So you're
on
doing
DSP Reacts.
2
If you're a channel member on DSP React. Now is your last chance to
streams.
nominate videos for this event.
Guys,
You
I don't have time to
absolutely
beat
must do so
Final
right
Fantasy
away.
16.
If you don't,
I don't
we're
have time
gonna
to
run
beat
out
this
of time.
game. I
So
don't have
I'm
time to
warning you
beat
ahead
that
of time.
game.
Please head over there.
There's 2 React
and please
streams
nominate
in a
videos
row.
if you haven't yet. By the end of tonight, they must be nominated because I'm making the playlist tonight. Okay? So tomorrow, it's the clip show. And then tomorrow night, here on DSP Gaming, it is my community night in Street Fighter 6, where we're going to have community members, viewers come in and play against me, and I'll use a variety of characters, and it should be fun. Okay? Then on Monday, it is Street Fighter 6 ranked on the first stream, but what do I want to do? I'm leaning towards maybe Zangief, because I haven't used him now in about 2 weeks, and the last time I used him, I did really well. Remember, I ranked him up like 2 levels in Diamond, and I feel like if I stick with it, I'll probably do really well with him again. And actually, there's a lot of Zangief tech on the internet. You want to know why there's a lot of Zangief tech on the internet? Because Zangief is a low-tier character. So to see people actually do well with him and beat top-tier characters with him, people are very impressed. So his videos, there's a ton of them. There's a lot of videos with high views of Zangief high-level play on YouTube. So there's a lot there to watch and try to absorb. So I'm thinking maybe I'll do that Monday. I'll think about it. I mean, of course, give me your feedback. I want your feedback. What do you want to see? But I'm leaning towards doing a more variety stream on Monday. Okay, Monday night, GTA 5, the anniversary run. Okay, Tuesday, end game content of Final Fantasy 16. I don't think we'll beat the game, but I think we'll get close and probably one more stream and we'll probably beat it. Tuesday night, more GTA 5 anniversary run. And then Wednesday, my final Street Fighter 6 stream for the week. Probably that'll be Blanca, I'm thinking, to try to get him to master again. We'll see. And then Wednesday night, more GTA 5 anniversary run, and that's the streaming week, because Thursday's my day off, okay? So that's what I'm planning for, and I hope that sounds good to you. Good variety there, and, I'm excited to do today. Today's more relaxed. I really needed a relax.
It's going to be relaxing, guys. Instead of playing a video game, I get to sit here and bitch.
I'm so upset that I finally got to master, and then it was just like, damn, like, where am I? Why are these people not doing anything? They're just standing there mashing buttons, and it beats everything, That is frustrating, because, again, I've been around the block. And last
Isn't
night,
War Thunder that game that
played,
keeps leaking Pentagon secrets?
When I played Street Fighter 6, what it reminded me of was getting high-level play in a game like Capcom vs. SNK 2.
I love that he starts his week
Capcom
on a
vs. SNK
Friday.
2
Like,
is a great
dude,
game
it's
to
the
play
weekend,
casually.
not
But once you hit
the
high
start of
levels,
the week.
Okay, the whole game changes. First of all, there's certain characters that literally can just walk forward and keep pressing normals, and they're so high priority, you can't ever stop them. I'm serious. There's characters that go hit. You can't do shit.
Oh, nice roach bait.
The only characters who can beat that are characters who have like a perfect reversal Shoryuken.
Doing it right, living that life.
Not that many. So a lot of characters in CVS 2 just lock you down. Hit, normal. And you can't do jack diddly, all right? Now, in addition, CVS 2 has a technique called the roll cancel. It's a glitch that pro players use that's allowed in tournaments. Basically what it is the game has a roll. When you press 2 buttons, you roll forward through a move. It's supposed to get you through fireballs and be able to punish your enemy. And you get temporarily invincibility when you do it. But there's recovery after it where basically you can get knocked out of it if it's not well timed. Well, people found a way that you can do a special move and do a roll in the middle of the special move, and it becomes invincible. So they do this all the time, and the entire game is broken invincible moves back to back. The game is pretty broken in that regard. So when you were playing CVS 2 at like mid-level, it's fun as shit. Then you get to high level and you're like, oh my god, like what is going on? Here's someone, they can't do shit. Just, okay, so I must block the whole fucking round. I literally can't do anything because the person's locked me down with his normal. I can't do shit. And then, okay, let me do a move. Oops, they're invincible. They go right
No
through it.
vacation for the last 15 years. Holy shit, dude.
What? That's CVS 2.
Hold on, enjoy your break.
And it's like, damn, I just played Street Fighter 5
Definitely
last
deserved
night,
it.
and that's what it felt like to me. It felt to me like, basically, you get to this master level, and people have just figured out, here's exactly what's perfectly safe, what's easy to do, and, by the way, here's my perfect execution because I've been playing at master rank for like a month, And I'm on PC, so I have less input delay than you. So it's like you're playing, everything is against you. Like every circumstance, every single thing is stacked against
Guys,
you.
if you got me a new PC, I'd be master ranked by now. Don't you
I
understand?
feel like shit. It did. I was like, damn. I feel like maybe, you know, up to now it's just been child's play, and now it's gonna be like so hard to get to master rank with Blanca. And I was saying it last night. I feel like if I used a different character, a character that has a fireball, a character that has these safe mid-range normals that can rush down, I'd probably do better. Like Luke, I think if I play more with Luke, I'll probably do much better. I bet I could get master Luke better than, or easier than Blanca. Because I was thinking last night, I think all the characters I fought last night, everything I could have done was safe from mid-range with Luke too. The fireballs or drive rush mix-ups and stuff, that's all safe shit. None of the stuff I was doing with Blanca that is really safe, at least to anything good. You know what I mean? So anyway, it is what it is.
You know what I mean?
We'll see more about this later this week, what I want to do. But like I said, I'm not being deflated. I'm not going to give up.
I'm not giving up, guys. I'm just saying, buy me a new PC.
It's frustrating.
You want me to reach master rank?
I'm going to keep sticking with it. Here's another funny part about it, too. Literally, I could play again Monday or Wednesday and fight all different people. Because remember, when I was playing last night, that's a certain group of regional people that keeps matching me with here from the Pacific Northwest. If I play during the day on another day, I might play completely different people, and these are the people who I can beat. Because maybe they're not as good, or it's character matchups that are easier for Blanca, you know? So, yeah, I guess we'll see.
So if I play a different time, maybe I'll face scrubs instead, guys.
Anyway, enough about that baloney. I'm trying to think if there's any news that I wanted to talk about today. Let me just take a quick look. I don't remember if I screen capped any news for today. I don't really think I did, but...
Get a check on Twitter, guys. This is only supposed to be
news. So, no, there was no new news stories for today to cover.
Might be as clean as hoodie because he hasn't won it in months.
What we're going to do, I'm just going to do very brief shout-outs because I literally have one contribution this morning. That's it. And then we're going to do Q&A, open Q&A, until we swap over to the Machinima.
Nope, we can skip that shit because
guys,
we're not watching this live.
Much like when I do my regular React days. This is all I'm doing today, this podcast, and then we're switching over to DSP Reacts for the Machinima event all day. That's my day, all right? Contributions today will be greatly appreciated. Remember, this is essentially the equivalent of 2 regular gameplay streams. So, you know,
we need to hit 300,000 tips, guys.
Representative of 2 different streams. So it'd be great to get some support in that regard. Same thing with memberships. Hey, you want to do memberships right now? Great. Or you could wait till we're on DSP Reacts. Either one helps. You know, the React channel, people who get memberships there get to actually nominate.
But Miss Ghouls, he's completely psychic, don't you know?
Helpful because more people will be able to nominate.
This is a guy who totally knows that they were totally spamming. Oh no, that was a Hail Mary. They didn't mean to do that.
So any super
That was
chats
a
right
Hail
now,
Mary.
Carry over to the stream over on DSP Reacts. It's not like this gets reset. All this, the only thing they'll get reset is the members, because obviously 2 different member groupings on the 2 different channels. But outside of that, everything else will carry over. Okay. Mr. Puzzles, I know what we're getting for our meal for dinner. I kind of don't want to spoil. By the way, it's really not anything super special. It's something that's we're gonna actually order from.
It's something he's gonna bitch
we're
about.
Gonna order food from a chain restaurant that we haven't had in a million years. Like I can't even remember the last time my wife and I ordered from this place or ate there either. Like I'm thinking about it. I mean, eating there, I'm not even kidding. Might have been like pre-pandemic. It's been so long since we've been there. All right, so we're gonna order some food, and it's gonna come around dinner time. For us, dinner time is around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. We wanted to order ahead. For some reason, the restaurant
4:30 is
really
dinner
stupid.
time.
Like I wanted to order now and have it delivered at 4:30, and they're like,
4:30 is his dinner time. Real adults are at work until 5, if not later. Real adults, they're coming home from work after 5 o'clock and going, I need to get this. Maybe I'll be able to get dinner set at around 6:30. His dinner time is 4:30. This is not an actual fucking adult. This is not even a child. Because a child eat when the rest of the family eats. After 5 o'clock, when the parents get home from work. His dinner time is 4:30. Yeah, are you a 70-year-old senior citizen living at Boca Patoa, whatever it was, in Seinfeld? What the fuck?
oh, we can only do scheduled orders for a day away. What? So now I gotta wait, and what I gotta probably do is around like 3:30, I gotta take a break, so my wife and I can go order our food, and then come back and stream for another hour. As dumb as that sounds, I don't know why they're doing that, but pretty stupid. Anyway,
pretty stupid. They don't cater their schedule to me.
Outside of that, it's gonna be me reacting to. Well, first I'm gonna do an intro video explaining Machinima and my history with Machinima and why I'm doing the event and stuff like that. That'll be a shorter video, probably like 20 minutes of me doing a little bit of intro explanation. Then we're gonna react to the June the King documentary. Then we're gonna do my own React stuff, which is me telling my stories about Machinima with emails and receipts and stuff like that. Tell you all these different stories and things, okay? And I got some stuff to show you, and we'll go from there. Should be a good time, okay? All right, so guys, that's it. I literally got one shout out from Ian, who did a $2 super chat. He says, Master Blanca players use bombs and you don't, period. I don't even know what that means. I really have no idea what you're talking about, Ian. What does that mean? They use bombs and I don't. Bombs of what? Right? What does that mean? I don't know.
Alright, like
Thanks
an
for the
idiot. I
super
don't know
chat,
what it
but
means,
you lost
guys.
me. All right, well, guys, we got a lot of Q&A for today, I guess. Right? Because I got through everything I wanted to talk about. So let's see what you guys are talking about. What
Nope.
Armored Core on release, I have no idea. This as well. And I played a bunch of them. Game, you know, this is going to be better with better graphics and everything. And more price, do I think
Skip
Final
the
Fantasy
Q&A.
16 is worth getting at? It's a subjective question. You know, the game does have content. The question is, what? Why would I? You're very confusing. No, but I do need to smear some marshmallow fluff on my face to get that nice, smooth, crispy complexion before we start. I will do that.
God, the rocking is off the charts in this.
Do I have an update about the June the King documentary on me? All I know is that he's working on it, and he thinks it's going to be like the biggest documentary he's ever done because he's going to do insane amounts of research, supposedly. And because of that, that's why he's doing like shorter videos. If you haven't noticed, the last few videos he's done on his channel were much shorter. Like the Machinima one's 40 minutes. He just did one on Bam Margera that's like about an hour, 10 minutes. But I guess
Poor
he's going to
Bam
be thorough,
Margera.
at least from what I'm to understand.
Wait,
Like,
did he call him Margera? 143.56. I think he called him Bam Margera. What the fuck is a Bam Margera?
Do I have an update about the June the King documentary on me? All I know is that he's working on it, and he thinks it's going to be like the biggest documentary he's ever done because he's going to do insane amounts of research, supposedly. And because of that, that's why he's doing like shorter videos. If you haven't noticed, the last few videos he's done on his channel were much shorter. Like the Machinima one's 40 minutes. He just did one on Bam Margera that's like about an hour, 10 minutes. But I guess
Margera.
he's going to be thorough.
Bam
At least from what I
Margera.
understand. Like he wants to start from the beginning.
I'm questioning if he's...
Early days of YouTube, all the way. Like he wants to make the
I always
big
heard it was
cumulative
Bam Margera,
documentary.
not Margera.
I don't even know how long it's going to be. I wonder. I don't know. But anyway, you know, depending on how it goes, depending on when it releases, depending on how well it's received, you know, likely I would do a big react to it, and then. You know,
But if it's just gonna be taking stuff from the Tractors guys,
you know, right now
he didn't listen to
working on it, like,
me.
slowly all year, and I think like he feels like it's gonna be such a giant, encompassing thing, right?
DSP is gonna
All
get
the
so
bullshit
salty
nonsense
about
I've
it if
been
it's
through
not
over
just
years,
DSP,
nonsense
the
and
greatest gamer of all
shit
time. Love him
covered,
forever.
But the thing is, see, for me, it's kind of like I've covered a lot of it already. Like when I did the Frederick Knudsen documentary, Down the Rabbit Hole, and shit like that, and answering the ridiculously dumb questions from the interview earlier with the fucking side-scroller guys. Like, I've already kind of done
Wow.
that. So to me, like, the reaction
Side-scrollers
is
still salty about
I've already
that.
said, so I don't know how much more I can add, you know. Also, here's the thing.
I swear it's
I know
Bam
for a fact he
Margera,
wants
not
to do it
Bam
right.
Margera.
Like, he's just going to do it himself. So here's the difference between someone who's trying to get the facts straight and someone who's literally just trying to cause drama, okay? He has outright said he doesn't want outside influence from anybody, okay? So he's going to gather all the information on his own time. He's going to do the research, and he's going to do a really good documentary based on all the research and all the facts out there that he finds, which means there's probably going to be a lot of negative stuff, but there'll probably be some positive stuff. It's going to be that he doesn't want to be influenced. So he's not going to be doing an in-depth interview with me until it's over. When he makes the documentary, and it's out there based on the facts, right, that he finds.
Just the facts,
then
ma'am. Just the
he'll
facts.
probably want to talk to me after the fact. He doesn't want to be influenced. Because here's the thing. Here's the truth. If he went and he
Don't
talked to all
feed
of my
Phil.
haters
Yes,
right now
I
and
remember
interviewed
that
all of
from
them,
the
he'd probably be
Viva la
heavily
Bam.
influenced by them. If he interviewed or talked to me right now, he'd probably be heavily influenced by me. So you're going to have two skewed perspectives. He wants to have a
You get done
neutral perspective,
interviewing,
which
you'd
is
be like,
actually
holy shit, this
exactly
guy's
what
a
you should go
jackass.
about,
I gotta
which
make
is
this as
the
negative as
insanely
possible.
flawed way
Fuck
that
him.
side-scrollers did their interview. They literally spent 3 weeks interviewing my haters, watching hater documentaries, watching hater videos, and literally did zero
The
research or facts
haters.
behind anything positive about me. They only focused on the negative and only talked to the people who were there to be drama queens on YouTube to make money off my name. They
But
only
there's
looked
nothing
to one
positive
side
about
on
you.
purpose. What happened was they had an interview that only talked about a bunch of dramatic shit, literally covered nothing positive whatsoever about me, zero. And
What is
then
positive,
they took
though,
that
to
momentum
cover?
with all my haters to make a bunch of money. It's fucked up. That's not an objective interview. That's let's only focus on the negative shit, so that way we can now have follow-up content for
When you
weeks on end,
positively
and
pretended to
tons of
be a
money.
Nazi
And that's
exterminating
exactly
the
what they did,
Jews,
all right?
when you
So,
positively portrayed yourself selling a
that's the cool
black
thing about
child
it
into the
is
slave
someone
trade.
like June is probably going to go out of his way to get all the facts and just report them. I don't think he's going to be sitting here. I mean, there's a lot of shit out there that I've done that's really bad, and we know that. But I don't think he's going to outright say, "Oh, by the way, here's a bunch of things that are all facts." He's not going to do it. He's not going to pull a Sunny V2. Sunny V2 literally just takes shit from hater circles and says it's all true, even though none of it is. He just said, "Well, it's true." No, it's not. There's no
Yeah, it's
facts.
positively
in it.
blowing
If you
money in
report
mobile
it and say
games
it's
and begging for
speculation,
money.
and it's conspiracy, but you know everyone seems to believe it. That's one thing. But to say it's a fact is a lie, and that's what someone like Sunny V2 has done. He's a scumbag. That's why I'm not watching his videos on my reaction. I absolutely refuse. But June won't do that. He's gonna find fact. He's gonna report the facts.
Oh, he is so salty, and I love it.
He is. If he says, "Hey, this is what everyone believes about Phil," he's gonna say, "This is what everyone believes about Phil." This is not gonna say this is factually true. You see the difference? That's the difference. When you watch these documentaries that we've watched that he's done on Wings and he's done on everyone, he's just reporting facts, right? It's literally just facts. Everything we've watched is a fact, right? So there you go.
I can't wait for him to watch this. This is all bullshit. This is wrong. That's not true.
You know, the thing is, if he really covers my life 15 years, I mean, you got the first 10 years that I've already covered, and I don't think there's much to really say about that. I've already fessed up to all that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That's up to talking to Panda when she was underage.
So here's the thing, I bet money June will have a negative take overall, and we'll talk about drama. Of course he's going to talk about drama. That's what everyone talks about me on the internet. That's the point, no? The point is he's going to cover the drama. Again, here's the difference. Here's the difference, all right? Saying it's true, it's outright fact.
Although DSP being King of Smith is like, no.
Right?
In my state, it was legal in my state, guys. It was legal for me to do that to her when she was only 17.
He said this could possibly
be something that people say. Legally speaking,
oh, this is absolutely 100%.
He would be correct.
True, because that's
still fucked up, but legally speaking, Mr. King of Semantics.
Oh, yeah, that's all true, and that's why you should hate it. It's fucked up, you know? And by the way, if you haven't noticed, also, June does not tell you how to feel about someone. Did you notice that? He isn't in his documentaries. He's not, oh, this person's a horrible person. He never says that at all. That's what I like about his documentaries. Even though if he's reporting something negative, yeah, it's going to look bad for the person. You know, there's going to be a million things like that about me over the years that I've done, right? But at the same time, it's you can judge for yourself. Versus, you know, again, the problem with the Side Scrollers interview was that they claimed to do an objective interview, and then immediately the next day gave all their subjective takes of how I'm a horrible person and a scumbag and I lied.
You are a horrible person and a scumbag and you lied.
Because if you immediately slander the person the next day, there's no objectivity there. That would be the equivalent of, you know, a big high-profile interview. Like Barbara Walters back in the day in her prime interviews a politician. But then the next day she has a news show and she goes, wow, that politician was a real piece of shit. Every answer he gave me was fucking lies and he's a scumbag. Well, then you didn't have an objective interview. You understand? Like, that's you.
But if everything he said was a lie and he was a scumbag, then she's telling the truth.
Is interested in the opposite. Is that what he wants to do is put out his documentary, but then he actually wants to kind of like, you know, probably after.
If she interviews, I don't know, Saddam Hussein, and then next day like, holy shit, that guy's fucking insane. He talked about how he wants to round everyone up and exterminate them unless they worship him. If that's what he did, then that's what she reported. Guys, I interviewed Charles Manson, and it turns out he's a fucking psycho. He's so fucking batshit crazy. He's gonna murder everyone if he ever gets out again. Oh my god, that's not objective. She couldn't give an objective interview after coming out the next day saying he's fucking batshit crazy. But he is.
After the fact, sit down with me and talk, which I'm cool with. So, we'll see what, again, who knows how long it's going to take for him to put that thing together. Like, I know he's taking him forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to be working on this thing for months and months. I wonder if it'll come out this year.
Exactly, there's no DS positive channels to talk to.
What about Frederick Knudsen? I liked the Down the Rabbit Hole video. I liked it. If you didn't notice, again,
because it's old and doesn't cover anything for the past like 8 years.
He did some things wrong. He absolutely did, because everything he based was based on hearsay or based on what people were already reporting. So all he was doing was reiterating common tropes and things that people had already said about me, and a lot of it missed. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it missed. So what can you do? He did his best, but then when I did my react, I was able to correct and or extrapolate, right? But a lot of the things he reported were correct.
You mean? You were able to lie.
Yes, Eshel. He said, greatest business failure, banned, broken, and baseless, crushed by ambition, chaotic stumble through fame. Yeah, and those are all true. I can't imagine what he's going to name mine, because that's what I mean. Like, when you think about 15 years of history, right? What, out of 15 years that I've done content on the internet, how do you focus in and even name my documentary one thing? I have no clue. I literally have absolutely no clue what you would name it. Yeah.
DSP's life story, I have no clue.
If my documentary is over 3 hours long, how will I react to it? I guess it's going to have to be multiple days, right?
Multiple days to react to a 3-hour video? What the fuck is wrong with you, DSP?
So Daddy says, if June the King only reports facts, what's the harm in watching the LTG documentary? All right. So here's the deal. Okay? Here's the deal. With his document, from what I'm going to understand, and I can only report what I know based on what I'm told.
You don't know anything.
Apparently the reason that LTG is upset about the June the King documentary is that until he made that documentary, there was certain information that had not been put public on the internet yet. Not to say that it wasn't readily available to find, but like when June the King made that documentary, I guess what he did is
he went to that's all I make up your bullshit.
He went to avenues, like for example, he examined his past. He went back in time, something to do with his school or something to do with like his past employment history, and he used that to find information about his real life information, and he put it in the documentary. And I guess LTG is pissed about that. Like, LTG didn't want his older history getting out there or something like that. Again, I don't know. I didn't watch the documentary. All I know is I hear hearsay, right? So for them to understand, like, there was stuff that LTG had never had posted on the internet before. Somehow, and that's weird to me, because as you guys know, all of my shit's been posted on the internet, right? Like, everything about me has been on
Because
the
you
internet.
made fucking business cards with your information on it.
So to me, I don't even know how I could possibly be doxxed any further, because I've been doxxed out the ass, you know? But I guess at the time, when that documentary came out, some of the stuff that was in it was not public knowledge. And so when it came out, then LTG started getting harassed as a result of that information getting out. So he got upset, and then he took measures into his own hands, and he weaponized and mobilized his fan base to harass back June the King, and it basically became this back and forth thing between the two. And again, I don't know the ins and outs of it, because I didn't watch it or anything, but, you know, what can I say? Like, I don't really understand the situation, nor do I really care. I don't want to get involved in it, you know? But,
I want to
yeah,
get
it's weird, 'cause
involved
when
in
I
it.
asked Wings of Redemption last year, can I react to your documentary? He said yes. When I asked LTG, he explicitly said no. I don't think that documentary is fair, and it has personal shit in it that they shouldn't have covered. And if you react to it, you're
But
just
guess
putting it
what? Later in this
post.
video, DSP
there you go.
exposes a lot of personal stuff with no issue.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, let's see here. I got a $1 tip. It's the first tip of the day. Is a $1 tip.
And tank,
Was
guys.
the side scrollers interview good or bad in your opinion? Some days you say you were happy with how it went and were fair. Other days you say they ambushed you for hater clout. No. I've never changed my story.
Yes,
And
you
people,
have.
the problem is people want to spin it in a negative way. All right. I'll say it again.
You completely
My
changed
story
your
literally has
story.
not changed since day one. Okay. Before the interview happened, I said to all of you, my answers that I've already given you are the answers I'm going to give in the interview. Nothing will change. You know, you may learn a little bit more personal stuff about me, right? Like there were some things that I admitted in that interview publicly that you didn't know about yet, right? But outside of that, my answers remain the same. And I knew they would remain the same because they're the truthful answers. Nothing's going to change when I've already told the truth about the situations that are going on. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't going to expose myself or my family or my private information.
Expose
which I told
yourself
I
again
wasn't
like
gonna
you
do ahead
did
of time. All this was predetermined,
on May 1st,
pre-established.
2016.
So
I
them
think
coming
it
at
was.
me the way that they did was expected, right? I didn't feel like anything. I will say this. The one thing that really irked me the wrong way, which I didn't say at the time, was I can't remember his name. Not Craig, but the other guy. What the fuck's his name? What was his name? Adam? I can't remember his name. That's how long ago this was.
Everybody
Yeah,
loved
He kept saying
Chatham.
stuff like delusions of grandeur when I was literally citing facts.
No, you
Like
weren't.
I would cite a fact. And I would be like, oh, so this happened, or this is factual about the amount of content I put out, or whatever. And he'd go, delusions of grandeur. I'd be like, this guy literally did zero research. He doesn't know that I'm not making shit up. This is factual stuff. He thinks
No,
I'm
it's
lying
not.
or extrapolating or exaggerating when actually it's a factual thing about me. But he's saying delusions of grandeur because he's a fucking idiot. He did zero research. That did rub me the wrong way, okay? But outside of that, the interview was not the problem. The interview was fine. I'll be honest, at the end of the show, when they started fucking doing stuff like trying to get Keemstar
I
on
say
there,
finally said
that made me a little
grandeur
worried.
correctly
And then
instead
when
of
they fucking
grandeur.
had the stupid audio clip
The
from
grandeur,
what's it,
guys,
Gundam or whatever, I was like,
grandeur.
what the fuck is this clown? Like, what is this shit? What are they doing? Like, what does this have to do with the interview? Nothing. Just a waste of time, okay? But overall, you know, the interview went all right. I felt it was exactly how it was going to go. They asked me a ton of questions. I answered them the best I can without, you know, putting myself or my family at risk. Exactly as I said I was going to do. All right? What I didn't like was literally every moment after. Because that interview ended, and you guys don't know this because you didn't see it, but after the interview, public interview ended, I had a conversation with Craig and them, and our conversation was that it went well. They enjoyed how well, not enjoyed, but they appreciated that I stuck around as long as I did, that I answered the questions the way I did, that I sat there as long as I did. And I could have left early. I could have said, fuck this, I'm not going for 5 hours. And I gave them that much time. And they were like, dude, that was amazing. We never thought you'd ever do that, right? And we ended the conversation basically this way. Great. Let's let it settle for now, and let's do a follow-up. We'll talk in about a month about having you for a part 2, because we'd love to do a part 2 based on this part 1, right? That's where it ended. That's where our side ended. So up to that point, everything was fine. Immediately after, everything that happened after was bullshit. So we end the interview saying things like, oh, well, you have the option if you want to send me your information about your mobile game account and stuff like that, which I was going to do. I actually was going to do it. So I emailed Craig after the show to ask him, hey, are you available that I can send you my stuff and you could review it and delete it right away because I don't want it to get out? And he ghosted me for the rest of the day and ghosted me the next morning and didn't respond for 24 hours after I emailed him right after the show. He completely ignored me, okay? I didn't appreciate that. What did they do the next day? They did an entire show based on slamming me. instead of it being objective, hey, we did the interview, you judge for yourself, viewers, it was, hey, we all think that Phil's a lying scumbag, and let's all profit by making fun of him all day, and all his haters will come in and toss money our way. And it was absolutely designed to be that way. Because they originally said they were going to do a day of unwinding content where they were going to play Mario Kart and decompress, and instead, the entire show was a hit piece against me, and it was directly designed to be so they could make money. Now, here's the funny part about it. Immediately after that, I wrote Craig to tell him how displeased I was, and that I think that it was a bait and switch, because they told me it was going to be an objective interview, but you can't behave like that after the interview and act like it was objective.
Yes, you
Obvious it
can.
wasn't, right? It was obvious the reason they did it
Interview
was
can
to
be
make
objective,
money.
then be afterwards like,
Big
holy
money.
shit, that guy's a
It was
fucking
hit
nut
thing. Let's
job.
crap on Phil to make money from his haters, right?
Yes, he did.
I was told at that point.
He's badmouthed him ever
I'm
since.
not kidding. I was told at that point in an email from Craig, well, basically, we don't want
You're a
anything
piece of
else to
shit.
do
Go
with you
away.
at this point because we don't believe your answers. So goodbye, basically. Like, that's where they left it. Then a month later, Craig is restreaming my streams for some reason with my haters on his stream. He even names his streams monetizing the haters. He's coming on my stream chats in my streams. Hey, we'd love to have you on the show at some point to discuss a follow-up to the interview and how it went and your concerns about. Wait, what? You outright after the fucking interview in an email told me you want nothing else to do with me, but now all of a sudden you're restreaming my content and now you want me back. Why? Because the money dried up. Originally they made a ton of money on it. Everything else
Still
they
make
were
more
doing
money
was
than you
nowhere near
are.
as successful. They had, you know what I'm saying? So, what do we do now? Now we have to basically fucking find another way to monetize it again. So we changed our mind, right? Let's now have them come back and try to monetize Phil again. And then again, and I'm not shitting you, the week before Street Fighter 6 came out, I think it was the week before or the week up, Craig emails me again. Now, I haven't talked to this guy in months. I want nothing to do with this guy. I've outright said I banned him in my stream chats. That I want nothing. Don't contact me. I don't want to talk to you, right? He fucking emails me again. Oh, so I think we should do a grudge match, you versus me in Street Fighter 6. And I don't really play the game, but I'll practice if we're going to do it. And then that way you can make money off of your viewers, and I can make money off of my viewers. It's blah. Not your viewers, my haters. He wants to make money off my haters again. What is he, out of his fucking mind? This guy's nuts. This guy's a fucking, like, he's crazy. And the thing is...
Now, mind you, guys, LTG won't fight me in Street Fighter 6 that makes him my bitch. If he doesn't face me in Street Fighter 6, he's my bitch. This right here. Craig challenged me to a fight. I told him, no, I'm not going to fight you in Street Fighter 6. So wouldn't that make you Craig's bitch? Just saying, Craig's bitch.
I haven't talked to him in months, and he's emailing me to ask me to do a grudge match in Street Fighter 6. What are you, fucking stupid? And answer
Yes, he's lying about
That is
everything.
what
Always. No
every
matter what
piece
it
of-
is,
the interview
it's
was
alive.
but
It's
every
coming
piece
from
of
his
behavior,
mouth.
The moment after the interview ended, and I went offline, showed the true intentions of everyone involved. That from day one, their intention was to do an interview that was all negative, which is fine, but then immediately turn it into a slander campaign so they can bank off my haters. And ride that wave and make as much money as they possibly could in a short amount of time. Then, when it dried up, because all their other content isn't making the money, they want to bring me back into the fold, even though they outright told me there will not be a second interview. We don't want you on our show again. All of a sudden, will you come on our show? Literally saying it in the chat publicly. In my chat, he's coming into my chat with his fucking side scrollers account and shit. Hey, will you come into my show and fucking do this content and do that content? No. Because all he wants to do is monetize my haters. That's it. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about nothing. If he cared about the truth, the email I sent him, all right after the show, saying, hey, are you available? Because are you monitoring this email actively? Because I had all the information.
How about you
I
send
had
a
all the
WWE
information about
Champions
the
account to
WWE
him?
account,
Oh,
my
wait,
actual-
it's too late to do that, jackass.
What is it called? Game Center.
Because Craig's not him. All money has to go to
Any
DSP,
Apple
don't
device
you
has an
know?
actual account called Game Center, and Game Center ties into all the mobile games
any
you play,
pennies that
and
don't
it
go to
shows your
DSP is a
entire
penny
history of mobile
wasted.
game. It shows all the mobile games I've ever played in there. So it would have proven everything that I said, and I had all the information ready to send, and he ignored me, only for him to reply.
Because you had time to have someone Photoshop this shit for you. The whole point of doing it right then and there, on camera, is because you wouldn't have time to be, oh, I see, can you Photoshop this for me? Me. Then, 6 months later, hey, Craig, here's the email you asked for during the stream. Like, bitch, that's why you had to do it live. That's why you gotta do that shit live, right then and there, no preparation, so you don't have time to fucking edit and change shit.
Replied 24 hours later, the next day, after they did their hit piece show on me that Friday morning, and he says, we don't believe a word you say. We want nothing to do with you. Too bad. Oh, so now I see what your true intentions were. You see what I mean? Like, he was never out to try to prove any innocence or nothing. No matter what, it would have been spun in a negative way, and it was out to be a hit piece against me. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. Again, I fucked up because I trusted this guy, and it was bad to trust him. I guess what I should have done is I should have done more research on him, because apparently from what people have come out to tell me now, since the interview, was that the guy's not trustworthy anyway. That a lot of people have said he's done a lot of underhanded things. you know, since then. Not since then, but before then, that I wasn't aware of. That he's done a lot of kind of tricky, underhanded shit, you know. And of course, there's also the fact
Name it.
that
Oh,
I'm
you
the
can't
only
name it
person
because
ever treated like
that never happened.
Anyone
Good
else
to know.
gets to be on their show as a guest, and then maybe there's an interview after. But for me, I had to have this crazy interview first with the promise that after the interview, I would be a guest. And then as soon as the interview ends, they change their tune and say, we don't want you back on the show ever again. You can't be a guest. Like, that was why I did the interview. I was told, let's get through. And there's email traffic on that, too. Let's get through this interview, and then we'll have you on as a guest. That was the discussion we had. And then what happened? I do the interview. Oh, we don't want nothing to do with you anymore, but hey, we'll laugh at you forever and make money on you.
Good.
Right? It's just scumbag behavior. It's what you do on the internet when you have no talent and you need to make a buck off.
You have no talent. Good to
It's
know.
what's happened to me many, many times over the years, and you know, it is what it is. Again, I don't really care that much anymore. It served the purpose for what I did it for. It 100% served the purpose for what I did it for. A lot of people don't realize why I did it. Okay. What's hilarious, I got a tip that's completely factually wrong. I'm not going to read out nonsense. I'm not.
So you're getting money you're not admitting to. Good to know. Yes, I got money, but I'm not adding it to the total, guys.
I got a $5 tip from someone first saying, would I react to a video that was made about me that's someone I never heard of? I said, I don't know who they are. Probably not. Then he says, second, this is not a question, but June didn't do anything wrong to LTG. He used information that was LTG put into the public. LTG harassed June for 2 years, and he did false copyright strikes and stuff. Again, I don't know the facts of the situation at all. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't really... I haven't done the research. I can take your word for it, but I don't really know. Like I said, I didn't watch the documentary or anything like that, right? So, I don't know, man. What's also hilarious is that people are spamming me in the chat saying all kinds of fucked up stuff about Stuttering Craig. It's like, I don't care. I don't care about what's... Did you hear that he was caught soliciting someone on the internet and doing this and that? I don't care. I don't give two fucks. See, this is the thing. Some people think because someone's treated you badly or done you wrong, right? That now, from the rest of your life, you should now have a grudge and you should, like, try to destroy that person, right? Not me. I don't care. Whatever. Let them do whatever they want on their show forever. Just keep my name out of it. I want nothing to do with them ever again. They showed their true colors. They showed that they wanted to beg and milk.
I want nothing to do with them as I keep bringing them up over and over and over again, guys.
They did a hit piece against me to make money from my haters, but then they did it again and again over the next couple of weeks. They had special shows designed just to talk about topics from my interview to make money from my haters. Then they fucking restreamed my content,
he'll never get a real podcast
to make money off my haters. Then there's
what?
still
You want to be paid
behind the scenes. Hey,
after my show because people were tipping and super chatting because you're on my show?
You wanted nothing
No,
to do with
that's
me,
my
but
money.
You kept coming back to me to make more money. So no, I want nothing to do with them. So I don't care. I don't care about anything else. You tell me 25 fucked up things that Stuttering Craig has done right now. I don't care. I want nothing to do with it. I'm not some idiot who's going to say, oh, well, they did all that to me, so now let me get them back. No, I'm not that kind of person. I don't care. Okay.
Oh, you're banning.
Oh, I got another dollar tip. It says, I'm the one who did the $5 donation. My name is Jimmy James Jr. Who is that? Who is Jimmy James Jr.?
Wow, thanks for exposing. Thanks for
I don't know.
doxing someone.
You're Triple J. Your name is Triple J. Thank you, Triple J. Okay. All right. It's Jimmy James Sr.'s son. That's my cousin. Oh. Anyway. Any last minute stuff, guys? By the way, as you notice, we're in no rush. I mean, we have a long react day ahead of us. We're in no rush to get to it. We got tons of time. That's why we were, going long on the podcast today. Anyone else got stuff to talk about?
No.
No, I've never walked out of a movie theater during a movie. Happy Saturday to you, Derek.
I don't think you've ever went out of a movie
Would I be
either.
open for a coaching session from Ugh.
I think the worst movie I ever saw in theaters, probably the Emoji Movie, but I paid my fucking money. I had my popcorn. I'm not leaving a theater once I paid to go see a movie.
Would I be open for a coaching... Why can't I read this? Would I be open for a coaching session from Diaphone? Sure. Absolutely. That one video Diaphone put out has helped my game immensely. I stopped doing drive reversal. I parry now instead. I've learned... Not that I do it all the time, because I should do it better, but I've learned that I need to walk away when I'm heated, because if I keep playing, I'm just going to keep losing and have bad execution. Like, just a few things that he said actually helped my game a ton. So, yeah, any further coaching, sure, I would be open to it. Did I ever ride in a hearse? No, but maybe someday. You know what I mean? I think it's coming. What's up, Casanova? I agree. Eshel says doing video content with people who actually want to help you up helps a lot. You're exactly right. Because take a look at the people who want to just tear me down or use me to make a buck with negativity and toxicity. Versus Diphone was cool, man. He was just like, listen, I don't care about everything anyone says about Phil. It's all bullshit, right? It doesn't matter. What we're here to do is analyze the Street Fighter game. And he did, and I learned. And that's what it's all about. Positivity instead of toxicity, right? It's a different way to go through life, I feel. It's a better way to go through life. I know that now. I try to stay away from the toxicity when I can, you know? Okay. Oh, we'll talk about the hoodie when we get to the event. We're not in the event yet. We're in a podcast. There's no reason to talk about this hoodie when we're,
Oh,
getting
stop the
ahead of
fucking Q&A.
Oh, excuse me.
And his leg is shaking like crazy. Holy hell. Just not knows, man. His leg is going nuts.
What makes you want to complete Final Fantasy 16? 35 hours. 35 hours.
You walked out of the B movie? Oof. How about you guys? Have you guys ever walked out of a
Well,
movie?
we haven't today. You'll find out later. We didn't order it yet because I wanted to order it and they wouldn't let me schedule it. Bloomkid did a super chat. He says, oh, it's called The Tasteful Truth now. No, I mean, The Hateful Truth was a review series. I'm not reviewing anything today. Thank you, Bloomkid. All right, guys. Thank you for watching.
So he's not like he's known as the Gouty Viper.
And I want to get started with my React event. We'll jump over there in a minute. Remember, only React stuff today.
In a minute.
I certainly hope that you guys will join me over on
10
DSP
minutes.
Reacts for the Dark Side of Machinima event. And check out the videos on demand all week long. If you're a channel member over there, you'll be able to watch the stream right away, by the way, when it ends. But it should be a good time, and I hope you'll join me for it. If not, I'll be back tomorrow for a podcast.
20
Remember, tomorrow
minutes.
is the DSP versus the Internet clip show on DSP Reacts. But then there will be gameplay tomorrow night, Street Fighter 6.
Be over there in just a minute.
Thank
20
you all.
minutes later.
Thanks for watching. See you later. Okay. Heavy focus on gameplay for many months. Okay, hello everyone. Give me a sec here. I'm just I'm setting up the chat.
26 minutes. It took him
sorry
26
it took so long. Not only did I
minutes.
have a bathroom break, but we attempted to reorder the food for today, and it worked this time. So we had to redo our order and everything.
See you, Lee.
from
Have a
scratch.
good day, man.
I
Thanks for
figured
hanging
that
out.
Now we got it working.
Thanks for letting me know it's
So
this
that's
Thursday,
good.
not
Allow
next
me to
Thursday
swap-
for
I can
the
swap
Hall of
everything
Fame
over.
game.
For the React stuff. So give me a second here to do that. Thank you all for being here. Good amount of people. We haven't even started. I appreciate that very much. You guys coming out for the special event. We have not done a long-form React event in many months. You know, we did quite a few of these earlier this year. And you guys basically told me you were getting tired of them. That they were taking up too much time from gameplay. And that you desired to see more gameplay. So we've had a heavy focus on gameplay for many months. And now, with the summertime, a little bit more downtime, we're actually going to do a more React event. So we're going to do this one today on Machinima. There's going to be another one in at least 2 or 3 weeks on Project 7, as well as a fun tier maker. That's going to be cool. And then at the end of August, I'm actually going to do one that's a retrospective on all 15 years that I've been a content creator. All right? So there's a lot of stuff coming up in August that's going to be throwback-style content for you guys. If you're a longtime fan of mine, or if you just want to go a trip down memory lane to celebrate my 15-year anniversary, it's going to be a fun month. All right? But thank you for being here today. This will be a fun and interesting one, for sure, with, a documentary to watch, but also, me adding my own stuff is going to be good. So let's see if everything's working. So hold on. First of all, here's the Machinima screen. Ah, it is working. Okay. So here we go.
You're going
Everything
to
should
test
be
this
working.
before the
Donations for
stream? And to
contributions.
test it right now to see if it works?
Everything
Good
should
to
be working
know.
fine here, I hope. Okay. Internet Historian was 2 months ago. It was late May. That seems like it was further away than that. Like it was like April. Maybe I'm wrong though. I don't know. Anyway, welcome everybody. Are you guys ready to get started? So what we'll do, allow me to do, this video is going to be an intro, a premise. I'm going to explain how everything works. All right. And then we're going to do the react to the June the King documentary first. The documentary is about 45 minutes long, but knowing me, it's going to take much longer than that. I'm thinking at least 2 hours to get through that, okay? And then we're going to get to the stuff that I want to talk about all the time that I was with Machinima, all right? But we're going to start with the documentary react first, because that'll probably cover the business side of things before we get to the personal side of things, which is what I'm going to talk about, okay? Oh, May 1st? It was May 1st. So it was about 3 months ago. Okay.
May 1st, 2016, when you jerked off in front of children. Good to know.
So it's been 3 months since I did one of these, okay? All right, so guys, real fast before we begin. All right, before we begin. This is my only stream for
Amazing.
today.
How's
Thanks
it
for being here. We have
going?
over 400 viewers already, which is awesome. Thanks for being here. It's going to be a chill day. This is not a super ultra serious day. I don't have gameplay quotas I have to hit.
Phone
You know what I'm saying? We
calls,
can do it at any
spam
pace
risk,
we want.
ain't
It's a
answering
more
that.
relaxed day. I'm here until we're ready to go. You know, I
Lunch
could be here till
break,
8
holla
p.m.
holla.
So, however long it takes for us to talk about different stuff and get through stuff is cool. All right, and I'm down to hang out with you guys. If you guys post questions, if you do contributions during today's stream, I'm going to talk with you. We're going to have shout outs. All that is possible. This is not me having to be hyper focused on anything. It could be a very interactive event.
It's very interactive of me messing with the hoodie
Awesome.
again.
Everything nice and crispy. I love this word now, crispy. I want it all crispy and symmetrical.
Oh god, LTG taught him a new word. Help!
There you go.
Help!
Anyway, so guys, please support the stream if you can. This is all I'm doing today. There's no gameplay. There's nothing else. Anything is appreciated. Liking the stream helps for engagement, brings more people here. Please like it if you're enjoying the stream. Super chats, super stickers, great ways to help out. Memberships and gifted memberships. Hint, hint. Because this channel is the channel where we also do the weekly DSP versus the Internet Clips show. That's tomorrow. And if you're a member, you can nominate clips for that show. So if you become a member today, or if someone drops a member bomb on the community today, they would be able to nominate videos
member
for the next
bomb,
month, which
do
would be
it.
awesome. It would make the show better. Okay. Or of course, tips as well are greatly appreciated. Since this is my only stream of the day, I would hope to do as well as if I were doing 2 regular streams. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Speaking of which, let's do a couple quick shout outs before we even begin here. So there was actually a $1.50 tip when I was going off of DSP Gaming earlier from Beaver Bother. For the anniversary, can we bring back your love couch? You mean the love seat? And have all the broken controllers and headsets on display in the background? No. We cannot do that. But thank you for the $1.50 tip, Beaver Bother. I guess you're still around, huh? I thought that you were banned ages ago and you left, but I guess you're still around. Alrighty then.
And
then,
but you're still. Why would you
received
give
a
him money if
$20
you've
tip.
been banned? What the fuck?
You guessed it, from 1 Minute Man.
Oh, we gotta get 1 minute man in there.
Thank you very much, 1 Minute Man, for your daily support of all of my content, no matter where it may be, on YouTube. Today, incidentally, here on DSP Reacts, a nice long-form React event, the likes of which we haven't done in ages. It's good to be able to do something like this on the channel. So let's get 1 Minute Man up on the leaderboard for the biggest contribution of the day. Okay, there we go. Also, I believe we just got a super chat. For some reason, oh, there it is. Red Bandit just did a super chat. It says, my housework is now done. Now it's time for some fun. What's up, DSP? What's going on, Red Bandit? We are ready to go. We're getting ready to get set up and go here. So, you know, that doesn't look right. You know what I'm going to do? This. There we go. That's better. Well, okay. Here's the deal. I'm going to be showing emails later, and the emails are going to be right here.
You're gonna be
So
doxing
I'm struggling
everyone
to figure
later.
out where do I put the pop-ups? Right? Maybe I should just get rid of the DSP Reacts logo. Or maybe I'll move the logo up here, but then the emails can block the logo later. Maybe that's what we'll do. I'll have the logo up there, and we'll have the emails block the logo later.
Been hyping this event for a month.
Okay.
Had none of it
Anyway,
planned.
all right, so let's get Red Bandit on the leaderboard, and then we'll begin. I'll do my little intro segment. Okay. Are we ready to start? All right, here we go, guys. Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to DSP Reacts for a very special long-form event. I have not done a long-form React event in a few months. I thought that as something special for the summertime, especially pertinent to my 15-year anniversary as a content creator, which I'm about to start celebrating, we should do something a little different. And so, today here on DSP Reacts, we're going to be doing something
Yeah,
a little
Sweet's
different.
prepared for
We're gonna
this,
be
and
going
none of it
down
ready
memory
to
lane.
go.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, I've been a YouTuber for 15 years, and YouTube has had many different evolutions and iterations over the years. And there was a time
I'm so glad you
on
got rid of
YouTube,
the
if you wanted
love
to be a
seat.
content creator that made money, you had to partner with a company called an MCN. If you don't know what that stands for, it's a multi-channel network. These were companies that would partner your YouTube channel. They would run ads on your videos. They would make ad revenue based on how many views your videos got with the ads running on them. And then these companies would pay you. Now, all the companies were different. At one point, companies did flat rate contracts. Sometimes they would do percentages of the actual amount of ad revenue made on your channel. It varied greatly. And actually, these things changed over time and over the years. And the company that I was partnered with for the very longest time was a company named Machinima. Okay? 6.5 years I was partnered with Machinima. Through thick and thin. Through good times and bad times. There was a lot of people who asked me, why on earth did you stick with Machinima? When a lot of the times they were going through controversial things that were happening, the big things in the news and stuff, and they were basically getting really bad rep. YouTubers were actually leaving in droves. But I stuck with them, man. I stuck with them for a very long time. Longer than most YouTubers did. All right? And then eventually, even me, the holdout, the guy that was the staunch Machinima guy, had a falling out with Machinima. And so, what I'd like to do today is twofold. Firstly, what I would like to do is react to a fun documentary that was made by someone whose documentaries I've reacted to a lot over the last year or so, June the King. He's a good YouTube documentarian. I recommend you check out his channel. He does all kinds of stuff on YouTubers, but this is a particular time where he covered a company. It was about a month ago. It's called The Greatest Business Failure in YouTube History. This is the rise and fall of Machinima, all right? We're going to watch it. It's about 45 minutes long. Now, the interesting thing about this is that I believe this video covers the business side of how Machinima operated, how they became successful, and how they tanked, all right? That's fascinating to me because I saw them from the personal side of things, being a YouTuber and having interactions with all the issues of YouTube, but I never knew what was actually going on behind the scenes with this company. I never understood.
I never knew, dude.
Financial troubles and turmoils, but it was weird because
because you weren't paying attention to anything other than your paycheck.
Hey, so
that's all you cared about. Imagine that.
Could you promote this TV show that we made? And I'd be like, I thought that you were a YouTube channel.
That's terrible, Mason.
I can't. Television show.
I can't unsee that.
What are you talking
Why?
about? Hey, can you promote this movie that we made? Movie? What are you doing? Like, are you a movie studio, a TV production studio, an MCN?
Disney, what are you? Are you a theme park company? Or are you movies? Or are you TV shows? Or are you comics? Or are you music? Let's see, what else does Disney do? The cruise lines? I don't get it. Disney, I work for Disney now, and I'm supposed to be doing a podcast for Disney. They want me to promote a new movie? Guys, are they a podcast company or are they a movie company? What is Disney doing? Guys, apparently they're doing some deal on their Disney cruise line and they want me to promote it on my podcast. Guys, is Disney a podcast thing or is it a cruise line? I don't get it, guys. Oh no, Machinima expanded. They wanted to make more money. They wanted to get more money so they could pay more people, so they could expand, so they could make more money. Like, hey, this guy's really good at editing, this guy's really good at animation. We'll get, like, 5 of the people who work for us to make a movie, then get everyone else that works under us to promote the movie. Movie might actually do pretty well. Might make us a lot of money. I don't get it. Are they a gaming channel or are they movies, guys? It's stupid. We had toys. How can I forget the toy branch of Disney, for crying out loud? Yes, Machinima's trying to help him grow. If he had stuck with Machinima and done the things that they want him to do, instead of making $2 million, you could have made $3 million. Which would still not be enough because it'd all go to WWE Champions, that's Street Fighter Duel, Estiviz, Dokkan Battle, whatever, but like, they were trying to do with him what they did with everyone to make more money. Hey, DSP, if you do this, you might make more money. And if you make more money, we make more money. Now, I want to say here, get drunk playing video games.
A YouTube channel that pumps out your own original content? A YouTube channel that re-uploads other people's content? Like, what are you? And in reality, I think that was the problem with Machinima, is that they didn't know what they were. They had a major identity crisis. They thought that they were too many things, and because of that, they were constantly spending time and effort and money on things that ended up not turning out to be successful or profitable. So then they always had to go out looking for more investors and another round of support and another round of money. And because of that, they fell apart. You know, it's funny, and you'll see today as I go through my own history with Machinima, that sometimes they were like your best friend. They had your back. They wanted to help you out. They made you offers of cool opportunities and things. Sometimes you even seek them out. You're just offered these things. Hey, you want some free games? You want a trip to E3? You want this? You want that? Sure. Why would I ever turn you down, right? But
you did turn them down
well, this is an
countless
relationship
times
that I have. And you would reach out to talk to them about, hey, can I go to E3 again this year? Hey, could I maybe get in on this new promotional opportunity? Are you having any free games being sent out? And then you would find out, oh, not only...
Why would they send you to E3 again? The first time they sent you to E3, you did nothing. They gave you a very short list of things you had to do. And on 2 of those days, it was literally one video. Make one video this day, one video that day. There's only one day you actually had to go do shit, and you didn't do them! That's the mind-blowing part. Like, all you had to do was these 3 things on this day, one thing on this day, one thing on this day. And he didn't fucking do any of them. Why would they send you again? Hey, James, we needed to go to this meeting down in Columbus. Don't worry, your miles will be paid. You get 50 cents a mile there and 50 cents a mile back. Like, holy shit, I'm going to actually make money on that. Nice. And you get paid for it. Oh, fuck yeah. All we need to do is you go there, you sit on this meeting, you talk to this person, get on this conference call, and then you come back. Can you imagine if I just drove to Columbus and then, The Columbus Blue Jackets, I think the high team's called. Oh, the Columbus Blue Jackets playing today. I'm gonna go see the Columbus Blue Jackets play. And then I go back to work and, James, you weren't at the meeting. You didn't talk to this person. You weren't on the conference call. What happened? Oh, I went and I watched the Columbus Blue Jackets play instead. So are you gonna send me down there next year? No! We sent you down there to go to a meeting and talk to this person, do a conference call, and you didn't do any of that. God, that was a shit show. Because, I don't know why, I don't know whose bright idea this was, but there's multiple bridges that cross the Ohio River. They decided to do construction on 2 of them at once. 2 of them at once! So guess what? Let's say to go from point A to point B is 400 miles. Oh, wait a minute, because those 2 bridges are closed, they gotta go this far out of their way. And then they gotta drive that distance back to get back to 75. Because the dumbasses closed 2 bridges at once. And it's not like the one on the east side, one on the west side, no. Let's do them right next to each other. Let's take the 2 busiest bridges across the Ohio River and close them at the same time. Fuck you. But part of driving a truck like that is, especially if you get the company card, is when you get fuel, it's like, alright, well, from point A to point B is 400 miles. But when you filled up your gas tank and you did the odometer mileage on the card stuff, it showed you drove 460 miles. Where the fuck did that 60 miles come from? Well, obviously it was because those bridges were being closed, so they had to drive so far out of their fucking way and then come back. Simple solution. I don't know why we had to have a whole meeting about this shit and have the whole meeting of, they're going from, Pittsburgh to Indianapolis, and they're driving an extra 80 miles. We need that to be reported immediately because they're supposed to be driving this distance, not that distance, and we're paying for their fuel, and this gets paid off by that, and oil changes and mechanical work because it's like, oh, for every 10,000 miles you gotta get this work done. Well, this person's driving this route to that route. They only need a 10,000 mile, maintenance work done every 4 months. This guy's getting it done, he needs it done every 3 months. Well, that's a month faster. What the fuck's going on? Oh, because of the construction on this part of the road near Cleveland, they had to go 80 miles south to get around this construction because of, their 120,000 pound truck, so they can't go on these roads. They gotta take this road and they go on that road. It's a whole clusterfuck. But there are reasons why this shit happens. And that's why I gotta go to Columbus for a meeting and talk to this person, get on a conference call, explain, like, we need to make sure that if someone's driving too far, that we know why. We need this to be reported. We need this shit to be known. Oh, it's because the road they're supposed to be taking is closed due to construction, and because, 120,000 pound truck can't take these multiple roads, that it'll go 80 miles south and then come back around. Like, they need to know this shit. It's like, okay, great. I got paid 50 cents a mile. 50 cents a mile. Let's see. Columbus. 141.5 miles just from Google, Toledo to Columbus. So, northern west side of Toledo. So maybe, let's call it 142 miles. 50 cents a mile there and 50 cents a mile back, baby. I made probably $142 just from that drive. Plus getting paid the hours of driving there, sitting there, during the meeting and all that shit, and then driving back. That's like a 10-hour day for me. Plus the mileage. I made fucking bank that day. And guess what? Next time they have something like this happen again, they're gonna send me again. And I'll gladly do it, because I'm gonna make fucking bank. DSP? No, guys, they gave me an itinerary of what they wanted me to do, and I did absolutely fucking none of it. I don't get why they won't send me back next year. I did not get a 6-star Horrigan, unfortunately. I mean, shit, the $141 paid for an oil change.
None of that exists anymore. We laid off all the people who you used to talk to about it. Were you going to tell me? These people were my contacts with your company who I needed to talk to about YouTube issues, and they're all unemployed now? Yeah, we got rid of them. Oh. That's how this company was. One day, Here, everything's great. Full speed ahead on this initiative. Everything's great. And then over here, oh, none of that exists anymore. Don't even talk to us. Don't, we want nothing to do with you. Jeez, okay. So what we're going to do is first we're going to react to the June the King documentary that covers the business side of things. Being that it's a 45-minute long video, I would guarantee you it'll probably end up being like 2 parts, probably an hour each, right? But then, and this is where I feel like the real interesting meat of the stuff's going to come today. Today we're going to talk about my relationship with Machinima in the 6.5 years that I worked with them. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I am someone who basically covers his tracks and or makes sure that I have stuff to back up things that I talk about. I saved all of my emails with Machinima in my entire course that I worked with them. Now, sadly, a lot of these emails aren't very useful, and here's why I say that. Some of these emails sadly had personal info in them. A lot of the times these guys would be like, oh, hey, here's my my Twitter, here's my Facebook. Like, shit, well, I can't put that in the video, right? I'm not going to be exposing these guys 12 years later, right? 10 years later, 7 years later, and put their personal shit on the internet. So that's not in the show today. So a lot of those emails sadly had to be wiped, and I can't show those. Some of the stuff, for example, would discuss contractual stuff, which is fine, and I actually wanted to show you guys some of my initial contracts with Machinima. I thought that would be fascinating to show, hey, here's a contract that I was offered in 2011. Look at how lucrative it was. But there's a problem with that. The contracts don't exist anymore. Why? Because all the contracts were digital. They were all done over those, like, DocuSign websites and stuff like that, and they always would say, oh, here's the, the link to click on later to access your contract whenever you want to see it. And that was well and good, and it worked forever until Machinima went out of business. And when they went out of business, all of their information was wiped. So now you go back like, oh, let's see what my contract was. It's a dead link. Oh, is there any way to access this? Well, if the Machinima site still existed, you would go into the site and access your document. It doesn't exist. It's wiped from the internet. So all of that
so
stuff.
You could have screenshotted this shit and had it saved somewhere because it was your contract.
Financials. What I can tell you is my
business degree, people. Mr. Business Degree didn't save any of his contracts in any way, shape, or form. Good to know.
Remembrance of what those contracts were and how insanely lucrative partnership contracts
so
were
his own
back
company.
In the day compared to ad
would have
revenue
gone
on
bankrupt
YouTube
faster
today.
than
It's
Machinima.
like night
Ooh.
and day. It's like a completely different setup. And people today who are just trying to make a living on YouTube have it rough compared to back then. It was like the days of milk and honey. All right, but also I have a lot of.
And where did all that money go, DSP?
Various things that happened over the years. I'll give you just.
Where did all your milk and honey money go?
Did you know that I had actual relations with Machinima in 2009, 2 years before I ever became a partner with them? That they actually pulled a bait and switch on me and actually deceived me, and that's why I was very apprehensive to join them as a partnership network.
But you still joined them.
Did you know that? Probably not, because I never publicly really showed it or discussed it, okay? Did you know that during the time frame when This Is How You Don't Play videos were becoming incredibly popular on YouTube, when I was kind of being made fun of constantly and I became the villain of the internet, did you know that it was Machinima who contacted me on them? They were the ones who wanted to censor the videos, and they were the ones who did copyright takedowns and claims on those videos, not me. But then all my haters always put it against me, even though I had no control over it.
Nice voice crack there, not me. Wow, what a voice crack. 5827.
On those videos, and not me. But then all my haters
wow.
always put it against me, even though I had no control over it. Man, that voice crack was
perfect.
Yeah. Pretty interesting, huh? So that's just a couple things, $2
million worth of bills, guys. Don't you understand?
I had no control over it. I mean, this is the company that was paying me to have content on YouTube. I had to go with the flow and do whatever they said, basically. In addition, there were times when I was basically kind of told certain things about like a trip or whatever, and then come to find out it was the most unorganized, unprofessional, stupid thing ever, i.e. the E3 2012 trip, which I've never actually told you guys the full story of, but I'm going to tell you today, okay? Anyway, so it's going to be an interesting day to say the least, all right? So, again, this is the intro segment, and then what we're going to do is we're going to jump over, we're going to watch the June the King documentary. That's going to be about a couple hours, and then we're going to go through all of my stuff. By the way, you may even be looking at me like, what the heck is he wearing? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this is my Machinima hoodie that I actually got in 2012 for being a Machinima partner and going to E3. They gave me this Hawken Machinima hoodie. See that?
A Hawken company that you refuse to promote, refuse to go to their party, refuse to do interviews.
The Hawken insignia or whatever. Don't look at my ass, look at the shirt, or look at the hoodie. Of course, I know that you guys remember Hawken, right? I mean, you totally remember that insanely smash hit game that took the world by storm and changed everything about
gaming. You refused to promote. The whole fucking reason you were sent there was to help promote Hawken, and you did nothing.
What a joke that was. The whole thing was a joke from start to finish, quite frankly. It was a shit show. It was a joke. And it was kind of a scam, too. Again, all these things to talk about on today's show, all right? So, all that is happening, which is going to be fun. This is going to be a special event. At one point, I got food coming. So we're actually going to do a little feasting with Phil video where I eat some food that arrives. That'll be a little break for all the reacting. But we basically can go as long as we need to go. You know, I could be here till like 8 p.m. tonight. That's fine. So we got 6.5, 7 hours, whatever we need, whatever time frame we need, we're good. Also, I want this to be an interactive show, meaning if at any point I'm talking with you guys, or I'm telling you guys a story and we're discussing, and you want to ask a question, or you want me to elaborate, or something interesting pops up into your head about what we're talking about, please tag me in the chat. Of course, if people contribute today, I'm going to be doing live shout-outs, updating the leaderboards. That's all part of today's show. This is not just me talking all day. This is a very interactive stream where essentially we're going to do a long-form react to everything going on, all right? In fact, just to see a couple things, Don Fanucci really wants me to talk about Hutch. We're going to talk about Hutch, all right? We are today. And it's funny because I remember the feud I had with Hutch. I don't remember what it was about. Because that's another thing. Another reason that I can't really give you tons of information about a lot of stuff is because a lot of stuff used to be through YouTube DMs. YouTube doesn't have DMs anymore. They deleted them all. At one point, they just shut down the whole DM system. So I remember me and Hutch were going at it at one point. You say, who is Hutch? Hutch is a guy who used to be an independent YouTuber for like Call of Duty. And Machinima hired him. And so he wanted to be part of the company. They flew him and moved him across the country to move to, I think it was California, to be with them and be a part of their company and their studio. And they changed his life completely. But then all of a sudden, we had issue with each other. And I remember we were at each other's throats in this like online feud for a while, going back and forth. And I come to find out when we actually sat down like men and talked, we actually had a lot in common. We really didn't have, we squashed the beef and we were all good. And then it was like, you know, a few months later when everything happened in my personal life where I needed to find a way to monetize my videos. And he's the one who got me in contact with the whole partnership part of Machinima, and got me a partnership. So, you know, it's interesting how things change, how things, you know, over time can evolve. Because, I mean, at one point we were like at each other's throats as enemies, and the next thing you know, the guy actually is the reason why we were able to ever be, you know, have a partnership or whatever, you know? Anyway. So, it's going to be a fun day. All right? So, again, if you guys have anything you want to talk about, tag me in the chat. And if you have any contributions that come in, I will be shouting them out. It's going to be an interactive thing. It's not just me.
Hint, hint. If there's any contributions, I'll shout them out, guys. Hint, hint.
The vast majority of today is going to be. Now, how are these videos going to be panned out? Well, this is the intro video to lay down the groundwork of what we're about to do. All right? But then, I'm going to do 2 parts, likely, for the June the King documentary, okay? I figure 2 videos separate, and probably I'll do this intro video, and maybe those 2 parts today. Now, what I'll do moving forward after that is 1-hour segments, where in each hour segment, I'll try to cover certain topics covering my history with Machinima, and I'll try to upload those 1 a day to the channel. So today on the channel, you'll probably see 3 videos, and then 1 a day moving forward for the rest of the week, covering all the other topics that I want to talk about with Machinima. All right? So good. It's going to be good stuff. It's going to be, you know, a good amount of content covered here, and I hope that you guys will enjoy over the course of the day the variety of stuff. But if you're not here live, you're going to see the content slowly uploading to the channel over the course of the week. That'll avoid channel flooding. I don't want to have too many videos on the channel at once. Keep in mind, tomorrow is my weekly Clips React show, so there's that too, you see?
This from the guy that literally got hit for spam because he was posting individual Street Fighter matches. He was posting individual Street Fighter matches, which got him hit for spam and almost cost him his channel. Guys, I don't want to flood my channel. Uh-huh.
So that's why
they're uploading in the wrong order. Don't forget, they're going to be in the wrong fucking order.
Here on DSP Reacts, these streams go live as archives the moment after they go offline. So if you're a channel member, or if you become a channel member today, you'll be able to watch this in its entirety from start to finish the moment that I'm go offline. It'll be an archive. So keep that in mind. It's a good reason to either become a member, maybe someone gives some memberships to the channel today. It's a benefit people will get for doing that. Okay? Sound good? All right. So I'm loaded. I'm locked and loaded. I got my Machinima hoodie going. All right? I've got some extra stuff on the side that I'm going to show you guys later. All right? We got my stories. I actually got all the emails loaded up to show you guys. And I'm excited for today's event. I think it's going to be a good event. I hope that you guys enjoy. And again, feel free to chime in whenever you want. A couple quick shout outs. We got Corrupted Covenant that re-upped their membership for 3 months. Thank you, Corrupted Covenant. And then we got Spawn Killer who re-upped his membership for 4 months at the super member level. Thank you for the mid level with more support for the channel. He says, what are you eating for Feasting with Phil? I ordered from a chain. I don't want to spoil yet, but I ordered some food from a chain this time. It is more fast foody, but not really. You'll see what I mean when it shows up. And it'll be not necessarily like a big restaurant meal, but it'll be something fun to do for a little bit of difference and you know, variety. But I'm not spoiling. I'm gonna wait.
Wow, what a burp.
That's gonna be coming around roughly 4 p.m. So about 2.5 hours from now, the food will be arriving. Okay. All right. So I hope you enjoyed. This is the intro segment. I hope you enjoyed the intro segment. Let's end this video, and now I'm going to change my setup over to live react to the June the King documentary, which I'm fascinated to learn about the business side of Machinima, which I never knew about. I only knew from the partner side what was going on. I never knew what was affecting me behind the scenes, because the truth is, anything that happened business-wise with this company affected all the partners. But we didn't know what was going on. There was no real transparency with this company about what financially was happening. And there were things like contract renegotiations and things that happened, and we wish we knew why they were happening, but Machinima wouldn't be transparent. Now we're going to finally get our answers. Only, you know, years after the company went out of business. Which, by the way, That's also why I'm able to do this event today. You know, we are years removed from this company existing. There's no more contracts. There's no more NDAs. You can talk about whatever you want involving Machinima, and all of it's fair game. So I'm happy to be able to do this today. Now that the company's been defunct, we can all talk about it publicly, okay? All right, guys, thank you so very much. I hope you've enjoyed the intro. Now, on to the June the King documentary, and then I'll see you after that for my personal take. See you then, everyone. Thanks a lot. Let's get this party started. Okay, good intro. Let's now switch over, and let's get everything set up for the React portion of the event. I'm actually very interested to see what we're going to learn. I can't wait to hear about, because it's going to be like, oh shit, so that's why that happened. So that's why that happened. I can't wait to hear how they've pissed away all their fucking money, and that's why they kept hurting the partners. Because, man, did that happen a lot. There was multiple contract renegotiations and things over the years, and we were always blindsided. Like, we were never warned that stuff was happening. It would just happen, and like, well, time for you to reevaluate your entire business now. You know what I mean? Oh, good. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's get started. Here we are. I don't know how the volume is going to be. You guys are going to have to let me know how the volume level is when we start, okay?
Oh, God, this is going to be terrible. I can't wait.
Okay. Are we good?
This is going to be fantastic.
I shouted everything out, right? I didn't miss anything. We're good to go to start. Yes? Good? No, we're not good. Stop. Stop everything. I'm being told stop everything. Okay, I'm stopping everything. Stopping the
More
press.
than this for weeks.
What are we stopping for?
Nothing works right. Good to know.
Not good?
Would
We're
you
not
expect
good.
more or less
Wait,
from
what are we
DSP,
waiting
right?
I
Missed
your
away
love.
millions.
Your love. That's disgusting. I don't want to be a part of your love. Okay.
Millions gone.
All right, are we good? Can we start? Stop staring at Bam Margera, by the way. It's very disturbing. Don't stare at that man.
Margera.
By the way, one day I absolutely want to react to this one. The Nostalgia Critic / Channel Awesome one. Because again, I was a huge fan of Nostalgia Critic and Channel
I
Awesome
swear it's Bam Margera,
way
not
back in the day before I was a
Margera.
YouTuber. And I was working with them, and I was going to be a
Sure, I'm
part
gonna
of
Google
them.
that.
I was going to be a part of their company. And then it fell through with the Blip TV thing. And then years later, their whole thing imploded, right? I would love to watch that and react to that with you guys. But you guys have always told me you're not interested in it. And I'm like, it's actually, look, if you take a look, it's one of the most viewed videos that June's put out, you know, recently. The last couple of years, I mean, you have, of course, the Rings of Redemption one was huge. The Rooster Teeth one was huge. I don't even know who the hell this is. Creepshow Art? I have no idea who the fuck that is. But if you take a look, HGH3, but I mean, that's the biggest one he's done in the last year, right? So I absolutely want to do that eventually. I don't know when we'll do it. I would definitely want to do it, though. Okay. Are you guys ready? Let's get started. Let's actually hit play first.
And this says Margera. Okay, I was right. Bam Margera, not
Machinima
Margera.
throughout the years
Is that too loud? How did that sound?
has been attacked for its mass negligence of creators and
How does that sound? Is that way too loud? It's kind of loud? Okay, that's what I'm asking. Let's lower it to this. Now, okay, I'm going to reset. You guys let me know how this sounds.
Machinima throughout the years has been attacked for its mass negligence of creators and legally unenforced.
Okay, so how does that sound? Is that better, or is that still too loud? Good? That's on par with my voice. Sounds good? So leave it like that, or should I even make it a little lower? What do you guys think? Most people are saying it's good, I think. We good? So just start from there? Okay, I hope that there's no echo. Okay. Are we ready? All right, here we go. Let's get started. Do a tiny little less. Okay, just a little bit less. There we go. Okay, ready? Let's get started. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special React event. I'm going to be reacting to June the King's documentary,
Contracts.
The Greatest Business Failure in YouTube History, The History of Machinima. And this is exciting for me because I wanted to do something like this for a long time. I used to be one of the longest running partners of Machinima when they were an MCN or multi-channel network on YouTube. 6.5 years I was with them, okay? I was with them through thick and thin when a lot of people were telling me to jump ship through all of the hardships and troubles and bad press they were getting. People were like, dude, you gotta leave. And I stuck in there until the very end, until basically even I had a falling out with the company. And then they ended up going out of business within like a year of me having a falling out with them, okay? So what we're about to watch is not having really much to do with personal interactions with partners. This is supposed to be a documentary on their business side. Who were they? How did they come to prominence on YouTube? And how on earth did they go out of business? This is fascinating to me because being someone that was on the other side of it as a YouTube partner, I relied on this company to make money on my videos, but it seemed like they were always making bad financial choices that would kind of screw over the partners. So I'm going to be adding my own personal takes and information based on what I knew during the time frame that I was a Machinima partner. I mean, hell, I'm wearing the hoodie from 2012 when they sent me to E3 under their umbrella, and even that was a shit show. So if you want to hear my personal takes on Machinima, I'm doing a separate series of videos called The Dark Side of Machinima after this long-form react ends, and you can watch that here on DSP Reacts on YouTube. But right now what I'd like to do is a live react to what happened with this company and how they imploded. All right, so let's do it. Let's see what June the King found, because I don't really know what happened. So let's take a look. Here we go.
Machinima throughout the years has been attacked for its mass negligence of creators and legally unenforceable contracts.
I just want to take a look. Exclusively, hereby grants exclusively to Machinima an irrevocable license in perpetuity throughout the universe. That's bullshit. There's no way that's the right wording. In all forms of media, now known or hereafter devised, through any means of transmission, now known or hereafter devised on any platform, there's no way that's real. I've had contracts with Machinima, and my contracts never said anything like that at all.
How the fuck would you know you didn't read your contracts?
That throughout the universe. So if aliens come down, they have the broadcast rights to the aliens too. I don't know about that. That sounds like bullshit. Anyway.
Or hardly has anyone ever asked why. Why did one of the largest symbiotic elements of YouTube's creator success turn into its biggest parasite? A company that YouTube promoted and creators embraced was actually unmasked as the company embodiment of a trash fire. But even then, Machinima could spin this as a way of providing warmth to its creators. Creators who were inexperienced and ready to be burned. The answer is its sole business model of partnering creators to YouTube was undercut when YouTube started partnering creators themselves.
That's right. Take a look at this. Being a YouTube creator just got even more rewarding April 12, 2012. Starting today, we're updating partner eligibility across 20 countries. So, at one point, in order to make any money on certain types of videos on YouTube, you had to be part of a partnership network. When I started on YouTube, I could not monetize my gameplay videos. And I was known as one of the big Let's Players on YouTube back in the day, around the years of like 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. I was one of the top guys, and I could not make money on any gameplay unless I was partnered with a company, because they would vouch for me, essentially. They would be the ones to put the ads on my videos. They would make the money, and then they would pay me a cut of that per my contract. If I was going by myself, I couldn't monetize gameplay. But it did change around 2012, 2013. YouTube started giving out individual AdSense contracts to individual creators, and you could start doing it for yourself. Now, even then, there was some uncertainty because there were rumors that if you did it yourself, you wouldn't get as good ads as if you were with an MCN network, and you make less money. All right? But this is absolutely true. Essentially, in the beginning, this was absolutely 100% required to be a YouTuber and make money. But over the years, they became less and less pertinent to the point where they became outdated, and a lot of people only were joining them because they thought you had to, and you didn't even have to anymore. People were just misinformed.
In its death spiral, the Dude Bro startup culture hit its maximum. But even then, that was heightened by the pressure to sell the company and jump ship. This brought on its worst decisions and embarrassment by YouTube investing possibly millions into a company on borrowed time.
Yep.
Machinima's chaotic and incompetent nature did well to break FTC guidelines, take on various creator lawsuits, one of which was brought on by PewDiePie.
It took Felix hiring his own lawyer and then half a year of legal work to free himself from the network. Wow.
That Machinima
DSP just got cut.
Network.
But I hate.
It took PewDiePie 6 months and fighting with lawyers to get out of his contract, and they were just willing to drop DSP. Gee, I wonder why the difference. Oh, right, because PewDiePie was making them a fuck ton of money. DSP was not.
Machinima even uploaded creator videos secretly to competing websites where they could pocket all the money to survive just long enough to be sold. They did anything to hit the bottom line before the flat line was hit, and in its wake, its massive library of videos and shared histories were wiped from the internet. But it wasn't.
Yep, it was so messed up, and we'll talk about that. I'm sure that when they went out of business, so many people's content who they had signed over the rights to Machinima, and Machinima owned it, was permanently deleted from the internet and lost to time. A lot of videos are gone forever, and you cannot watch them anymore, which is really messed up.
Always this way. To understand its failure, first its success must be understood. But before we get into the video, I'd like to thank Semper for
All right, and obviously we're going to skip the sponsor, but I would say check out June the King's content. It's really good content. So far, we've reacted to.
Don't watch the content, guys. Just give money to me.
And he definitely deserves your look, your watch. If you like this kind of content, I'll give him a shout out. He allows me to react to his content. It's very nice of him. So here we go.
So if you're interested in Semper, use my code JuneTheKing at semper.com for 50%.
And by the way, he's making a documentary on me.
Congratulations, we don't fucking care.
It's just a little over $7 for the first month, and it's available in the USA and Canada. And over
Delightful.
back to the video. That starts in 1999,
Here we go.
which is dated about 6 years before YouTube even launched. Machinima, as it was then, was a fledgling art form where creators puppeteered video game characters and typically applied voiceover in post to tell a story.
Right. I knew about what a Machinima was, and originally when I was contacted by Machinima, it was the year 2009, and they contacted me because they wanted my content for their YouTube channels, and I was like, aren't you just a channel that makes these edited videos of characters and stuff? Like, why do you want my content? And they were like, no, we're branching out. We want your content because we want a variety of content. I was like, oh, because I thought all you did was like these Halo videos and stuff.
Hello, welcome to Grocery Box. Can I take your order?
Machinima the website was a newly established host to many fan-made Machinima videos, as per the screenshot of it in March of 2000. On the bottom right of the webpage, proudly displaying ownership was Strange Company, a company based in Edinburgh, Scotland, directed by none other than Hugh Hancock. In tandem with other like-minded websites, Machinima grew a creator and viewer base throughout the years. But as typical for websites in this time, advertising and any other revenue sources did not come as easy.
Right.
By the end of 2004, exhausted with the rising hosting and development fees upwards of $1,000 a month, they were approached by Philip and Alan Debevoise, who are brothers, and offered to purchase the website while maintaining Hugh as a minority shareholder, 5% to be exact, of this newly established, well at least newly incorporated as of October 2004, Machinima Inc. The most notable thing hinting at this change in ownership was again the copyright in the bottom right of the screen. It wasn't until the start of 2006 that Hancock posted about resigning as editor-in-chief to work on his own Machinima projects, and the changing of ownership was made widely public. This was accompanied by a Q&A a week later where questions were both directed at Hugh and Philip. Within there are two things of note.
I love this. It's such an archive. Look at this, Sims 2. See that? That's how old it is. The Sims 2 is the early 2000s.
Both answers from Philip that reveal the future of Machinima's success. Firstly, Philip accurately describes and sees Machinima.com as a hub for its own content form. It is an aggregator. This is to say, while many Machinima producers have their own websites where they promote their own videos, popular series like Red vs. Blue were also found on Machinima.com.
Yay, Red vs.
Was
Blue.
one of the biggest things that was synonymous with Machinima back in the day. I knew that for a fact. I knew that Red vs. Blue was Machinima, and that's when they contacted.
Then why were you all, what? They want me to promote a movie? What are they doing, guys? If you knew about Red vs. Blue. Red vs. Blue was not video gameplay. It was... First couple seasons, anyways, were fucking great. First couple seasons, I'm wearing a lightest red. Yeah, they got a word for that. It's called pink. So if you knew about Red vs. Blue, why were you so confused when they wanted you to help them promote a movie, jackass?
Me in 2009, I'm like, I don't make that kind of content. I'm just a gamer. Like, why are you asking me to put my content on your site when I'm just doing playthroughs and stuff? And they were like, oh, because we want to branch out. As an aggregate site, we want a variety of content, so please put your content on our YouTube channel so we can make money off of you. I'm not kidding. That's basically what the pitch was. You'll see when I talk about that later in my own series. But anyway.
Something else found were more advertisements to help keep up with the hosting fees, which leads to the second bit of information in that Philip is looking to support and work with producers/creators who are looking to make a career in Machinima and are interested in developing original Machinima content.
So this is before they broke.
This is at the
they
center
branched
of
out to do variety content. They were all about just making Machinima style content. Okay.
everything, because very few Machinima animators or even content creators were making any money at all from their craft. Many were just creating videos as a hobby, but the idea of being paid for an online hobby was absurd to the general populace as it was for its unfeasibility. To make this work on a larger scale, there are two things still missing. Machinima.com lacks a large audience. One big enough to support an even larger roster of dedicated creators. The other that goes hand in hand with the first issue are the hosting fees. Machinima could theoretically take on more creators and have viewers decide on an even larger scale which creators are worth paying for their work. This is where the newly established and rising in popularity YouTube.com comes into play.
By the way, are we not impressed with the editing? The editing's really spiffy in this one, right? The editing, like all these
something
effects
you
and
could have
everything,
learned over the past 15 years,
You have to pay
DSP.
for all those effects and things that are in here, all these things playing. I mean, it's basically considered stock footage. I think the editing is really good. I do. I think the editing is really well done. It's so far a very stylized, professional-looking video. I really like that.
Website without a theme. The only theme was post videos. Anyone was allowed to upload and have their videos hosted for free. And while it was hardly a unique model, as other websites existed with similar philosophies, YouTube actually had the funding to back it up. From one perspective, this was a threat to Machinima, as individual creators could now have their own videos on there, diverting attention from Machinima.com.
Right.
But it was also an opportunity. Machinima could still be an aggregator and have their videos hosted for free with access to an even larger audience, which is why in January 16, 2006, the Machinima YouTube channel was created.
Very early on in the life cycle of YouTube, right? Wow, 2006 is way back.
Barbs, how's it going?
My original channel.
Yes, I saw that. Someone changed it
my
into
original
a
Dark Side
PDF
Forward
file.
ended in 2007. So they even predated me making any content for YouTube. By the way,
I don't even know if DSP
Spike
got
Jones
the
says,
joke.
Bam Margera eyes in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen are freaking him out every time I pause. I apologize. Just pay no attention to Bam Margera. He's a very scary man.
It seems that videos were not
Margera.
uploaded on there
I even
until
googled to make sure I was
sometime around
pronouncing it right.
2007.
Bam Margera.
And when they were, Machinima had a head start. not only because of their pre-existing content library, but also because of their status. A status that allowed a fast track to YouTube benefits like being a YouTube director, which allowed Machinima to upload videos longer than 10 minutes in length.
You're right.
But more
That was a
important
huge
what
thing
came
back
in
then.
December of 2007, when YouTube officially launched the YouTube Partner Program, an exclusive partnership where YouTube would cut you 55% of the advertising sales on your video if you were partnered. And because of Machinima status, they were partnered immediately. So now on top of free hosting, they were now getting paid to have their own videos on there. It's hard to put into words how well this model worked for Machinima. Perhaps it's easier to show. Take, for example,
A lot
this
of
video
money.
titled Inside Halo Episode 3.
Okay.
The video itself details news about Halo 3 with the addition of community-submitted clips. That part is unimportant. Within a 2-week time period, this video on Machinima.com got 14,000 views. That's quite decent considering the viewer base for such content at the time. It seemed that way until you look at how the same video performed on YouTube in the same time span.
Wow.
This same unaltered video
Damn.
got nearly 200,000 more views. At this point in time, it is important to note that this was a perfectly symbiotic relationship with Machinima. In addition to its role as an aggregator, it was taking risks YouTube wouldn't in scouting for and taking on smaller creators that they would both pay and promote on their channel, landing the responsibility for something like copyright on Machinima's lap as in 2007 and definitely now, companies like Nintendo had a threatening grip on the properties, striking down and removing even just gameplay footage posted online.
Right.
But conversely, companies like Microsoft promoted the use of their properties in art form like Machinima and also in gameplay, as it was becoming a greater marketing tool for them, where it was again symbiotic, and at the center was Machinima. A small sect of creators were taken on by Machinima.
He didn't get it,
guaranteed
of course
minimum
not. He's an
CPM
idiot.
Depending on their contract, games were being promoted, and
Mike
the content
D,
was
how's it
flourishing on
going?
none other than YouTube.com. No matter how much Machinima or any other channel, website, company, or entity made, the demand could not be met, and making game-related videos was a goldmine. On the business side, Machinima was tapping into a previously difficult-to-reach market of 13 to 34-year-olds that don't watch much television, listen to radio,
Yeah.
or any other traditional
They're
media.
just sitting there on the internet playing games, and they wanted content for games, and there was nothing to provide that. I mean, what would you watch? G4 TV? There was nothing providing stuff for games, so gamers went to YouTube. And at this time period, it was 2009, when I was becoming prominent on YouTube, and they reached out to me, Machinima. And you'll see that I have my own event after this live react where we're going to go through, and they actually reached out to me to try to sign me to upload all of my content to their Machinima channel.
And yet somehow
on
you
YouTube.
done
And
fucked
at first
it
I was
up.
interested. They said, oh, you could get paid for your gameplay. I was like, well, that's kind of a no-brainer. But then came all the surprises. And that I will say for my own private react, for my own experiences after this one. So go watch the Dark Side of Machinima series that I'm going to do after this, and you'll find out the whole story about that. All right? Okay, let's continue.
They mainly play video games where advertising was non-existent, which is why you find trailers or other promotional videos on Machinima. There were minor but existing issues present, because a game trailer wasn't Machinima in the traditional sense, but it was on the channel. Also on the channel was a Call of Duty sniper montage. Machinima was no longer Machinima, which irked the traditional Machinima animator group, and also, likely unaware of the change in programming, appealed to a wider range of viewers.
That's what's funny, because the name of it is Machinima. What is a Machinima? It's one of these edited videos with characters from like Halo or another game doing some kind of like a skit. But all of a sudden, Machinima had no Machinimas on it. But they were now becoming more prominent being called Machinima to having just variety game videos than actually the Machinima videos that their namesake is based off of. And it completely destroyed that whole type of content, honestly.
Machinima, though not accurate to the actual definition, was now anything game-related,
Right.
and larger than the original concept could ever become. This was evident through the rapid growth of the channel. In just a year and a half, Machinima was already the 7th most subscribed channel on YouTube. Its model and the success of it was attributed to being a successful aggregator, its reputation, and its ability to pay creators for their work. There are other aspects that made Machinima the success it was, but these are arguably the largest, and slowly these are going to be stripped away. To that, we can focus on the first wave of YouTube-born creators or channels that gained larger success by the end of 2009. These channels range from gameplay-centered commentary videos and other content in the gaming sphere. Starting as a hobby, but developing it into a job for these creators was a dream. The dream was Machinima. It was still taking risks where YouTube wouldn't, as YouTube's partnership program was reserved for less risky types of content
Right,
that could
not
guarantee the
games.
copyright and ownership of their content. And so as
Many times, early on in my YouTube career, when I was doing gameplay on my Dark Side Field channel, but I had my vlogging channel. My vlogging channel was partnered, okay? But every time I submitted my gameplay channel to try to get a partnership so I could monetize, YouTube denied it. They said, your content's too risky, it walks around the gray area of copyright, and we don't want to take that risk. Therefore, we
And
will
you
not
keep saying
monetize
racial
Dark Side
slurs,
Field.
I'm sure.
We'll monetize your vlogging channel because all you do is talk to a camera on that one. But we won't monetize your gameplay. So this was the only way
Won't
to make
monetize
money
your...
doing gameplay at the
It's a
time.
black woman, she's gonna steal your purse, huh?
Machinima expanded with channels like YouTube Respawn that centered more around impromptu gameplay videos.
Right.
Machinima may or may not have been poaching employees from other game center networks and not a multi-channel network like Machinima, but traditional networks like G4, as creators and some ex-G4 figures that helped launch the channel are Mr. Sark, Hutch, and CNNers, among many others. This channel, a complete success, solidified its inevitability for competition mid-2010, when the Game Station, a gaming-focused subsidiary network of the larger Maker Studios, did something that heavily threatened Machinima, or rather YouTube did, because it was now allowing multi-channel networks like the Game Station to partner channels directly. What this means is that instead of you sending your videos to Machinima and them giving a cut of what they say you've earned, you upload the videos to your own channel and the Game Station gets a cut but is also responsible for you.
This is the classic MCN or multi-channel network model. This is what all the networks were doing at the time. So like he said, originally when Machinima contacted me in 2009, they wanted me to send them my videos and they would exclusively upload them to their own channels like Machinima or Machinima Respawn. And if it made any money on ads, they would send me the money. When I went to go partner with them in 2011, they were a multi-channel network. And I was one of the people who was a variety content creator who they signed, who I could put videos all on my own channel. And there was a way that you would do it. You would upload the video, and once it was live, there was something that said claim. It was a button. You would click it on each video, and when you hit claim, you would claim the video, but it would assign the rights of the video to Machinima, and Machinima would then put their own ads on it. They made all the ad revenue. Then they would pay you directly per your contract. And the contracts varied greatly. And again, I'll talk more about the specifics of my contract in my own Dark Side of Machinima event that I'm going to do after I finish this react, okay?
Machinima, having to compete with that, offered their own version where they can also partner you directly. YouTube could hardly keep up with the growth, as by the end of 2010, they had personally only partnered 15,000 of the hundreds of thousands of channels growing
I was
on
in
YouTube.
early 2011.
Lucky for Machinima at the time, and even with networks popping up left and right, they had something these other networks didn't, which was its reputation and exploitable ignorance of signees that go hand in hand. You, in 2011, as if you were a gaming YouTuber, would click on any of which video and this intro would pop up.
I had to do that. That was straight off of my videos. I had to put that on all of my videos that were like edited style videos. They actually wanted me to put that on all of my gameplay. And I already told them, you're out of your mind. I don't edit all my gameplay. It's raw footage. But if you want me to do my edited videos, so my vlogging, my reviews, my other style weekly shows, all had that on it. Only my gameplay videos didn't have that on it. They forced me to put it on there.
They forced me to do what I agreed to do,
those
guys.
Of what really was going
How
on,
dare they
this
force
was
me to do what I agreed to
simple.
do, guys?
Virtually
It's
every channel
bullshit.
you watched had that, and they were successful creators, so it was easy to associate Machinima with success.
Right.
The second wave of creators, now being contacted by networks left and right, sought out Machinima because it was the end-all be-all of success. And Machinima played into this well through exploitation and lies. Or, by a more generous description, taking on a salesman attitude with a heightened sense of urgency. Recruiters approach gaming channels en masse, sending copy and paste emails to channels in order to get them partnered before the competition. As told by many creators, these recruiters promise growth. Growth through posting your video on their channel and by a consultant that will work with you to better your content. They also offer to resolve any copyright issues on your behalf, at a set-in-stone CPM or cost per mile that was typically set at $2. So you could get a guaranteed $2 per monetized 1,000 views. But as soon as you signed Machinima's contract, your emails will go unanswered. Your content was drowned in a sea of other videos resembling a content farm, and most importantly, that minimum $2 you can make was also the maximum. As CPMs fluctuate depending on the advertisements and advertisers, if you made $1, you could double your earnings thanks to Machinima. But if you had a $5 CPM, Machinima would pocket that extra $3. Additionally, those CPM contracts were possibly one of the largest losses of income for Machinima, because creators that would get lower CPMs could effectively drain the company and have less of a reason to leave them.
So,
That is likely
DSP?
why Machinima shifted to revenue splits ranging typically from 60-40, 60 in favor of the creator, to 90-10 with 90 in favor of the creator. But that was all after YouTube took their cut of 45%. And this was all fair game. Looking at a league contract, the contract reveals no promise of an agent, growth, or even ability to get out of the contract. There were naturally contracts signed with a 1 to 3 years time span.
I can absolutely confirm this is what the contracts looked like, at least the initial contracts. Later on, they went fully online digital. In fact, this is an online digital contract. See how it says youtube.com/ and it's blank? What you would do is you would click on that and fill it in online in an online form. This was not a physical contract you ever filled out and did anything with. It was all online. Now, just to summarize what he said, because he moved very fast through that. So originally the way it would work is thus. Machinima would come to you with a contract.
Oh, thus being said, huh?
$2
Shout out to
CPM
thus.
on your videos. So what does that mean? Let's say you upload a video to your own channel. You're partnered with Machinima, okay? And you upload a video. So they get all the ad revenue off of your video no matter what. They make 100% of ad revenue, okay? So they will pay you $2 per 1,000 views on a video that is partnered with them, okay? Sounds good, right? And in reality, it was actually very good. If someone who went viral like me, some of my videos back in the day, just think of it this way, okay? So I have a video, part 1 of a playthrough. It gets 100,000 views. Well, divide by 1,000, that's 100. Multiplied by 2. I just made hundreds to not thousands of dollars on one video. And back then, the videos were short. They were 10 minutes long. Now imagine you're doing a playthrough. That's 50 parts, 100 parts. And you're making the first few parts, 100,000, 50,000, 20,000 views. Even if they trail off in the later parts of the playthrough, right?
then where did that money go? That's the one question, honestly, it'll get you banned automatically is, where did the money go? Bills! What fucking bills cost $2 million? Between working regular jobs and then YouTube and all that, he's made roughly $2 million in his life. He finally paid off the Toyota, so he finally owns his car. He owns his car. And that's it. He owns nothing else in his life. He's gone through 2 different condos, never owned either of them. Yes, he owns statues. But, guys, I got rid of some of them. Sure he did. It is just insane to think that someone could make $2 million in across roughly 15 years and have absolutely nothing to show for it. Staycations, gin, mobile games. But now, guys, that's not what I spent it on. I spent it on bills. What fucking bills cost $2 million?
On one game, you could potentially make thousands upon thousands of dollars just by... To give you an even better perspective on this, I used to do a series called Release Day Unboxing, okay? I would go to the store, I would buy...
Oh, like when you had the Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns box and then you never actually fucking opened it? All you did was bitch about the fire alarm going off? Jackass.
The game, come home, turn on my camera, and actually just unbox the game.
Yeah, so
okay?
much of it went to his
And
credit
I
card
would
debt,
read the box,
unfortunately for
I
him.
would go through the actual...
Because he paid a minimum, so he was constantly paying tens of thousands of dollars on fucking interest.
Come out of that game if I had any history with that franchise, so it'd be its own separate upload. All right, then I would actually play the game. Just the unboxing sometimes, all right, would get 50,000 views. Now do the math: $2 per 1,000 views. So that means before I've even played the game, I made $100 just unboxing the game. Okay, that's how crazy it was back then. It was insane. So.
And yet you have nothing to show for all that money.
But what ended up happening, and he just really blew through it fast. I'll go more into detail about it a little bit in my own private react coming up. After about a year to 2 years of having these kind of contracts, what ended up happening was the ad revenue started plummeting on YouTube for various reasons. There were still certain seasons where the ad revenue was very high, and so Machinima was actually making like $5 per 1,000 views on a video, so they were making tons of profit. But what about the off season?
Which is why I've never paid a penny towards interest on any of my credit cards in
history. Gameplay videos were making almost
history.
no money at all. So they were taking a big dip and a big hit during the slow.
Mind you, I have put thousands of dollars on my credit cards before. When I did my garage, $4,000 for the garage, $1,000 for the county to come out and prove I had a septic tank. But you know what? I put all that on my credit cards, not because I couldn't afford it, but because I get the 1% cash back. I know it's only $50 cash back, but it's still $50 cash back I got. And only did all that because I had the money to pay for it. If I didn't have the money to pay for the garage and all that shit, I wouldn't have gotten the garage. And then you get DSP. What? I mean, I'll just put on my credit cards. Yes, I'm going to fly first class to this tournament. Yes. Well, no, the tournament doesn't even pay on anything. If I win, it gets me qualified to go to this tournament, then that tournament qualifies me to go to EVO. Well, no, even if I won EVO, I still wouldn't make any money because it's 2005, guys. You don't make anything for winning EVO. Yes, I need to fly first class. I'll just put on my credit cards. And then pay minimum. And then pay $100,000 in interest on a $2,000 order, guys.
Low times while making profits, and it was basically evening out for a while, but after a while, they were actually paying more than they were making. So what ended up happening was they had to renegotiate everyone's contracts, and they blindsided everyone, because people are thinking, oh, our videos are doing great, Machinima is doing great, so we all base our financial decisions based off of what we're making.
Like moving to Seattle?
That was just a limited time thing, and it all went away. We all started making way less, because Machinima started actually doing revenue cut contracts. Now, in order to retain the top talent, Machinima actually took on bad contracts that hurt them. And that is also something I will talk about in my private react. For a while, they actually
You were one of those bad contracts, jackass.
Just to retain me, because I was a big YouTuber and they wanted to keep me. They were losing a lot of big YouTubers at the time. When they did the renegotiations, they wanted to keep me, so they paid me more than everyone else. Everyone else had these contracts that were revenue share contracts. I still had a flat CPM contract. That wasn't very fair, but that's what they offered me. So I actually was making way more money. All right.
And yet somehow you're broke.
But
with
most people have these
nothing to
revenue
show
shares
for it.
where you already were making way less, and now you're making a % off of what's actually being made on your video for ad revenue, and you're talking like, oh, I made $2 CPM. Sometimes it will go down like 50 cent CPM. And you're like, oh my God, I'm making 1/4 of what I did one day. You know.
He moved because
But anyway,
A, he wanted to get to the West Coast
because they had all these contracts that originally
shut the
were
fuck
so
up. The reason he moved to the West Coast and was so desperate to do it had nothing to do with weather and nothing to do with anything he says. Is because A, all the elite Street Fighter players live on the West Coast. If I live on the West Coast, I'll be given the respect that the West Coast players are given, because I'll be an elite West Coast player. And get penned away from her family. That was a straight up grooming job from him. She's away from her family, they won't be able to save her. But yeah, it was so he could be considered an elite West Coast player in Street Fighter, which obviously he wasn't ever, and to groom Panda.
Lucrative. And then all of a sudden,
No state income tax, but there was a state business tax, which he thought he didn't have to worry about because I'm not a business. I'm just going to write all this stuff off as a business expense, though, but I'm not a business.
they realized they effed everything up, and they had to change it all on the fly, and a lot of people ended up leaving in droves because they didn't want to be roped into that. So now let's continue, because there was a big debacle with that, and let's get into it.
Though the time also varies. And then there were the infamous perpetuity contracts, which means you were with Machinima forever. They even closed potential loopholes by also claiming the license of any channels you made within the time you were with them, and only they could terminate the contract with or without reason.
And that, by the way, that is not legally enforceable whatsoever. Those contracts, the perpetuity.
Are you gonna get a lawyer to fight
that
that DSP? No, that's what I
and the
thought.
fact that there's no way to really sever the contract, complete bullshit. You can't enforce that contract at all. It's not legally enforceable because they're actually in the state of California, and in the state of California, there's laws against contracts like this. So because their company is incorporated in California, they have to abide by the rules of California, and these contracts don't. So everyone's signing away, not realizing everyone's signing fluff contracts that aren't really legal. They're all illegal contracts. It's pretty stupid.
But you still signed it.
This was better than
You still signed it, jackass.
From YouTube. That's why there wasn't much of an issue with remaining with Machinima.
Right.
As articles such as this one, written by creator Adam Chandler, helps provide insight as to why these contracts and this attitude in the business world was not an irregularity.
And one thing I think a lot of viewers might want to understand a bit more about is the fact that this is not unique to Machinima. Like I call it bro culture. That's not really a fair assessment of a lot of different startups, but a lot of startups, and Justin TV, which turned into Twitch, was the same way. So I was involved with Justin TV as a creator and kind of a partner very early on. So 2007, 2008.
Wow, it's
as
way
a blogger, /livecaster. It was bros. Kyle, who's now a billionaire, Mike, who is now a billionaire, Justin, who's now a billionaire. They were just bros. They were college dropouts that were just trying to put things together on a shoestring budget, and they made mistakes. And they're not lawyers. They might have represented themselves as having kind of a legal precedent on saying things. But honestly, with when you have $500K or $1 million in seeding, and you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, and you're just all college buddies just trying to do something you are passionate about, it's kind of in your best interest to kind of play dumb and just say, bro, we're going to sue you if you get out, if you breach this contract. But in actuality, as soon as the creator lawyers up, you're like, okay, I guess it's serious. I'll stop now. But I wouldn't say that's correct behavior. Coming from the startup world, it's pretty common behavior.
As Machinima,
the problem was with Machinima, and by the way, tip came in. Thank you, whoever this is. I'll shout it out in a second. The problem with Machinima was they had control of your channel. So it's not like, oh, I just want to stop broadcasting on Twitch or Justin TV and I'll go somewhere else. Sue me if you don't like that. They had control of your channel. Like literally any video you uploaded to your channel, they had the ad rights. So you couldn't stop them from making money on your content once you were partnered with them. And you had to have them unlink your channel. You had no power to cut the cord with them and stop them from being partnered. And by the way, that's not just Machinima. That was everyone. Every partnership channel back in the day had complete control of your channel. You couldn't actually sever the contract at all. There was no way to do it. So that's really what I think we're going to get into next, is how that's really messed up. Because if you want to leave, you should have the ability to leave. And I think a lot of people couldn't do it.
But that's why they make you sign contracts so you can't leave.
Renatus, who just did a super chat and says, damn, Machinima are trash, eh? Well, as you're going to see, there's definitely a lot of negativity.
One of the reasons you do a contract is so you have everything in writing. Another reason you do a contract is so the person can't just be like, I'm bored with this, I'm not going to do it anymore, bye. Like, hey, you signed a contract, you got to do this until this date or until this part of the agreement's done. I'm bored, bye. Like, yeah, you can't do that. That's one of the main reasons to sign a contract.
But there's also a lot of positivity. Back in the day, the only reason I ever made money on YouTube and the reason that I became big was because of them. You know what I mean? Like, I never would have made any money doing it if it wasn't for them. I
would have been forced to get a real job,
again,
huh?
The company did run themselves into the ground and fall apart over time. So, yeah, there's some negatives and positives to be said. So I received a $13 tip. Says, I hope everyone is having a great day. It's Gunnar Glass this time, but I can't find the join membership button. It should be on the main page, correct, everybody? I'm trying to remember where is the join button to become a member of the channel. Does anyone know exactly where it shows up? I'm not sure.
Shouldn't you know this, DSP, since it's your channel?
Oh, Alex from Phoenix, that was you? Okay. It's not showing up? Well, I don't know why it wouldn't be showing up. Let me look. Hold on.
I don't know anything about
They
YouTube on my
removed
channel,
it. It's not
guys.
visible on mobile anymore. Wow. Why is it gone on mobile? Well, the good news is there's a way to do it without the button. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the link in the chat right now. This should work. Let's see if it pops up. There it is. And if you click on that link I just put into the chat, that should bring you directly to the page where you can join and become a member. Okay? In fact, it just popped up for me. So it does work. That's why I made that link, because YouTube fucks up from time to time, which is really stupid. I know. But
Wow,
if you
way
type
to
in that
shit on the
membership link,
only source
then
of
you click on
income
that
we
link,
have right
it'll
now.
actually bring you to where you can become a
Why
member
would I not
directly,
shit on the
okay?
only source of income I got,
So there you go.
guys?
So thank you,
Fuck
Alex, for
them.
Phoenix.
They owe me money anyways.
A $13 tip. That's very generous of you. Let's get a nice animation for you. Here we go.
Those poor gunner
And let's add that
glasses.
to our leaderboard. That means
Whenever
we
you play
qualify
Street
for
Fighter,
gunner
always rip
glasses.
them off and
I
get
put on a pair of
bitchy
gunner
about
glasses
them.
whenever we hit a $50 tips goal. Thanks for that. And then, of course, if we hit $100 today, you guys can vote for a hat for me to wear for today, which would be very nice. But I'll toss on my gunners for now. Very good.
And it'd be very nice if I could wear a hat today, guys. Hint, hint.
Cool. So there you go. If you want to become a member, you should be able to do it from that link. And anyone who wants to do that, just type !membership and the link should pop up on the chat. It's definitely there on the desktop. I don't know why it wouldn't be on mobile. It's pretty stupid. You probably gotta go like the main channel page on mobile or something, right? Okay.
Very organic.
All right, cool. Thank you very much.
Totally no way,
Alex
shape, or
from
form
Phoenix.
OIC or
We've gone about 34
Planet
minutes. We'll
Jeff
keep
or
going for a
anything.
bit before we come. I want to do this in 2 parts, so it's 2 digestible videos. But let's keep going for a little bit further. We're not even halfway through yet. I was figuring when we get around a halfway point is when we'll split the video. All right. All right. So let's keep going. Let's see what's next. I guarantee you he's going to get around to talking about how people wanted to get out of their contracts and they couldn't. So let's see here. Here we go.
Contracts could be perceived as uninformed, as much as they could be seen as created to directly take advantage of a creator's carelessness. Creators sometimes falsifying leaked contracts to ruin Machinima's reputation can only be seen as malicious.
It transpires. I did a lot of digging. I had various copies for people and ended up getting 2 ex-Machinima folks via LinkedIn to like confirm to me, oh yeah, that's totally the standard. Like I sent the first paragraph. This is totally the first paragraph, and this is the right one. And just sort of through deduction, I just realized that these must have been fakes. And I guess I was trying to figure out like what the motivation for the creators was to do that. Basically, kind of an onslaught of creators that all got together and said, let's make these guys look as bad as possible and kind of turn public opinion against them so that we all just be, renew our contracts or be let out of it. That's what I deduced from that.
As it stood in its peak in around 2011, Machinima externally was holding well with the promise of money from videos, reputation, and aggregation of higher quality content that YouTube's algorithm or recommendations failed to reproduce, considering just their main Machinima channel was the 3rd most subscribed YouTube channel and number 1 in total views.
Damn.
Internally, the larger channels that were propping up Machinima were privy to the lack of order, as some recorded in the actual Machinima offices.
But yeah, they were just very restrictive about it. A lot of weird things. It's almost like they were figuring it out as they went, but no one really quite knew, it seemed.
Yeah, he said before he might go back home when his parents die and inherit the house. But that's probably a newer plan of his. Because before, he had to get to the West Coast. He has to get Panda away from her family. He has to get to the West Coast Elite. I'm going to be a West Coast Elite, guys. I'm going to be a member of the Elite. Don't you know, guys? I'm going to be a member of the Elite Street Fighter crews. Yeah. It did not happen. So once he moved there, he's just dropped everything Street Fighter. He dropped everything FGC. He dropped everything about going outside the house. Once he got to that gated community, he just huddled down and just never left again.
Like what they were doing, and it became very apparent over time. It was just like
1,000,000% correct. Completely agree with him that in the time that I worked with Machinima, that is exactly correct how it felt. They had no idea what the hell they were doing. They were flying by the seat of their pants.
And yet, you
barely
still
knew
signed
how
a
to
contract with
keep
them.
the lights on. They didn't know how to run anything professionally. Like, they were just, it was a joke. Because this was supposed to be the company that I'm partnered with that, I'm relying on for income. But then they
And
would
yet
do
you still
ridiculous
signed a
things,
contract with them.
disorganization. Wait till I tell you the story about
These people
E3,
were so
which I'm gonna
inept
tell you
and
again,
terrible.
private reaction.
That's
They
why I
sent me
signed my
E3
life away to
2012.
them,
The most
guys.
disorganized
Yeah,
thing,
because
it
that
was a
makes
complete shit
sense.
show. So I completely agree with C-Nanners here that they didn't know what the hell they were doing.
yeah. So are there rules, or should we even be here, or what's happening? I just don't understand.
And with the YouTube Partner Program expanding and taking note of gaming channels, many were trying to get out as they could partner with YouTube directly and not have to split any of the revenue with Machinima. 2012 is when all the problems came to a head, and it really started to hit the fan all at once. While there were always complaints with things like Machinima having channels in their network mass favorite a video to promote it, videos getting overshadowed by others due to the mass uploads on every network, and the lack of reliability of content.
Mass uploads like
Machinima for getting out of contract,
30 videos
its
a
model
day
was
on one
holding
channel
with its three
DSP?
key aspects, but that wouldn't be for long. First under attack was the image. One of the more popular videos at the time was Oni NG's video replying to Machinima's repetitive attempts to get him on the network, while demonstrating the lack of Machinima's value and the contracts that bind the creators. As he'd later find out, Machinima contemplated a lawsuit as it had the internal team allegedly furious.
Chris, you made that video.
And that video was fucking hilarious. And actually, I remember that we might have talked about this, but they were like flipping fucking chairs over
That's
when they
what
heard
I've
about
been
that.
told.
That
told me
ruined them.
They were about to sue me and shit.
Yeah, they tried to, but
wow.
I remember
No, they
Lyle's
tried.
like,
they were like, should we? And
no,
then someone
Lyle's
was
like, you
no.
can't.
This is an attack on its reputation. But this was just the first in a series of problems. Next came a restructuring in how Machinima's YouTube videos were prioritized. Instead of focusing on viral content, YouTube's recommendations prioritized watch time to have viewers engage longer in a series and more towards individual channels where these series could be easier to access rather than fishing through Machinima's rapidly growing and unfocused catalog that was previously promoted more because of the viral videos it held.
This change in 2012 absolutely gutted and destroyed YouTube channels and businesses. Mine was one of them. All right, because previous
and yet
to that,
you still had no
videos were
problem
only 10 minutes long.
moving
There
to
was no way
Seattle.
have a video longer than 10 minutes. Okay, all of a sudden YouTube changed the site. Now, videos can be longer, right? Upwards. I think if I remember correctly, it was 30+ minutes. It was like you could go now, and the site favored watch time. So if people watched the video longer simply because the video was longer, that video got favored on YouTube. Now think of it this way: my business model is based on 10-minute long videos of gameplay. A lot of people don't watch the whole 10 minutes. They skim through to find an interesting part. A lot of gameplay is boring and repetitive. So my videos aren't getting a high percentage watch time, and my videos are shorter to begin with, right? So this change made it so that my videos were virally going crazy, getting hundreds of thousands of views, getting prominently featured on YouTube's pages and everything. Flip the switch. All of YouTube changes. And by the way, what you're reading here, okay, after investing $100 million to create content channels, YouTube's focus has shifted from directing viewers to videos of skateboarding dogs to enticing them into longer, more engaging videos, the kind that are, not incidentally, more appealing to advertisers. Guess how YouTube told everyone about this? You ready? They didn't. They did the change internally. They told no one. And all of a sudden, everyone started freaking out. Why is my channel getting less views, less engagement? Why aren't people finding my content on YouTube anymore? And actually, in the emails that I went through, I went back and forth with Machinima, I talked with them about this, like, why is my channel declining in popularity? By the way, this is before This Is How You Don't Play problems. This is when my channel was still very popular. All of a sudden, my views are tanking. What happened? I didn't change my content. People love the content. They say they can't find it or it's not related anymore. So what? And this hurt Machinima a ton, actually. This hurt Machinima a ridiculous amount. Because like they said, their content was based on viral popularity and getting these views based on like, oh, everyone send us your videos and we put them up. But those videos weren't getting big engagement because it was like 1,000 videos a day on one page. No one was watching those videos for too long. You see, a lot of people would go to machinima.com or the Machinima page on YouTube and just click through videos quick to see what was good. And that's not adding to the algorithm. So those videos weren't getting favored anymore and no one was finding them. So yeah, YouTube, this is
Womp womp.
This is a case of YouTube's internal changes that were completely changing.
Don't forget, guys, you can always become a member of my channel too if you want.
One of many times this happened.
This is an attack on the aggregation
Get access
model
to
of Machinima.
these
And finally,
emos,
the
get
most
access to
serious
my
blow.
Discord,
What really
which
brought on the collapse of Machinima was
sadly,
in April.
actually, no, I do have my
Caused
Discord up right
recent
now.
chaos in the
I
company.
can actually check it.
On April 12, 2012, YouTube opened the floodgates to
3
the partner
messages.
program. So long as you claim to have a single video that can be monetized, which you had all the copyright to, you could now become a YouTube partner. Reputation and its aggregate model aside, this moment spelled out the death of Machinima. But there was still time.
Yeah, there was still time, because you want to know why? Because there was a mass misinformation campaign. What happened was people started talking about it, and we were told.
I know, like some people live and die by Discord.
You can go ahead and you can be.
I completely forget about it. Like I will
but
go
just so you know,
days without.
us
Like, oh,
partner
hey,
networks
that's
are
right. I have
getting
a
better
Discord.
ads. We're getting to ads that pay more. So if you want to make more money, you got to stay with us. You know. The other thing is, keep in mind, when you were partnered with YouTube, no matter what, you had that revenue share contract. Okay, so you were dependent on what was the ads making that month. If it's the summertime, you're making almost nothing no matter what you put out. If it's like the fall when it's Christmas ads, now you're making tons of money. If you were with Machinima, you had those flat rate contracts. You were guaranteed to make money no matter what, as long as you had views. So people saw staying with Machinima, even though you could have been individually a partner with YouTube directly, people saw being with an MCN like Machinima as more stability. If I stay with Machinima, I still have the same pay every month as long as I'm pumping out the same amount of videos to get the same amount of views. If I go and be an individual partner with YouTube, there's fluctuation. There's a chance that sadly I could have a very slow month. And how do I pay my bills? Just because ad revenue was down in the summertime, you see? So a lot of people wanted to stay with the partner networks despite the fact they had the ability to move out and do their own thing because they saw the stability in it. There you go.
Yeah, he loves having Discord. I tell the truth about having Discord. Don't do this. I keep forgetting to use it. Well, he's constantly in his going, whales,
But in May
whales,
2012,
help!
things started to go really bad. The catalyst was likely contracted creators wanting to partner with YouTube directly and leave Machinima to get the maximum out of their money. But Machinima, to some creators, said, no, you signed a contract. And while some creators give a point of release, others, like in the case of Brain Deadly, a World of Warcraft content creator, had a contract in perpetuity and can only be released by Machinima. Displeased at the prospect of an eternity working under Machinima, Brain Deadly decided the best option altogether was to leave YouTube. And this video reached more than just a few of his fans, as it reached Athene, who was another large content creator at the time, and in solidarity decided he wanted to leave his contract as well. This got the attention of Total Biscuit, who wasn't even contracted with Machinima.
Total
and so
Biscuit,
this spread
rip.
far and wide simply because Machinima did not want
Evan
to let
chat
go
for
of
Total
a creator.
Biscuit.
Soon other creators were pouring over the contracts, regretting only reading sign here. And unknown to many creators at the time, contracts in perpetuity or holding someone forever are not held up in court.
That's right. There's no such thing as a perpetuity contract like this that will ever hold up legally. You have to have actual guidelines and things. You know, again, they're incorporated in, I think it's the state of California, and each state has their own laws. Wherever you incorporate, you have to abide by the laws there. And there's no law in California that says you could sign your entire existence away forever. That's illegal. So their contracts were never legal. Literally, any contract you ever signed with Machinima was never legal until they got rid of that perpetuity clause, which I don't know if they ever did. So everything was always bullshit.
But you still signed
By the
up
way,
for
thank
him,
you to
didn't you,
K-Styles
bitch?
1998, who just re-upped their membership for 5 months. I appreciate that, K-Styles. Thank you for the support.
It's an
By the way,
Ultra
guys,
member,
if you're enjoying
too.
This, if you could possibly
That's like
like this video,
$50
leave
or something
comments
like
on
that.
it, let me know
Holy
what you
shit.
think. That's key. Were you ever involved with Machinima? Did you ever have a contract with them? Did you have workings with them? What did you think of them? What did you hear about them? Did you know about any of this stuff that was going on back in the day with Machinima? I'm curious, okay? Let me know, what do you think about what I'm adding to this? Do you think this is neat stuff that I'm adding, my takes and stuff? Let me know. If you're here live on the stream, are you having a good time? If you are, please like the stream. All right, perhaps consider supporting the stream with a super chat or a membership or a tip. Thank you. Let's continue.
And will often be construed as either party can leave at will, not just Machinima whenever they feel like it. For those that did know about this, would still have to sue Machinima to get out of their contract,
Right.
and made for a rather unpleasant game of chicken, as creators initially began to sue Machinima, no doubt adding compounding legal fees.
I signed a contract with Machinima in perpetuity. They never treated me poorly. I had to sue them to get out of that contract because it was not only unfair but illegal. These were my friends that worked at the company, and this situation is the spitting image of mine.
This is something PewDiePie had to do as well.
Wow.
In 2012, he was quickly rising to the top of the YouTube ranks. But Machinima likely didn't know he was part of the network because he had an associate get him into the MCN. And when he tried to leave, he was in one of those perpetuity contracts, to where he had to hire a lawyer to get out. So a new Machinima strategy seemed to be implemented. And that was just ignore creators' emails.
Yep.
Which was something they were already decently good at. Until creators threatened legal actions for contracts and perpetuity and where they would be let go.
So here's the thing. Machinima was so into just swiping up everyone. Like they said, 15,000 YouTube channels within the first year, and each year probably growing. Once they have 100,000, 200,000 YouTube channels under their wing, how on earth do they ever think they're going to actually answer their requests? Okay? And the answer is they're not going to. All right? I personally, because I was one of their bigger creators at the time, had personal contact.
He'd take the money and then throw the wallet in a trash can.
Who I knew I could talk
He wouldn't
to
even throw it in a...
at any time via email, or I even had their like.
Live advice: if you find a wallet on the ground, you can drop it off at any mailbox, like the blue UPS mailbox, USPS, whatever mailboxes. They'll go, oh, hey, here's the ID, here's their address. They'll send the wallet there. Great tip.
I could text them, and that's how I would contact them about important issues. But most people who were with the company who weren't bigwigs, big content creators, had no one. They were told, just shoot an email. You would shoot an email, and no one would literally ever respond. Okay? Eventually what ended up happening, which I don't know if June will get into this, they created a system that everyone uses now. It's that stupid Zendesk log system, where whenever you have a concern, you have to put your concern into Zendesk, and what it does, it goes to some off-site where people who are paid just to take in customer support logs, take them in, sort them, and then filter them off to the appropriate parties. But they didn't do that until many years later. I'm talking like 2013, 14, 15. Then they started the Zendesk system. So up until then, you were basically working by yourself. And for certain people like me, I didn't care. Like, I didn't really need that much help. You know, I didn't have issues too much with certain kinds of copyright or anything. It wasn't a big deal to me. And if I needed help, usually they would give me the actual help that I needed directly via email. So I really didn't have that much issue with them. And that's why all the years I was with them, I never had a problem until the very end. But everyone else was like, oh my God, if ever I need help, they don't help me. And I was like, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, I get help probably because I'm bigger and I'm making them more money, you know? And that's bullshit. Everyone should have gotten, you know, fair treatment, and a lot of people did not.
But if they treated everyone the same and didn't give him special treatment, he would have thrown a shit fit over it. Ace Man, how's it going?
In the case for everyone, but it was known as the worst case scenario held by the unique position of YouTubers, that whether it be a minor or major issue, could build or destroy a reputation at will. Those less sympathetic to the outcries called out these creators for not reading the contract before signing, but that was still the minority opinion amongst forums discussing.
But DSP, you should be laughing at that because you didn't read the contract.
While displeasure of Machinima was spreading, the whole was still looked upon positively, especially by YouTube, that in some areas were as directionless as Machinima. In fact, the same month of this outrage, it was being reported that Machinima received $35 million in a funding round led by none other than Google.
Yep,
And
Damn.
almost immediately, Machinima focused on trying to appeal to traditional media investors more and more.
These are numbers that any broadcast network would absolutely drool to be able to boast about, certainly with their online presence.
It was a decision that, to ensure its survival, had to be made after YouTube's large-scale expansion of its partnership program. But how do you sell to investors? How do you make YouTube, a website that was looked down upon by traditional media like cable television, look like a promising investment and change their perspectives on creators who to them look like a ragtag group of disheveled secondary producers? To do that, you don't actually mention what your business model was or how it worked, which was a middleman to get monetized on YouTube. They did try, as these large creators were leaving, more creators were somehow joining, which will be explained in a moment. So the brothers do a round of conferences and attend events promoting Machinima, but not as we've seen it. They promote the numbers it gets worldwide, but hardly attribute it to the
Wow.
creators. Instead,
I'm not kidding you. What I'm seeing right now answers all of my questions about Machinima 1,000,000%, and explains everything about what was wrong with this company.
And you just
They
now
needed
realize
money,
this on DSP.
So they went to investors and advertised themselves as a broadcast network. They claimed they were a TV show. Get it? So what happened was people invested to make television shows, which is why they started pumping out shit like the Mortal Kombat show, the Halo show, or the Halo movie. This is why. They lied. They actually falsely represented themselves at trade shows and said that they were going to be a network that could broadcast this content to the world, when in reality, all they were was a multi-channel network that was making money off of people's gameplay videos. 1,000,000%, this answers all my questions right here. Because I always wondered, why was it that if they're supposed to be an MCN, why are they making a Halo show? Why are they doing a Mortal Kombat series? Why are they asking me as their partner to advertise their shows? And
But you just said you knew about Red versus Blue. If you knew about Red versus Blue, then why are you wondering, why are they asking me to do this? Why are they asking me to do that, guys? You just said you knew about Red versus Blue, jackass.
like their shows, it didn't make sense. Why not promote the gameplay? Because they couldn't get investor money for that. They wanted to grow, and wow.
They wanted to grow and make more money,
themselves.
jackass.
Look, monthly likes, comments, social shares, average. But this is on gameplay videos. It doesn't matter what. All that means nothing if you don't explain the context. They don't explain any context. They just say, oh, please give us money so we'll make a TV show for you. Wow.
They focus on both planning to host TV quality content and their own in-house made productions. Something they've been doing for quite some time.
Okay.
Like with
So I think this is a good opportunity.
Something they've been doing for quite some time. Like
so the whole
Red
first part
versus
here
Blue.
was the history of the startup of Machinima and who they were as the MCN, right? Now, I feel like the second half of this documentary is going to be covering how they basically changed to be some kind of a production company for TV and movies, and that's where they went awry. So, perfect time to split the part. If you've been watching so far, thank you. Please remember, if you're enjoying this content, engagement is key. If you could like the video, if you could leave some comments, let me know what you think up to this point of what we learned, or about my takes on it. And thanks. I'm actually very excited. Now
Engagement is key, but I'm going to edit and delete any comments that I don't like.
Around 2016, 2017, that's when I had my falling out with them. And at that point, I think they were all.
That reminds me I should go.
So we're gonna find out.
Because I keep
anyway,
forgetting
thanks for watching.
Like, I'll
See you in
respond to
part
comments,
2.
but I keep forgetting there's the whole section
My batteries are low.
withheld comments, where I gotta go through and approve them all.
That was
and it's weird because it'll be like, oh, they said the word shit.
Let's do
It's
that.
like, okay, approve. Alright, but then the other was like, they didn't say anything, like, there's no bad words in this. Why was it hidden? I don't get it.
Swap the battery.
Professional. Disappears from his own stream.
Cool. I got caught. All right, good stuff, right? All right, great thing to split there. I stretched my leg. We're gonna continue. I basically want to continue with this, and then after we finish this, probably it'll be around time for food. We'll see if the food's arrived, and then after that, we're gonna go into my react part where I talk about all my history with Machinima. All right, but so far so good. I really like these videos.
Eating
so far,
on
Ricky did a good
camera,
job,
just
though.
what we need to
All
see.
Right? I think so. So guys, one thing I'd like to say, thank you for chilling. Thank you so far for the support. We just hit 100 likes. So let's do a silly celebratory bubble blow. Actually, hold on a second. I guess we can stretch this out. It doesn't look right. Hold on. Let's do a celebratory bubble blow.
Professional.
All right.
Wow, now I'm gonna use the bubble blowers today?
Thank you for the engagement. I appreciate the engagement here on the channel. If we every 100 likes, we'll do that again. All right, every 100 likes, another bubble blow for you guys. All right. Now, keep in mind this is the only stream I'm doing today.
So exciting,
so if
guys.
you guys could support it, I'd really appreciate it. And one of the great ways you could support it is by doing a super chat, maybe a membership or a gifted membership or a tip. All appreciated. We did hit our tier 1 tips goal. It would be great to hit tier 2. Keep in mind, I'm not doing a second stream. This is it. So,
guys, I'm not doing a second stream today. This is my only stream today. So, if I get some super chats, it's the last day of the month, guys. All super chats will go to my YouTube payment next month. Actually, I think I've already broken $100, so I don't really care. Yay, I'm gonna get like $105 in my YouTube check next month. Woohoo! But wait a minute, I have a full-time job. So, oh no, I'm only getting $100 and $105 check from YouTube. Guys, it's $105 I can spend on something else. As opposed to going, guys, how am I supposed to get new Street Fighter Duel characters if you don't give me more super chats and more memberships, guys? God, I'm glad I got a full-time job. I don't have to be worrying about the fucking YouTube checks like he does.
So, thank you for supporting the channel, and please support. If you do, I'll give you a shout out, and I'll put you on the leaderboard. All right. In fact, thank you to Gabriel, who just became a channel member. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for the membership. That's our first new member of the day. I'm trying to hit 120 members, and I know we can do that by the end of the stream.
Say $105 I'll pay for my electric and my water bill for the month.
Or gifting some memberships for the
my
community.
electric and water bill are paid for by YouTube in August. All right.
All right, you guys ready to continue? All right.
And Tom, how's it going?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back.
Yes, he has confirmed that he said that he only spent like $10 the entire time I've been playing it, guys, during the Street Side Scrollers interview. But he has M Bison. And Bison costs $99.99 plus tax. So he spent more than $5 or $10.
To my live react to the June the King documentary on Machinima titled The Greatest Business Failure in YouTube History. So far, in part 1, we covered Machinima's history as being a website where people uploaded actual Machinima content like edited gameplay videos, to them becoming a very successful YouTube channel and a hub for people to upload their content and make money, to becoming an MCN or multi-channel network where people would then partner with them and upload to their own channels, and the ad revenue would go to Machinima and they would pay a rate to the content creator.
Winter, when I'm running my electric heat, yeah, my electric bill will be up, $150.
Company. Where we left off is that around 2012, excuse me, Machinima started misrepresenting themselves by going to these conferences and claiming that they were a network that was a broadcast network, and therefore people should invest in them so that they could make broadcast shows. This is not what they were known for. This is not what they did. They've blatantly misrepresented themselves to the industry to make money. So let's see how that pans out, because I specifically remember, as I was a partner with this company, many times in the history of me being a partner, they would contact me and say, you've got to promote this new show we've got. Promote the Mortal Kombat series. Promote the new Halo movie we made. Promote this and that. And I was like, why are you making that? Like, you're an MCN. You're supposed to be focusing on us, the partners, and our prosperity, and us becoming, more profitable.
Yes, how dare they try to make more money?
TV show? Who asked you
I
to do
just
that?
love how offended he is that they tried to make more money.
They lied to investors to get the money, so then they had to do it.
Like, why are you this offended?
By the way,
them making
shout out to
more
June
money.
King, great documentarian in my opinion. Check out his YouTube channel. I strongly recommend it. Great content. All right.
California Problem. How's it going?
Series by me released in 2010. That was also promoted by YouTube on their official blog and on one of their fastest growing channels. And the result was it was liked by the viewer base, and in about 2 months, the first episode alone got 3 million views.
Wow.
But then a year later, it only stacked an additional 1.5 million views. And then 3 years later, another million views. There is little longevity in garnering continued viewership, which is the point of these projects now. Take a look at Shane Dawson's channel, where there is no production value, aside from maybe a Halloween costume. These, in 2 months, get half the viewership in what an actual YouTube-promoted Machinima presented series got in 5 years.
There you go.
And this was what Machinima was saying was its future. This was their next big step, which was initiated with the Machinima Prime channel. The core channels like Machinima and Machinima Respawn were oversaturated in a market where the demand for gaming content had been met long ago. They were an unfocused amalgamation of videos with like commonalities piled and overshadowed one after another. Machinima Prime was meant to be yet another filter. This was the high-quality stuff, with Halo Forward Unto Dawn presented as a flagship project.
Yep, that was it. Halo Forward Unto Dawn, that was the show that they were promoting, and they wanted all their partners to promote it too.
Alongside other game series revolving around Mortal Kombat. It took only a year for Machinima Prime to become the same unfiltered mess. Additionally, by the end of 2012, Machinima still wasn't even a profitable company.
No, we're almost profitable.
Also, by the start of 2012 and by the end of it, they had still grown to cover about 2,000 more creators. But not big creators, just more smaller and smaller creators. Because if you got to them while they are still small, you can bind them in a contract.
It's just funny because how are you, one of the top view channels on YouTube, right? How are you supposedly so well known? There's name recognition. Everyone on YouTube knew Machinima. How are you not profitable? Obviously, what that tells you is the management is doing something wrong. If you have everything that you would,
like you've done everything wrong.
Available, if you have, think about it. You have all the tools. You have a hammer, you have a saw, you have power drill, you have concrete, you got nails, you got everything. But
Guys,
you
the
can't
Monsters
build
first
something,
aired on
right?
Machinima?
There's a
Ooh, that's
problem
cool.
there. It's you. It's not the tools, it's the talent. The management of Machinima didn't have the talent.
You're the talent of Machinima. If you're working for Machinima, you're the talent, quote unquote.
To make the company
Jackass.
profitable because they were idiots.
You can get them before they're partnered directly with YouTube or another network. And more importantly, you can inflate your numbers. Here is where more theorizing comes into play, and we can try to go into the minds of Machinima. As established, they've lost one of the pillars, which was exclusivity to pay creators for their work. Their reputation
Right,
was...
because now creators can make money either with another network or through YouTube. So it didn't matter. That exclusivity was gone. There was no real reason to be partnered with an MCN at one point, okay?
progressively getting worse, as more and
Okay.
more creators are denouncing Machinima, but YouTube and more importantly traditional media companies are none the wiser. Which goes to the third point where YouTube still thinks Machinima is essential. We know this thanks to this person, Courtney Liskey, a member of the YouTube business.
He's actually shown it. He actually did go to a
represents the ideas
school.
of YouTube, and she thinks Machinima is necessary.
But it's just more proof that, of my opinion, that his dad did his homework for him.
This information.
His dad did his homework for him, which is why he initially went for something computer science related. But Daddy didn't know anything about computers, so he had to switch over to business management.
Is wrong. This is at the bottom of the screen. So basically, June is saying what she's about to say. She works for YouTube, and she's going to say all bullshit. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Okay.
Works, but some of the original ones on YouTube were Maker, Machinima, Fullscreen, and these developed because creators were doing everything themselves, and it wasn't really scalable, and it distracted them from creating content. So these companies came in, and they saw scales of economy by offering them certain services, whether it was ad sales,
Wrong.
or production facilities,
Wrong.
or doing cross promotion.
Completely wrong.
And so we saw the emergence of these networks, and I think what we're seeing over time.
She's an idiot. She's a high up at YouTube. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. No one signed up to any of those networks for those reasons. She's a complete moron.
Really, not a single person signed up for that reason, huh? Once again, DSP proving that he's psychic. Not a single person signed up for that reason. Not one in the history of Machinima.
Content is uploaded every minute. 4 billion is watched every month.
She's literally just rattling off a bunch of numbers that mean nothing, right? Oh, you're so smart because you have a bunch of statistics you memorized for this fucking speech, but you have no idea about what made MCNs popular. That's hilarious.
It's how do you actually build an audience and generate it?
Don't worry, I'm sure she probably made like 300-400K, probably base pay for someone like this. Genius.
Into them having
How dare she make money for doing her job? Only me am supposed to be making money for doing my
networks like Machinima
job.
offered sponsorships or even better ad placements, that aspect came after the growth of Machinima and was likely implemented as a bullet point to join them over other networks. This, like personal consultants, promised growth, and more was
All
all
about
done
the
to
money,
bring more content
money,
to
money,
creators.
money. It's all
Another key
about the
point
money.
is the aggregator or curator of content aspect, which was about to be knocked off Machinima's benefit list, which is when Liskey's tone changed 2 months later.
So you're curating as well as aggregating and providing all the other mechanisms underneath it all. So you're
Yeah,
really
so I think
changing.
that's something that's been missing from YouTube is that curation aspect, and so this is a piece of it. Traditionally, what's been happening is we've been relying almost on the multi-channel networks to be the curators. Those are the ones that were mentioned before, like the Machinima, Maker, Fullscreen, right? They aggregate an audience at scale. They're focused on a vertical, and they know our audience really well. But we're also now trying to be curators.
For her to go from praising the networks as a curator in the YouTube space to now, in essence, saying we are bypassing them by enhancing the algorithm to more accurately curate content for you is extremely drastic.
Yeah. So, on the one hand, she's saying that, oh, these MCNs were useful because of all these reasons. Then a couple of months later, she gets interviewed. She's like, oh, yeah, so all they did, they were curators of content, and now we're doing that ourselves, so you don't need them anymore. I noticed this when
So they can make more
was still
money.
with Machinima. I
So
started
YouTube
seeing
can make more money.
these different
Wow, how dare YouTube try to make more money?
things happen. And you would even get an email from YouTube.
How
and they'd
dare a
be like,
woman make
hey, just
$300,000,
so you know,
guys?
we implemented a new thing.
That's what I was
You can
making
just-
at my
you can click
height.
Partner network by clicking
Really,
this button.
$300,000? Where'd that money go?
I was like,
Shut
huh?
up, you're banned.
And it was true. Like, you would go into your channel, and all of a sudden, there'd be a new button that came out of nowhere. Sever from your partner network right now. Press this button. And I was like, why would that be there? And come to find out, what happened was YouTube wanted people to quit partner networks. They now wanted to become the direct partner with you. They basically felt like partner networks had become either predatory or just not necessary anymore. So they were actually trying to push creators away from them by implementing ways to just get out of your contract. And like, well, why would I want to get out of my contract? I don't understand. You know, but here's the button if you want to do it. It's there. Oh, okay. Well, at least I know it's there. That's nice, but it's kind of weird that they're kind of like all of a sudden pushing this. I got a couple of tips. Let's see here. I got a $2 tip from Terry Bogard Neo Geo fan. I went to a flea market and saw a cabinet for a game called Toy Fighters, a 1999 fighting game from Sega. Never ported to consoles. You ever play it? You play one-on-one as a plushie or an action figure. It was weird looking. I know you played it a ton.
That
I've
sounds
never
pretty
heard of that
cool.
one. It was from 99. That's like the very end of the fighting game boom in arcades. And arcades were actually on the way out. So that's probably why I never heard of it. Was it 3D? Because the thing is, at that point, I mean, there were a lot of games that were like spin-offs of Mortal Kombat and stuff that were 3D games that no one ever played. So maybe that's what it was. It was that era of just the slosh games just being tossed out there. I've never heard of a Toy Fighters. But thank you very much for the tip. I also got another $2 tip. This one is from Jimmy James Jr. Why didn't you leave your contract when PewDiePie left? He brought them to court when it was ruled their contracts were unlawful. Because I had no reason to leave. I was making good money on my contract.
He was making a fuck ton of money, guys.
I had a more lucrative contract than most Machinima partners. They actually still had me in a flat rate contract for a very long time. It wasn't until I don't know exactly. This will be in my React coming up after this to me. I'll be talking about my history with Machinima. I have the emails that actually have the date when they decided to change my contract from flat rate to a percentage share. And even then, guess what the percentage was that they gave me? 100%. They wanted to keep me so badly.
I think you're talking about the Toy Fighter game.
$0 on me. Zero. So there was no reason for me to leave because I was making the same money that I would have done if I was with YouTube anyway. Do you see? So they loved me. They really wanted me to stay with their company for the longest amount of time. And they were paying me as much money, you know? So that's what I mean. Like, there was no reason for me to ever leave. Everyone was telling me, they were like, didn't you hear that PewDiePie, the biggest YouTuber, left? Why would you stay? You know, doesn't that mean that that's bad? I was like, well, I don't have an issue with Machinima. They answer my emails. They pay me money. You know,
unless the paycheck has a lot of zeros on it, then you'll sell out for it.
You know? And then, of course, later on, shit happened, and we'll talk about that, okay? But that's for the other reactive thing I'm doing today. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you for the $2 tip. Let's continue.
This may or may not have been influenced by the lack of interest in Machinima, as it failed to get even close to the targeted amount in the new round of investments.
Wow, plans to bring on more funding have fallen through, and the company went through a series of layoffs. I wonder if that's 2016. The reason I say that, because 2016, all my contacts were laid off. Everyone. I had no one to talk to whatsoever. Yeah.
It closed later in that year, not helped by the new business model of SVOD, or subscription video on demand, which is Netflix's model. A now universally looked down upon model due to its web-based content trying to enter the streaming wars and compete with companies like Disney.
Yeah, that was idiotic.
The argument made by Philip Devoise for why gamers were more susceptible to subscribe to a potential Machinima SVOD was interesting at the least.
I can't wait to hear this. So a paid subscription service for Machinima. Just think of it this way. Why do you go to YouTube? Think about it. Why do you go to YouTube? Because at any moment, you can open up YouTube. There's a bajillion free videos you can watch on demand on any topic, right? And there's no investment. It doesn't cost anything. It's all just instant gratification.
And you gotta deal with ads every now and then.
So now, you're gonna change YouTube from being instant gratification for any topic you want to you have to pay for a subscription to see the content. So you've undermined the entire reason anyone goes to YouTube. You could do on-demand content anywhere else on the net right now. Why would you need to do it on YouTube? It doesn't even make sense. The whole idea is flawed. But they were actually pushing for this at one point. So anyway, here we go.
We have a very interesting audience because they're very accustomed to that, whether it's Xbox or Netflix or a game that they subscribe to monthly, or they do a lot of microtransactions in free-to-play games. They're wired for that concept of like.
Well, you got YouTube Premium that he's always harping about.
But they already get it from all those other sources. They don't need you.
No, the only reason he harps on
something extra.
The only reason he harps on the YouTube Premium is, guys, you can watch all my videos and you don't have to see ads, but I'll still get ad revenue. So, guys, don't you want to do that? Make me more money? It's all about the money.
How about what they already have? They see you as the free content. So you can't change your model and expect to be successful. You are a dunce. Here he's probably the CEO or a bigwig at Machinima. He's a fucking dunce.
You know, and access for a certain kind of fee on a monthly basis. So
these are good buzzwords for investors, like the ones that funded Machinima last year, where Machinima was claiming to use that money for not only original series, but also expansions to different countries by collecting creators of those countries on other sub-networks like Machinima UK, as Philip Devoise was stating.
So we're going to be launching Machinima UK, Machinima France, Machinima Germany, maybe along with a few other countries over the next 6 to 8 months. And
over the next 6 to 8 months. So when's UK going to launch?
UK is actually launched in a very quiet beta right now. We're testing a lot of different things and ideas, so we haven't really promoted it.
What does that even mean? Machinima UK. You're on the fucking internet. The UK can see it right now. You're not a physical location store that people go and shop at. What the fuck is Machinima UK? What does that even mean? He's an idiot. This is the head of the company. He's a fucking moron. Machinima UK, Machinima...
UK has different laws than America. UK has a different monetary system. They have different tax laws. So it would make sense, like, hey, we're going to have Machinima America, Machinima UK, and maybe Machinima Japan, because different countries have different laws, different tax groups, different monetary systems. No, pound, euro, dollar, yen. DSP, I get it. Everything outside of your office doesn't exist. Only your office matters. If it goes in your office, that's all that matters. But guess what? There's a whole wide world out there for that.
journeyman. You're already on the web everywhere, you fucking incredible dunce. Huh?
They've lost creator and YouTube interest, so who was left? Well, that's easy. It's the least in tune of all, which are traditional media networks that want in on this new online space.
Warner Brothers
and are willing to
invested.
shell out money
Yep.
to get a position in it. To expand, we have Ken Burton, who was loosely employed as a talent scout for UK-based creators and gathered sponsorships to launch Machinima UK, where the set sponsors would cover the cost 3 times over. So certainly Machinima would bite, which is why he flew to the Machinima offices in the United States to pitch them the idea, where it was promptly ignored because they likely wanted to sell
He
the company
can't
as
eat
it was
chicken
right
that's
now.
so on the bone, but he's gonna tell everyone else that they're doing
Machinima
things wrong,
was
huh?
never intended to
Good to know,
be a
DSP.
business that would be kept. It was a business idea, a startup that would grow to a certain degree and then get sold off, and then they'd move on to the next big thing. Right? That was the whole idea.
It never
And
happened.
I think that at that time, maybe they were talking to Warner Brothers, and they were talking to other people about selling the business. So they wouldn't sell the
And yeah,
business.
they're owned by
they
Warner
wouldn't
Brothers last time I
expect that they were
checked.
about to sell the business.
Right.
And that's the only logic I can come up with, because the thing paid for itself.
It should also be noted that this is not a rare goal for startups. Many sell their businesses, which show great potential, and is why companies are willing to pay in the millions for them. And then suddenly everything makes sense.
I love that the one guy on the left was wearing a hat in that office because it was complete stock footage.
Machinima is inflating their numbers to look more enticing to potential buyers. It's not responding to emails, not just because they don't want creators to leave, but also because they don't want to hemorrhage more money to buy the actual support for the creators.
Exactly.
Before Ken was fired from Machinima, he was instructed to bring extremely small creators on without the promise of pay.
Now, a couple of months prior to that, the writing was on the wall, because I got a call from a guy at Machinima, and he said, we need to kill your budget for the UK. Excellent. Right, okay, so we're going back to the model.
If he ever
of,
realizes the pot calling the kettle black,
working
he probably
on advertising.
Minecraft himself.
He said no.
Meh.
I said, well, how are we going to pay for content? He said, we're not. Okay, how do I get content? He said, just, you know, if people can get these YouTubers that have got 3 subs, and they'd be very grateful, I'm sure, to make a video.
Ah, wow.
Right, okay, so I can no longer have Jack Frags or CNANers, or not CNANers, but Syndicate or KSI. I can't have anybody anymore that's well known and sort of famous in the UK. All I can do is pick up on 12-year-old kids.
It was also not uncommon for them to take on creators under the age of 18, where a parent's permission was required, but the only verification they needed was an e-signature, so creators as young as 12 years old were signed into the company like Creator Advanced UAV.
Yeah, that's highly illegal, I'm sure.
That's so bad. You're gonna sign someone up who's a kid, and there's no way to even verify if their parent was really involved or if it's all bullshit, right? Wow, that's fucked up. That's the first I've ever heard of that. That they were signing kids into contracts and shit. That's fucking messed up, man.
Was their youngest partner at that time? Because I know they have like some 14-year-old, but when I signed my deal, I was 12, so I don't think that's even like an age where you're supposed to have a YouTube channel yet. So they let me sign, and it wasn't as professional back then, so they didn't really care if I was under 18 or even under 13.
And so, about signing, like, Machinima, what they say is, if you're under the age of 18, then you had to have, like, a parent sign your contract. Is that what you did?
They told me to do that, but they never actually like fact-checked as to who signed it, so I just forged the signature.
There you go.
I did.
There you go.
For creators under the age of 18, Machinima seemed extremely careful in letting them out when requested.
So I had a direct contact that I was given to, and I think he works now at Twitter, or he
Not anymore.
So,
now it's the
he's
X
been in
app.
industry for a bit, so I ended up just DMing him, and
Not the X app, it's just X.
No doubt a difficult
Goddamn
feat
boomer.
considering their continued rounds of layoffs, because Machinima was also laying off more employees than just Ken. So there was even less support for creators, and more creators were being added with even less support.
Yep.
Mr. Stark, the producer of Machinima,
I was one of them,
also
guys.
brought
They
up
stopped
complaints.
supporting
As
me.
views started to descend and other studios were coming up, like Maker and all them, the desperate ploys to stay relevant by
Yeah.
Machinima was
Yeah.
just upload more vids. We
Yeah.
need more views,
Yeah.
and we need those numbers to tell people, you
That we're still
know,
around.
that are going to buy the company. That was all they wanted to do, was sell the
Sell-
company for like, you know, billions and billions of dollars. That's what they wanted.
All of this was a recipe for chaos.
Sounds
that
like it worked
Machinima
'cause they
had
sold
to
to
endure in
WB.
whatever way it could until it was sold off to Time Warner, which it was in talks with. And if it sold to Time Warner, they
Or
certainly
Time
had the
Warner.
funding to sustain a larger workforce and probably manage.
I thought it was
their
WB. I
time.
swear it was
We
WB.
got about 8 minutes
I
left.
mean, I'm wrong.
Okay, I was curious because we're about 25 minutes into this. I can't see. Okay, because this part will probably end up being about 30, 40 minutes long, which is what I was estimating. Interesting. So this is now, I wonder what year this is, because I wish they would say the year. He hasn't mentioned the year yet, and I'm wondering what year exactly this was happening. I remember when Time Warner / Warner Brothers was talking about invest in.
Same thing,
And then they did. And there was all this talk about, oh, now that Warner Brothers has invested in Machinima, does that mean there's going to be exclusive stuff with Injustice and other games like that? And I was like, I don't know. People were asking me because I was a Machinima partner. And I'm like, I don't know what this means for the company. You know, Machinima never contacted their partners over this stuff. So it was, you would hear after the fact, oh, they got a new round of investment money from so-and-so. That's great. What does that mean for partners? No one would know. So people were like, oh, this is great. Maybe you'll have exclusive access to a new Injustice game. You'll be able to do content. You do fighting games. It'd be great for you, Phil. And nothing ever happened.
That would have been great.
Like, nothing material.
But nothing happened. Womp womp.
In the meantime, Machinima had to sustain itself, and to do so delved into even shadier strategies like uploading their videos to Blip.tv, a competitor of YouTube, and one where they could reap all the revenue of their uploaded videos without their contracted creators even know.
Yes.
This was discovered by creator Ross Scott, who contacted Machinima because the contract he signed did not detail Machinima being allowed to cross-post his content. Yet his content was still up there, and he was not getting a cut from it.
Wow, that's fucking real messed up. So not only would they sign you to an unenforceable illegal contract, then they would just do your content whatever they wanted. They would start uploading it to other channels. Do you see? You'll see when I go into my own React event about the dark side of Machinima, well, I had dealings with them. I was always incredibly apprehensive about uploading my content to their channels.
But you still did it.
And now you'll make ad revenue on my video.
Guys, I was really nervous about making all these deals with them. So you backed out? No, of course not. I went right into it. Balls deep. Good to know.
Videos on my channel, but I almost never, in my entire time, over 6 years that I dealt with this company, almost never uploaded a video to their channel. I think I uploaded one video on like Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think I uploaded my Project 7 series, and maybe over that entire time, 1 or 2 other videos, and that was it. But imagine if you were uploading your whole catalog of videos to their channel, and then all of a sudden they start uploading to a different business, and you make no money on that. How insane is that, right? Holy shit.
Was hardly the only creator this was being done to, as shown not only in the existing archive screenshots of their page, but also in Ross Scott's own 63 screenshots of content that Machinima was reaping the entire revenue over. Immediately after being discovered, Machinima removed the Blip channel, but that hardly did anything to the already archived evidence. Attempts to bring in more funding were also falling through. Employees were still being let go, in-house production was being cancelled, and even the Devilwan brothers were cheating from their roles, introducing Stefan Sempervino, who had a history in working for large service-based companies. The time to sell was not even right now.
By the way, want to know the truth? This is the guy right here that got my contract terminated with Machinima. This man right here, this genius, who then tanked the company. So they put him in charge of the company.
They tanked because they cut me, guys. They didn't cut me. They'd still be in business, I swear.
This is the man who canceled my contract with Machinima. I know, because I looked him up right after. Yep.
Even NPR was giving it bad publicity. It was a year ago when the value of the company was theoretically the highest.
They would still be in business if it weren't for me,
guys. As the big players kept on leaving, they could have kept me and
still been making billions of dollars
on sponsorships. While Machinima always had sponsorships, there was an even greater focus to sponsor creators and integrate promotions in their videos. This is done through promoting said product in a video and announcing, in accordance to FTC guidelines, that you are being paid to promote said product as to notify your audience that your opinions are influenced by the money you are receiving.
So, this is another thing that happened when I was with them. It's weird that he's mentioning this near the end because actually this happened, I'd say, around the launch of Xbox One. So that was, what, 2014? So this wasn't anywhere near the end for them. But they started doing these promotions, and this is when promotions were starting to get big on YouTube with content creators, and no one was doing it right. So for those who don't understand how this works, I'm an American.
No one did it right, but I did it, guys. I did it correct.
If you were doing any kind of a paid promotion, if you're receiving
I did nothing wrong, did everything correct.
You have to disclose it. Especially if you're making content based on receiving money, it must be disclosed. So for example...
Oh, you didn't... Oh, fuck you. You didn't disclose that you got Mario and Sonic go to the Olympics until after you deleted it, and everyone was making fun of you for wasting money on the game. Like, I didn't waste any money on it. I got it for free, guys. Oh. And you didn't mention that to anyone. Until people made fun of you for deleting the game after one playthrough because you sucked at it. But please, tell us how they did everything wrong. They did nothing correct. Please, let's continue.
June the King was paying me today to react to his documentary, which he is not, okay? If he was paying, I would have to disclose that in this video. I'd have to say, so just so you know, this video is sponsored by June the King and blah, blah, blah. I would have to do that legally. If I don't, I'm violating the Federal Trade Commission guidelines because I'm essentially creating a paid ad and not disclosing it as an ad, and that's a misrepresentation, and therefore I could go to jail for it, okay? It's actually jail time or insane fines, like it's a big problem, okay? So every time that you see those testimonials or endorsements of a celebrity talking on TV, oh, I love this product or whatever, that's because they have to disclose it right away. You'll see it in the fine print at the bottom of the screen. It'll say blah, 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 right? It'll say that at the bottom, right? So what ended up happening was, it wasn't just Machinima. There were other companies problematic doing this too. They would say, hey, so you're a partner with us. We got a big promotion available for you. All right, what we need you to do is do a bunch of videos about this game. And if you do, and you bring traffic to the game, like you put a link in the description of your video, if thousands of people click the link, you'll make big money doing it. All right? But they wouldn't say, oh, by the way, in your video, disclose that this is an ad campaign for the game. Immediately, that's a violation of the law. And Machinima was guilty. The biggest one they ever did, I don't know if he's going to mention the specific one. When the Xbox One came out in 2014, I want to say it was, there was a campaign that if you played any launch titles on Xbox One, if you did gameplay of it and you put like a hashtag into your title of your video and then you put a link in the description, they would aggregate those views, like count them, and then you get paid money in order to do that. But the catch was, you had to be positive in the video. I'm serious. The catch was, it said right in it, you must not be overly negative about any content you put out during this campaign.
Overly negative. Not negative, overly
negative.
negative.
Participate in the campaign for that
Which is
video.
totally different than just being
so essentially,
negative.
you couldn't be honest. You had to lie and say everything was good, and the more you lied, the more money you would make, because your video would be monetized and make extra money. So what ended up happening was everyone in the Machinima network started putting out very positive videos about Xbox One games for like 3 months. And then the whole thing blew up, because when they found out about it, and they did research, they found out no one disclosed that it was a paid ad campaign. And Machinima got sued and lost in court, and ended up having to pay tons of fines, and it was a giant front page news that they did this. So let's see if he gets into it or not. I'm curious, because we're near the end of the video.
And Machinima, by the end of 2013, secured quite the massive product
Here it
placement
is!
when they were able to give select creators early access to Xbox One.
Here it is!
The most paid for the promotions were Sky Does Minecraft on his channel Sky vs. Gaming, and Syndicate on the Syndicate Project channel. Syndicate, in particular, would get in trouble in 2016 for not disclosing his ownership of a CSGO gambling site, where he was showcasing his wins to get his audience to lose more money on the website, thus making more money. This scenario was different in this case, because while he failed to promote that he was being paid by Xbox through Starcom through Machinima to promote a launch title, he, in this case, could have pleaded ignorance, as did Sky and many other creators tied up in this promotion that didn't disclose in any way that they were being paid to, by direction, give a good review of Rise, Son of Rome, and the Xbox One.
There it is.
Information leaked about these creators being paid in early 2014, which started another wave of Machinima hatred, because now they were breaking FTC guidelines.
Yep.
It must have been a bit of a blow, considering 2014 was the same year Maker Studios, a competing MCN, was sold off to Disney for $500 million.
Damn.
As for Machinima, they were still in talks with
Making
Time
that
Warner,
bank.
and continued their strategy of signing on talent wherever they could. From 2012 to August 2014, they managed to quadruple their creator roster from 3,000 creators to 12,000 plus.
Wow, and again, who do you really think in there is meaningful? They just get signing on anyone and everyone.
Oh, they weren't making meaningful content, not like me, guys. Not like
Even the more
me.
creators, even the managed ones, were speaking out, whether it was animators being paid low rates for multi-minute long animations, or creators like Bro Team Pill, who made nonsensical game reviews for Machinima, was directed to focus on newer games, as it would make the series more relevant if the review was uploaded closer to whatever game he was reviewing's release. Except at times, Machinima wouldn't upload these videos a week after receiving them from Bro Team Pill, and then sometimes even a month, when all the interest in the covered games were already gone. And thanks to Machinima's Xbox One promotion debacle, the FTC launched an investigation where they found Machinima solely guilty, stating that both Starcom and Microsoft situations happened in spite of, and not in absence of, their own guidelines to prevent such things. The FTC eventually settled with Machinima, requiring both serious record-keeping and other responsibilities or suffer future fines. Needless to say, between this investigation launching in 2015 and not being entirely resolved until early 2016, likely didn't make it easier for Machinima to still sell their company. Also likely done strategically, Machinima was no longer touting the amount of creators it had on the Machinima website. Machinima could not, for a very long time, now offer a decent deal to make revenue from their videos. Its reputation was continuously brought down by current and ex-creators that found it popular to vent their grievances, and YouTube's algorithm was evolving in such a way that it was universally accepted that uploading to a network would only damage a large creator's potential viewership. The only thing they could feasibly sell Machinima by is the amount of content produced, and portraying themselves as curators of content that are beloved by their audience, like a cat with a laser pointer.
Because our audience cares about our content and
That's a
engages
great
with us
line.
through those twin passion points of fandom and gaming. That's why it works for our distributors as well.
What are you talking about? What? You don't have content. Like
Paul Rubin, wait, Pee-wee died? Damn, I'm not on Twitter right now. Pee-wee. Oh shit, he just died. Damn, well. Wow. This is what I get for not being on Twitter for 5 seconds. Damn.
Like, literally, Machinima has no content. They did it first when they were originally
Pee-wee Herman.
back in the 2000s.
Oh, Ruben.
They were the website where you would upload Machinima content, the mashup gameplay with like drama and comedy elements. When they hit YouTube, they changed to just be a place where everyone would upload their content to get it monetized, right? They don't have a fandom and they don't have game, like none of that exists. All you are is a company to have people who are already making existing content make more money or get a little bit more views. No one was like, I am a giant fan of the Machinima Network. Who the fuck said that? No one. I'm a fan of the person
You
who
love
makes
them because they
content on
gave you a
Machinima
bunch
Network.
of
They
fucking
said
money.
that. They didn't say, I'm a fan of Machinima. No one said that because Machinima didn't have original content. The times they had original content, like the fucking Halo show, people scratched their head. Why did they make that? What did that have to do with anything? Why is Machinima making TV shows of Mortal Kombat?
Why is
They were
Machinima
like,
trying to
"Eh?"
make more money?
So that's funny that this guy, here's a bigwig. I'm at MIP TV Tech Show trying to advertise Machinima, and literally every word out of his mouth is a lie. No one is there's no fandom of Machinima, right? Okay, I take that back. They did have, just like every network, they had their own shows. Like, for example, they had a gaming news show, because Bloomkit just brought this up in the chat. They had a gaming news show. They had a show that would talk about, they go to events and they cover E3 and stuff like that. So there were personalities that they had on their channel. But that was not the meat of their channel. That's not why they were popular. You can't say that you have a ginormous fan base and everyone's tuning into Machinima because of your fandom of your content. That's a lie. That's an outright
It's
lie.
a lie.
Wow.
What the fuck was that, DSP? Lie.
Yes, not your content. It's not yours. It's someone else's content that you
Fucking
monetize.
cancer,
but you
getting
didn't make the
everyone.
content. And you don't own the content. You have the rights to advertise on it. But you don't have the... So what are you talking about?
Like a cat with a laser pointer.
Still, some companies saw something in Machinima because throughout it
An
all,
idiot.
Time Warner, for 2 years in a row, was arguably the largest investor of Machinima. And in 2016, they bought Machinima for what is estimated to be less than $100 million.
Wow. So while their contemporaries, like Maker Studios, is getting bought out for over $500 million, they got bought for less than $100 million. Wow.
Still more money than you'll ever see, DSP.
No official sale amount. This is all anyone has to
Look,
do.
they were asking for $150 million, twice its projected 2016 revenue. So they got way undercut for what they thought that they were valued.
On. At this point, the main channel
Still more
views
money
were
than you'll
1/10
ever
of the average
make.
viewership when put alongside its 2011 stats.
Wow. So here's their channel, right?
Yeah, all the music, all the
Views.
fan art.
Every day they would bring
Nothing he
in
ever makes.
about
But they make.
200,000 to 300,000
And they get nothing
views.
for it.
Back in
They don't even get
2015,
shout-outs or
only
credit
3 or 4
for
years
it,
prior,
crying
they
out
were bringing
loud.
in millions of views a day. So they completely tanked. Wow.
The natural trend was down, but never would be as steep as it was between December 2018 and January 2019.
So this is when they completely went out of business, I believe. So my contract with Machinima ended February into March of 2017. And this makes perfect sense because this was the time when they were plummeting in popularity. This was the time when they were looking to sell and they didn't care about anything. So that makes sense that they treated me the way that they did back then, which we'll talk about again later today when I do my own event about my relation with them. So, all right, let's find out how they ended. Here we go, because this I don't know how this ended. Let's find out.
Where Machinima got a combined total of negative 4,364,857,049. The reason it shows up like this on Social Blade is because whenever a channel removes a video, Social Blade then deducts the amount of views the video had. Meaning that in this time period, Machinima the channel, along with its other channels, removed their entire catalog. There was hardly any warning, and now due to the sudden removal of years of work by thousands of different creators without warning...
By the way, how hilarious is it that when they got bought by Time Warner, they changed their logo to that? Look at that fucking thing. They went from this big, incredibly notable, incredibly standout red M that everyone knew, the red square with the M in it, right? They went to that. Like, who the fuck was going to look at that and think
If I wasn't on
Machinima,
YouTube,
right?
I wouldn't
So
know who
they
Machinima
completely
was.
destroyed their identity.
So the logo
They
doesn't really matter much to
completely destroyed who
me.
they were going to be, or who they were in the past. They completely ruined their entire company overnight by changing their identity when they got bought out. What a huge gaffe. Because again, it's kind of like a lot of people now are making fun of Twitter. Twitter was always known for being the blue bird. Everyone calls it tweeting. Everyone in pop culture, it's called tweeting. Now it's the X app. And what do they call it now? Posting on the X app? You've lost your identity. They literally overnight lost their identity by changing their logo. What a bunch of idiots.
And that without proper time for proper archival, much of Machinima's videos are now lost, possibly forever, and hinge on a very loose thread of a motionless company that can delete or send the videos public at will. There was discussion en masse on YouTube channels, Twitch streams, articles, other videos detailing Machinima's downfall about the loss of its combined works, and the bigger question is simply, why? That answer can be sourced from AT&T's purchase of Time Warner in 2018 that owned Machinima. AT&T also owned Fullscreen, which was another MCN, so AT&T merged Machinima into Fullscreen, laying off 81 Machinima staff in the process. Fullscreen then bought out the remaining contracts Machinima had. And the reason all the videos were set to private is because they were illegal liability, where it would be hard to find the licenses for something like music used in older videos. And it wasn't so much about
Makes
the claims
sense.
applied to these videos. It was the takedowns and accumulating strikes that could take down the entire network.
Right.
Besides that, Machinima's disjointed management that drew the eyes of the FTC was hardly anything AT&T was going to rely on.
Think of it this way. You have an entire network that the entire time they existed, they were based on illegal contracts. Because every contract that was signed that said in perpetuity was an illegal contract, right? They never were legally enforceable to begin with. They were fluff. It was a piece of toilet paper, basically, that everyone signed. Now your company got sold off.
One that you signed
and
as
you're like,
well.
Oh, they still have the legal rights to use those videos. Oh, yeah? Someone could immediately just say, take down all the content with copyright claims and then slap a lawsuit to try to suck the money out of Time Warner or subsequently AT&T, because AT&T bought Time Warner. See? So, oh, maybe it wasn't a good idea to just go after Machinima because they were never a profitable company, but they just got bought out by AT&T. They're a very profitable company. Sue their ass for using your content without having a legally enforceable contract and bank. So they said, well, it's too much of a liability. This company was a joker company, didn't know what the hell they were doing, and they just deleted all the videos. So imagine now, imagine you were someone who over those years was making original content for Machinima. They recruited you on YouTube because you were a popular YouTuber. They said, you do great content. Please make content for us. Do a whole show, do a whole series. We will own it. Right? And then you upload it to Machinima. It makes some money. You're doing good. And then years later, they delete all your content off the internet forever. It's just like it never existed.
Womp
All that hard
womp.
work, all that history, gone.
I hope you have
erased.
backups.
That's what happened. That's a remarkable failure, a remarkable mess, huh? Holy shit. All right.
And it doesn't stop there. In 2021, Fullscreen ceased operations.
Now we'll have to wait and see what happens to Elon with the whole
story
X
of
thing, because
Machinima is
apparently
one that captures deception
Mark
that was
Zuckerberg
not
owns the
entirely
right to
intent.
X for social
Machinima,
media.
not just as a
I
company,
don't know how
but
that
as a
works, but like,
successful business
okay.
model, should have failed
Mark
because
Zuckerberg
of
has the money to
one
sue
of the
over that
most important
shit.
service of parting creators was circumvented through YouTube's own partnerships, but lived on solely through the reputation that was on borrowed time. This both exposed the carelessness of creators signing life-altering contracts without reading them. Contracts that are equally as deceptive as they were incompetently formed. The largest irony is that in its final stages, every attempt made to offload the problems and sell off the company only brought on more problems and deterred potential buyers. From trying to prove itself through large promotions or signing on more creators that, as their predecessors did, found themselves stuck in the company through their carelessness. This all worked to depreciate its theoretical value. The benefits of the existence of Machinima now are, besides the pleasant memories created for many and the kickstarting of a massive gaming community, are the lessons. One of caution and to remain untrusting of reputation alone, and the other that not everything on the internet is permanent.
Wow. Wow! That was cool. I like that he did. It was like a big idol everyone was worshiping at the beginning, and at the end the idol's just been shattered and destroyed and is fallen apart on the ground, completely meaningless and forgotten. Wow. Wow. Because how cool, I mean, there is a light at the end of the tunnel here. So many creators.
Yeah, you made so much fucking money you able to move to Seattle.
To this day. This did not
and then
hurt
declare
the
bankruptcy.
creators, right? I mean, it did during the time frame when they were affected by these contracts and things. But so many creators who were able to monetize their content on YouTube through Machinima went on to become big and profitable for themselves, you know? Listen, I'm not big. I'm not insanely rich, but I'm successful. I get to still do what I love for a living every day, and I'm doing it independently. I don't have a...
But you
there's
love,
no third party
you hate
that
it.
I deal with, like Machinima or anyone. I do it for myself now. I don't have to worry about upsetting some company or some bigwig interjecting, because that was the thing. Again, I urge you, if you liked this project that I just did, watch my own project that we're about to start in a few minutes, where I'm going to basically be talking about my own personal experiences with Machinima, because
And here
so
we
many
go
times
with the
when they wanted
emails.
to
It's going to be
interject
fantastic.
and say, oh, can we be a part? Can we interject and get involved here? Can we get involved here? And I can tell them, no, stay out. Just let me do my own thing. But that's how they work. You know, they always want to be, get hands-on. No, I don't want you to be hands-on. I prefer to just do it my own way. And I can do that today. I love that. Because now I'm partnered directly, you know, with AdSense and YouTube and all that. But back then, you know, having that third party intervene and being in between, it was like a double-edged sword. Because some days, this company was great. Again, if they would answer an email, if they would answer your concerns, which they did for me, because I was one of the bigger partners under them, they were amazing. The entire time that they helped me out, I appreciated it. And then all of a sudden, like a flip of a switch, we don't care about you anymore. You're disposable. And that was the end of my relationship with them, as I'll fully disclose later today. But it's just pretty crazy how a company can completely change in pertinence, in popularity, just because of trends. And they did absolutely nothing of any kind of intelligence. The idiots in charge, I mean, were just that. They were complete morons. They're, oh, we're gonna push ourselves to raise money by making TV shows. But that's not what you do. Why can't you show value in what you do? Unless maybe they were just admitting they had no value. Literally, when anyone could become a partner on YouTube, there was no more value in an MCN, and the writing was on the wall. They just didn't want to admit it, right? Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. But anyway,
Maybe they were trying to make more
great
money.
documentary by June. Again, I love his stuff. Great documentary. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot about the questions I always had, the looming questions I had about
Yeah, if only the trainer Kummer would
were
smoke his
answered in
ass.
that documentary outright. So that's really good, right? That was very well done. And congrats to June on doing shorter stuff, because I know previous to like this video, he was always doing long form videos, but now he's pumping out shorter videos that allow him to still make content when he's working on larger projects. This was one of them. I think that was very well done. I hope more of you will check out his content, because it's good stuff. And thank you for letting me react to your content. Okay. So, all that being said, thank you all for watching my react to June the King's documentary on Machinima. Again, I urge you, if you watched this show and you enjoyed it, could you do me a favor? Could you give it a like? Could you leave some comments on it for engagement? Let me know. What do you think about how they fell? This video was all about the fall of Machinima, right? Do you think that they made the right decisions? Do you think that they did something stupid? What do you think about me sticking with them as long as I did when everyone else was, kind of leaving? I didn't really have a reason to leave because I wasn't affected by the majority of stuff in this video. Never really affected me there. And that's why I kind of didn't get it, that they were kind of falling apart as a company. But yeah, let me know. Please give me your ideas.
So everyone else was falling apart, but you weren't, so you didn't see it coming.
Really
Good to know.
that. And thank you to everyone here live today. It was a good audience.
Can't see the
watching,
forest for the trees, can you, DSP?
Well. All right, until my next react to someone else's content, I hope that you enjoyed this, and I will see you soon. But remember, I'm doing my own project called The Dark Side of Machinima, where I'm going to talk about my personal experiences with this company over the time frame, starting in 2009 all the way through 2017, that I dealt with them. So if you're interested in that, that's a separate series here on the channel. I hope you'll give it a look. All right, guys, thank you so very much. Thanks for watching. See you soon. All right. Good stuff, guys. All right. So we actually ended a little bit earlier than I expected. What I'd like to do is check and see how my food is doing. Because if it's already on the way or almost here, then we should probably just wait and not start. But if it's a ways away, then maybe we will start with my stuff. I guess we'll see. So hold on. Okay,
let's shit, DSP is about to wake up in real life.
Let's check it out.
Couple more minutes and DSP will be awake.
Okay, hold on. I got distracted by a bunch of emails.
Uh-huh.
Let's see here.
How are you getting distracted by emails when you're checking when your food's gonna be ready?
Well, I'm being told the food will be here by 4 p.m. So because of that, I honestly don't think that we have enough time to really start with my stuff yet. I think maybe we should wait for the food to arrive.
So what, more Q&A time?
Do the Feasting with Phil video first, right? So let me actually get rid of a couple things. Let's get rid of... Where is it? This. No, that's not it. This. Let's get rid of that, right? Yeah. I think I guess we'll just chill. We'll do like a Q&A. What else are we gonna do? Because if I start now, we're gonna have to finish. We're gonna have to end within like half an hour.
Oh, that Q&A.
I obviously want to do at least hour-long videos. You know what I mean? All right. First thing we're gonna do. I gotta pee really bad. So I'm just gonna mute the mic, go pee, be right back. Okay?
Let's see. Here's 20 minutes. 30 minutes later. Oh, the food's still not there. You really couldn't have started your stuff, huh, in 30 minutes.
And then post that up also on DSP Gaming.
30 minutes, and he just didn't have time to start his video, guys.
All right. Here we are. All right. So are you ready? Are we ready to start? And by the way, guys, again, if you do contribute when I'm eating, I will shout it out when I get a chance. If obviously I'm eating, my mouth is full, I gotta wait a few minutes before I can update, but I will shout it out, and it would be greatly appreciated today, right now. Yeah, support slow. 50 bucks in tips, 11 bucks in super chats. And
support slow, guys.
Great to get some more. Thank you.
Intense.
Are you guys ready? Here we go. All right, everyone. Today we're eating because I'm doing a marathon, and when I do marathons, I usually order food and then we eat together. Today, I opted to not order from any kind of a crazy restaurant or anything nearby, but instead to order from a chain. It's a chain that I have not eaten at in many, many years, actually. I can't even tell you the last time I ate at this place. I'm trying to remember in my head. I don't remember, okay?
As opposed to remembering where
people are
else
speculating
your
what
hand.
It is, all right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to forewarn you. This is going to be underwhelming. This is probably going to be one of the most disappointing Feasting with Phils that we've ever done together, all right? Just to show you what I got for what I paid, all right? But we're going to try it. I'm going to eat all the food. I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. So we're going to eat all the food.
Devour.
So first, allow me to present all of it to you. And of course, people are immediately going to know what it is. You ready? So what is it? Who knows what this is? I know someone's going to say it in the chat.
Tuna sandwich and a salad.
Okay. There you go. They hit it right on the head. It's Panera Bread. It is an American chain where they sell baked goods such as bread. This is actually a piece of like a baguette. Okay.
A
They
baguette.
also have sandwiches, soups, salads, among other things. In the morning, they sell like fresh bagels and baked goods for breakfast. They do breakfast sandwiches and stuff like that. But they do other things as well. Okay. So what I opted for was a combo. Now I'm going to be honest. Originally, what I wanted to order, I wanted a sandwich and a soup. They would not deliver soup. They would not deliver soup. It was
Probably a
not on
good
the menu.
idea.
The only thing they would deliver is mac and cheese. So they would not give me a soup. I would have loved to have some soup, but they didn't offer it for some weird.
So then make a fucking soup at home.
So I got.
In fact, my roast that I made last night, between the roast and the 4 cans of soup that I threw in for the slow cooker and all that, I got 5 meals. Well, 1 meal last night and then 4 bowls. Ate one of them this morning. I got plenty of fucking food out of that. I mean, yeah, the roast alone was like $18. Ouch. But the cans were like, buy 5, save 5, so they're 99 cents a piece. So I actually have a couple cans left. I bought like 10 cans because, fuck it, 99 cents a can, hell yeah. Yeah, so for $4 plus 18, so for $22, I got 5 meals. I got 5 meals for about $22, and they're full, delicious, nutritious, so fucking good. As opposed to spending $40 on a single DoorDash meal of a half a tuna sandwich and a salad. Half a tuna sandwich and a salad. Now imagine spending that kind of money on a tuna sandwich and a salad be delivered to your house.
A half and half combo. Basically, I got a sandwich and a salad. Okay, so what it's supposed to be is a half sandwich, half salad. All right. So if you take a look at this, all right, and you're like, okay, so what did you get? It looks like a lot of food on that plate. Well, it does right now, but allow me to actually go through what's on here and tell you how much it cost. Okay, so a Panera bread meal. Let's go through it. First of all, you've already seen I selected a piece of French bread baguette. It's actually hard, which means it probably was made this morning or maybe yesterday, because it feels pretty darn hard. It doesn't feel soft or anything. So I'm wondering, you know, how is this? It smells okay, but I'm a little worried it's kind of outdated or old. Okay. Okay. So what do I have for my salad and my sandwich? Well, this is my salad. Now keep in mind this is supposed to be a small size or side half salad. This is a chicken Caesar salad, which includes lettuce, croutons, seasoned chicken, and Caesar's dressing, supposedly. Now, it's also supposed to have Parmesan cheese. But I'm looking at it, and all I see is Parmesan that it appears they put at the bottom of the salad. You're supposed to sprinkle it on top. It looks like they put it in there first. So now to get any cheese, I'm going to have to basically, like, go crazy. Like, put the dressing and shake it up like crazy to try to get any cheese in there. So I don't know why the cheese would be on the bottom, unless, again, they made this a day or two ago, and it sat in a fridge, and then when I ordered it, they just pulled it out of the fridge and tossed it in the back. Because it's settled in there, right?
Good for them. Don't give you the good shit.
Here's my sandwich. This is absolutely, positively pathetic. This is my sandwich. The sandwich is smaller than the palm of my hand. Okay? It's light as shit. It feels like air. I'm not kidding. There's no weight to the sandwich whatsoever. It's, look. Look how fucking high I can toss it. It feels like it's a piece of bread in there. Okay? This is supposed to be the sandwich that I ordered. Half sandwich. Okay? So what is it? Well, I'll reveal it to you in a moment. I'll reveal to you the sandwich, and you can judge for yourself if you think the sandwich is any good. Okay? So, this is a combo. A half sandwich, chicken Caesar, small salad, and a piece of bread. This combo costs... Now, keep in mind, I should say something to be fair. I have to be fair. All right? It's ordered for delivery. When you order from any delivery app, they do mark up the prices. Okay? So, probably this is a few dollars extra than what they would charge in the store. So, if you got this at a store, what would you pay for this tiny, light-ass sandwich, this salad...
If they try to charge more than $10,
right?
I'd tell them
What
to
would you
pound
pay?
sand.
All right? Think about it for a second, then I'm going to reveal. All right?
Anything more than
We'll
$10,
say I
you
pay
tell them to
$10,
pound
$11,
fucking sand.
$12, $7.50. Okay? This cost, roughly, and I'm just estimating because I don't know the exact price, around $18. Yes, $18 freaking dollars for this. I thought the sandwich would be much larger. In fact, I can tell you when I used to go to this place in person, the sandwich was much larger than this. This is ridiculously tiny for what...
That's what
you know,
she said,
I
DSP,
never
about
thought
you.
the sandwich would be this light. I can't believe it's that small. Okay? So $18, but that's for delivery. If we were to get this in person, it probably would have been like $15. Okay? All right. So let's start with the thing. Let's start with this French baguette. Again, I'm telling you, look, it's like hard as shit. I can't even like
$18 for
look at this.
barely
It's
a
hard.
meal.
Oh my god.
I spent $22
So,
and I
the
got
only way I
5
could eat
meals out of it.
would be to,
Good,
like-
hearty, fulfilling meals.
I want to bite into it or try to rip a piece
Fucking
off.
delicious.
Let's see here. So, let's see. It's okay. It's not bad. It has good flavor to it. But it's certainly not fresh. You know it's not fresh bread. It's not dry. So that's good. It means it can't be too stale or anything because it's not dry. It's a shame because someone said in the chat, you know, you're supposed to dip that in soup. You're right. Like, that's what
Then
we
you
want
should have
this
made your
kind
own
of bread for.
fucking soup.
Is to dip it in soup, but they wouldn't deliver soup. No soup was on the menu. Even said soups and sides. Like, it was, you could get half sandwich and soup or mac and cheese, and no soups were available, just mac and cheese. They wouldn't let you order soup. I wanted soup.
Then you could have made your own fucking soup.
It's okay. It's not terrible. It's not good.
So
One
guys,
more
I need
bite,
you,
then
yes,
we'll
you to
try
step up and
some
make up for the
salad.
fact that this food was disappointing.
It is boring. I agree. It's boring because what would you put on it? Butter? That's it. I have nothing to dip it in. Boring. Okay.
Lean in manual band.
So, now,
Why would you sniff the salad? The fuck?
all right, it smells okay. It doesn't smell bad. Here's the dressing they gave me.
It just now notified you that this was happening.
Let's see if it's actually enough.
Weird.
Try to get it all in there. And just to be sure, I'm going to take my fork. Okay? Plastic fork that they give you. Very exciting. And I'm going to try to scrape out the remaining dressing and put it into the salad. No dressing left behind. Because likely this is not enough for the salad, and half the salad is going to be very dry. Okay? Now I'm just curious what this dressing is supposed to be. Caesar dressing. Tangy. It's got that little bit of bite. Cheesy. And you can taste the anchovy. So it's good. It's not bad. Now, how do you toss a salad like this? Right? Well, that is the beauty of them giving you the proper container. Because what you're supposed to do is reseal the salad like this. Make sure that everything is snapped together tight. And you shake. This is how you're supposed to do it. That way, you get even distribution of all the dressing throughout the salad. And you should have an equal amount everywhere. That's how you're supposed to do it on the go. At home, if you have a plate or a big bowl to toss it in, you do it there. But that's how you're actually supposed to toss salad on the go. Okay?
And now we know, and no one
All
has
right.
half the battle. Go, Joe.
Okay. I'm going to try it. So open it back up again. You love tossing salad, don't you? You love it. Now you can say, I saw Darkside Phil toss his salad live on stream. You can actually say that, and it's actually accurate. It's the first time you've ever seen that
Fuck.
before. You've seen me do it in a video before. Many, many years ago for DSP Tries It. You've never seen it live on stream until today. So there you go. All right. So, Lord Prince Albert just did a super chat. Says, I can demonstrate how to toss a salad correctly. Oh, I'm sure you can. I'm sure you have lots of practice too. All kinds of techniques, right? Motions, movements. Anyway, let's continue here. Let's see how this salad tastes.
But it was a
appears to
soup,
be
guys. You don't
romaine
use
lettuce.
forks to a
That's what it
soup.
looks like, romaine lettuce.
Use a spoon.
Okay? And let's see if I can get like a piece of chicken. Actually, I'll just have this. Nah. That wasn't very good. Let's try a piece of chicken with like a crouton. If I can get a crouton. The chicken is surprisingly good. It is. The chicken is surprisingly tasty, but the lettuce is kind of not exciting. It's just okay. It definitely needs more dressing. That little cup of dressing was definitely not enough for the salad.
Oh, gee, you could always have your own bottle of dressing in your fridge to use, like I do when I make salads. Nah, that's too much work.
The crouton is just alright. It's nothing too special. I wonder if they actually make the croutons there, or if they just buy them, right? They probably just buy them. That's pretty sad because they're supposed to be baking everything. I bet they buy them from somewhere else.
What a connoisseur of croutons, huh? I can just tell his teeth fucking hurt.
There's almost no chicken in this.
I can't imagine how fucking round his teeth are for his teeth to hurt that much every time he chews.
I can't find any more.
Oh, he's done like got cavities, because if you watch his mouth closely, you'll see his tongue pressing on his cheek and all that. It's like, oh, he's messing with a cavity.
How does this salad compare to the ones I used to make at my job in the 1990s? It's nowhere near as good. It's not as fresh.
Like, you can just tell he's got riddled
grilled
cavities.
Style. This is just chicken that's a little seasoned, but ours had like grill marks on it and actually had like seasoning on the chicken that made it taste super good, and this does not. The chicken's just okay. The croutons are kind of bland. And it just needs way more dressing than what they gave you. Where's all the chicken's on the bottom? For some reason, all the chicken is like on the bottom of the salad. Again, a sign that it settled in and it's probably an old salad from like yesterday.
But I thought you taught your salad so well.
The chicken is all right. The chicken has some seasoning to it, and when I eat a piece of chicken, it tastes good. But the problem is there's just not that much. Do I like anchovies? I've never had anchovies by themselves. I've only had them as ingredients in other dishes. Like, for example, it's in Caesar salad dressing. And I like it in Caesar salad dressing, but I have no idea if I would just like an anchovy by itself.
Why would you like a human when he's clearly a pig roach?
The salad is just okay. It's not great. It's not terrible. It should have more dressing, and I can't taste the Parmesan cheese at all. So it's a little on the disappointing side. Okay? Do I like romaine
maybe
lettuce?
you should make your own salad.
I think romaine
store, you get your own ingredients, you make them how you want.
Iceberg lettuce tastes pretty good on a burger, actually. Anyway, hold on. I'm gonna throw this out.
Good point. He doesn't have money for a dentist visit, guys. That would take time out of his day. You don't want him to take time out of his day to go see a dentist, do you? No. So how about you step it up and give him more money?
Thank you for the super chat, Lord Prince Albert. Okay. All right. And a little bit more bread, and then we're going to go into the sandwich, which I can't wait to see because it's so ridiculously tiny and overpriced.
That's what she said. I'm sorry, but he makes that joke too easy. Well, if he mentioned his teeth hurting, then people would be like, oh, it's because you don't take care of your fucking teeth.
I've had
no, I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct with my teeth, guys.
Like, I've had a spinach wrap, and a spinach wrap is good with stuff in it. I've had spinach in a salad, but I don't know if I would just want to sit there and eat spinach by itself. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's open my sandwich, and let's see if you guys can even tell what it is. Let's find out.
Child toggling the food in his mouth. My tooth rotted out of my skull, guys.
Look at how tiny this is.
David Walker,
It's
how's it going?
tiny.
This is like we still even haven't gotten to the emails yet.
This is a bite-sized sandwich. This is ludicrous. It's supposed to be a half sandwich. This is a quarter sandwich. So they lie. It says when you order it, it's a half sandwich. This is a quarter sandwich. You can tell it's a quarter of the bread. So it's 100% a lie. I should have a half
It's
sandwich.
a
not
lie,
just a
guys. A
sandwich.
lie.
So let's see if you guys can figure out what this is. Ready? I know it's bright because of the camera. What do you think that is? BLT, wrong. Chicken Club, wrong. Veggie, wrong. This is
Why do you
tuna
love saying
salad,
wrong like that?
which it barely has any tuna salad on it. Like the back end has tuna salad coming out. It's got like no tuna salad on it at all. Like seriously, if I open this,
Good thing you could have made your own tuna
Dude,
salad
there's
sandwich
almost no tuna salad
for a
on
tenth
the
of the
sandwich.
price.
Look. There's like one daub of tuna salad on the bread here.
You could have made all of this for under $5.
And no tuna salad.
Instead, you spent $18.
So this
Your
entire
words,
sandwich
$18.
is bread and veggies. I got completely ripped off.
You spent
That's a huge
$18
rip-off.
for
And
something
like I
that
said,
should have
maybe a
cost you
half
$5.
sandwich. Why is it a quarter of bread? It's a quarter. See that how they cut it? It's straight. That's a quarter of a sandwich, not half. What an insane ripoff.
It's gonna make tuna terrible.
Well, I'm gonna try to eat it, and let's see what it tastes like. My veggie sandwich with no tuna on it. Well, I sure taste a lot of onion. That's about all that was in that bite. There was a very tiny amount of tuna in that bite. Let me get rid of this excessive lettuce falling off of the sandwich. It seriously looks like all the tuna's on the back. Let me just try this. The tuna salad actually tastes really good. If there was actually some on here, that's actually very flavorful. It's tangy. It's got a lot of seasoning in it. Yeah, I don't even know what they put in it. It's got a lot of salt and stuff. It's actually very flavorful. But there's none on here. Like here, I'll take a second bite. Am I even gonna get any tuna? Incredibly dry mouthful.
Could have made this at home for way less money.
Wow. That sucks. So, you gotta wonder how much this was, right? If the whole combo was $18, which it was, absolutely astronomical, let's knock $3 off, all right? And let's say, actually, this combo was probably supposed to be $15 before delivery. Well, this is free. This is the side. This comes with it. They don't charge you for this. So it's just the salad and the sandwich. So you're telling me this was like $7.50, $8 for this? For this minuscule amount of tuna salad on the tuna salad sandwich. Right?
What you paid
What
for.
a complete ripoff. The bread is good. And they are called Panera bread. So the bread is fine.
Put no effort into making his own food. I don't get it, guys. This food is so bad. Well, how about you make your own food? No, that takes so much time.
Of course I am. Because this was supposed to be a filling sandwich, and it's not. It's just a piece of bread with a tiny bit of tuna salad and a ton of veggies. Every bite.
Oh, it's the vegetables that's pissing him off, isn't it? He hates vegetables.
And some lettuce and a little bit of tuna salad, and that's it. It's a complete ripoff. Mr. Puzzle said you made a good choice not going there for years. So the Alchemist says, it's a shame because their French onion soup is good. I believe you. I wanted soup of some sort, and they don't deliver soup. I don't know why. I don't know why they won't deliver soup. That's ridiculous.
Everything about him is bugged, dude.
Maybe it's because they can run out of soup, and if they had an online app listing soup available all day, they don't know when they run out, and it could cause a liability like second half of the day. I don't know. Well, My veggie sandwich is okay, but I actually wanted tuna. The veggies are actually fresh and actually tasty veggies, which is good. They're not soggy. They're not gross. They actually taste good, but I would have preferred some protein today in my meal. I didn't really get any. Okay.
Tyrone is giving Cat some protein right now.
Most of what I've gotten, see, here's the thing. I don't know what they have. I know they probably have chicken noodle of some sort. They probably have, like, broccoli and cheddar. They probably have French onion, like the Alchemist mentioned. But I don't know what else they have. I'm sure they probably have a bunch of soups, but it's not even on it. It's not available to order. So I have no idea. All right, Derek, see you later.
Run away, Derek, run away. Cooking eggs is impossible. God.
Yes, my wife
I haven't had
ordered-
eggs
she
in a
ordered
while. Should probably get some
full-size salad.
eventually.
I guess they have a new one called like a strawberry poppy seed salad or something like that, and that's what she ordered. I have no idea if it's any good. She's eating that right now. I'm so sad. Where's the tuna? Where is my tuna? I'm hungry, so I keep eating, but I want my tuna. Airhead, have a good night. Okay.
You already said bye to Derek twice, dude. How many times you gotta say it?
Well, I'm almost done with it.
I haven't had an omelet in a while because I got
Might as well finish it, then I'll get back to my
this
salad.
tiny little pan. You put 2 eggs in it, makes a perfect egg patty. You get bagels,
Very
you
disappointing.
get some
Wow.
cheese. You throw that all together. It's an amazing sandwich. I mean, just a fantastic sandwich.
Bread.
You know, when you're doing the eggs, you throw some black powder on there. Black pepper. Yeah, do not be throwing black powder on your eggs, guys. Yeah, because I was at a Kroger? Mario Kroger, they had this tiny little pan. I was like, oh, this is perfect. Get 2 eggs in there. It's a perfect little patty.
Now, here's the thing. One second. If I were there in person, all right, at the very least, I would have been able to ask for more salad dressing to make this salad more appetizing. But if I had complained about the sandwich, they probably wouldn't have given me more tuna. You know what I mean? They would have been like, oh, that's the allotted amount of tuna salad. Like, dude, in that sandwich, there was not even 1 scoop of tuna. Like, you know how you have a scooper? When you serve tuna salad, you're supposed to have a scooper, and you go, there was not even 1 scoop of tuna salad in there. That was like a daub of tuna salad that they smashed out over the half of 1 piece of bread. And they tossed on a ton of veggies to say that was the sandwich. That was absolutely lame. At least if I were there, I would have been able to get more dressing, and this wouldn't have been as dry, because this is a dry salad as is, because there's not enough. I'm honestly surprised the croutons aren't better. I thought at Panera Bread, known for their bread products, that the 2 croutons would have more flavor. But the croutons are pretty bland.
6,000 calories, taking a nap. Nice.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, if you made it yourself, DSP, how you wanted it.
And the hoodie looks good on me.
You'd have a lot more tuna salad. You'd have whatever you wanted on
I
there.
only wear hoodies 11 years after the fact that I'm giving it. And only, like 4 years after the company goes out of business that it represents. Or in the case of the video game, I think like 6 years after the video game goes out defunct. So. Kind of sucks. Not a very good meal today. I've had way better.
So have I. That's why
We've
I
had the
make my own
Rockwood Fire
food.
pizza before. In fact, I think I've had it twice on this very show. And it's really good. It depends. I think the last time I got it wasn't that good. I think we got a veggie pie and it wasn't good. But we actually got other ones that were super good.
Because there's too many vegetables on there, guys.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know how much he hates vegetables.
They give you like a little beach pail, and they fill it with an insane amount of ice, and some rum and some fruit and stuff like that. It's a rum bucket you drink right in the restaurant. It's nice.
Of course he loves the rum bucket, guys. It's booze.
I agree there. Dark Goldbox says, Panera's just turning into Starbucks. Not a lot of food, insane pricing. It just seems that way. Jack did a super chat. Thank you, Jack, for your first ever super chat. I appreciate that. I'm almost done with my salad. So now let's talk value. All right?
There is no value
finish
to your
my meal.
content.
Is it filling? No, not really. It should be, but it was mostly bread. It was mostly bread on the sandwich. This piece of bread, the baguette, right? Protein, almost none. Very few pieces of chicken in the salad, and almost no tuna salad on my sandwich. So, in reality, what I paid for was a piece of bread for the sandwich, a piece of bread for the baguette, lettuce and croutons, not enough dressing, a tiny bit of chicken. So in reality, if you look at values, realistically, what did it cost them to make the meal? $4, probably. For a standard restaurant markup, how much did that really cost the consumer? $9. How much did I pay? $18.
He is so good with his money,
American,
guys.
right?
Don't you just want to give him more of yours?
Absolutely insanely, ridiculously awful value. Awful. I seriously wanted more. The tuna salad is the most disappointing thing because the tuna salad tasted good for the little bit that was on the sandwich, and there was so little. So little tuna salad, and that's supposed to be what the sandwich is. That's the name of the sandwich.
Very
It
meaningful
was not
content,
the
Maddie,
veggie
don't you know?
sandwich with a side of tuna. It was the tuna salad sandwich. Get it?
Exactly, Miss Schools. He complains about the costs, but he never makes the food himself, which would save him the majority of the cost. Like the 5 bowls of soup I got made for $22.
Wow.
Fucking hell, each bowl probably would have been close to $10.
Right, that's it. Look at that.
And of course, if you door dashed them, make each bowl $15. So I spent $22 worth of food instead of paying $75 worth of food.
Well, wow. I'm down to my last bite of salad.
And he's still hungry, guys.
I guess I'm gonna eat the bread, because if I don't, like, I'm hungry. I'm still hungry.
Devour!
Wow. Well, I'm gonna eat my bread. I'm really hungry. If I don't eat the bread, I'm gonna be hungry for the rest of the night, so I'm gonna tear into this bread now. Get some snacks? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll go get some whiskey.
Whiskey for a snack?
Contributions come in. What do you think?
What the fuck?
Panera has driven me to drink. Yes, indeed. It's Saturday. I'm just doing React stuff. I don't have to play games today. I'm not driving. I can have some booze. There you go.
Oh God, he's drinking gin.
The bread is okay, like I said. It's not as hard as I thought it was. I was too hard on the bread. The bread's all right. At first, the bread seemed like it was hard and was stale. It's actually not. It's perfectly fine bread. The baguette is good. Is it sad to say that the baguette was the best part of my meal? It actually was.
I mean, the Panera Bread, they're known for the good bread.
Makes
Makes sense.
The tuna salad sandwich was absolutely ridiculously disappointing with not enough tuna salad at all. The salad had way too little dressing and flavorless croutons. Right? This is the best part of the meal. The bread. How much would they charge me just for this? I wonder. Okay. I'm almost done. Then we'll get back to React content. Sorry I had to eat the whole piece of bread because I wouldn't have, but I need to have something in my stomach. I'm so hungry. Oh, this is a French baguette for sure. It's not Italian style, it's French. What does it say down here? Meteor Entertainment, Adhesive Games. Probably two companies that don't exist anymore. These are the companies that made Hawken, the video game that this is a hoodie advertising. Wow. That meal sucked. Wow.
I had to demand
on a scale of 1 to 5.
What the
I give the
fuck was
sandwich
that?
a 1 out of 5. Not a 0. Adhesive Games. Probably two companies that don't exist anymore. These are the companies that made Hawken, the video game that this is a hoodie advertising. Wow. That meal sucked. Wow.
Left, right, left.
On a scale of 1 to 5.
Left
I give the
again.
sandwich a 1 out of 5.
Right.
Not a 0. But an ultimately disappointing
Left.
1 out of 5. Nowhere near enough tuna salad for a
Man,
tuna
all
salad
that
sandwich.
rocking for
Way
nothing.
too many veggies.
What the fuck was that
Only good
rocking
thing
for,
about it was the
DSP?
bread. The salad, chicken Caesar salad, 2 out of 5. All right, not enough dressing, not nearly enough dressing for that kind of salad, and not enough chicken, and the croutons were very bland. So 2 out of 5. The actual bread, the baguette from Panera Bread, I'll give it a 3.5 out of 5. It was a little bit on the harder side at first, but once I started chewing it, wasn't that bad. The flavor was good. A little disappointing there's nothing to have it with. Like, they give you a little dobbit of, like, or dobbit, whatever the word is, of butter. I didn't want to bring that up here and spread it on it because it was going to be too messy. But, like, that's something you would have wanted to dip in something. But they don't deliver anything that you can dip it in. So I just had to eat it like that.
You could have made your own soup, jackass.
A dollop. That's what it's called, a dollop. So, all right. So, I would say, overall, the meal gets like a 2 out of 5. It's not good. $18 for that? And I'm still hungry. I'm not kidding you. I'm still hungry. That did not fill me at all. I felt like I just ate half a fucking loaf of bread and nothing else, right? So that was incredibly disappointing. I can't recommend that. If you go to Panera, don't get their tuna salad. Good Lord, dude. There was so little, it's not worth it at all. What a rip. What a stingy, selfish, ungenerous portion of tuna salad on a sandwich. I've never seen such a stingy portioning for a paying customer. Like, holy crap, right?
As opposed to a not paying customer?
I couldn't believe it. Oh, I got a tip that came in here. From Dan.
One theory was he was doing this so he could, like, show the video to someone at Panera, be like, guys, it was so bad. I want my money back.
The man, he did a $6.66 tip. He said, hey, Phil, what's going on, Dan the man? Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Coming up with this terrible meal, which I was hoping was going to be way better than that, man. Wow, I'm disappointed. Okay, so, but my first ever time, I believe this was the first ever time, eating Panera Bread in any of my content, correct? I don't think I ever had Panera Bread before, even on DSP Tries It, or, you know, at any time. That was bad. I would not recommend that at all. I would say that was very disappointing and insanely overpriced. Like, if that had come in, that was at $10, I'd be like, all right, reasonable maybe. Reasonable for $10. That was $18. There was, like, where was the $18 of it? You should never go anywhere, spend $18 on food, and be hungry. Never in your life should
Well,
that
you're
happen.
fat,
That happens.
DSP,
They
so
have
no
messed up.
surprise it didn't fill you up.
Okay? Absolutely. So, that is messed up, and I'm very upset. No, that does not include tax and tip. That was $18 base price. That's not tax, that's not tip. That's base price, $18. All right? That does include the delivery markup. So even if this was $15, that's still too much. You understand?
So wait, so he's not even counting delivery and well, obviously he doesn't tip, but he's not even adding tax and delivery fees. So fine, fuck you. I spent $22, got 5 bowls of soup that are fantastic. You spent 22 plus, had the delivery fees and all that, and you got that. You're an idiot.
Sorry, Panera Bread. After this meal, I gotta give you 2 thumbs down. That sucked. Do better. Do more. Do better. Provide more value. Zero value there. Big ripoff. All right. That's Feasting with Phil. Panera Bread meal. I hope you enjoyed it. See you next time, whenever that may be. All right, guys. So here's the deal.
But you're not going anywhere. You're still streaming.
I'm not going to take.
I don't know why he does that, because he just not going anywhere.
In fact, what we're going to do, all I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this out. I'm going to brush my teeth because I have onion in my mouth. Some onion flavor in my mouth. I want to get rid of that. And then we're going to start with my React event. Now, do you guys seriously, okay, let me ask the question. Be very honest with my audience right now. Out of the 460 people on stream, would anyone contribute to see me take a shot of whiskey tonight? If not, I'm not going to bring it up here. But if
Wow,
someone was
he's
actually like, yeah, I'm
desperate.
interested, I'll do a tip for whiskey because I want to see you do some shots tonight or whatever, then I would do it. But I would only do it if you guys say, I'm not going to bring it up if you guys are just joking and you're not going to do it. Okay?
Desperate at this point.
Everyone's saying no.
Only $60 on a marathon, guys.
Because I was going to do it. If people were interested, I'd bring it up. But only if you guys wanted it, if you were going to contribute for it. But so no one's saying they're going to. So.
I was going to give me to get drunk, guys, so I'm not going to do it.
Go throw this out. Brush my teeth. All right. And then we'll come back and we'll start with my half of this React, which is going to be about 2-3 hours. I'll be talking about my times with Machinima. Okay?
Yay.
Let's see.
What we've all been waiting for.
I got $1.05 tip. Says my friend and I are big. My friend Tommy and I are big fans. Can we get a shout out? Sure. Shout out to you and Tommy. What was your meal? It was Panera Bread. It was a tuna salad sandwich with almost no tuna salad on it at all. Mostly bread and veggies. It was a very dry, unsatisfying chicken Caesar salad and a piece of French bread that was supposed to be the side that ended up being the best part of the meal. And it cost $18. It was an insane ripoff. Darth Fix, can I do $200 for a shot of whiskey? Really? You're serious? If that's the case, I'll get it, but not $200. Shots of whiskey are not $200. That's too much. I would, it's always been a staple. It's $100. I would not take $200 for a shot. That's too expensive. No way. That's not fair. I would do 2. But that's up to you, and only if you're serious, Darth Fit. Are you serious?
Only if you're serious, guys.
Tell me. No, $100 for a shot is a lot, but you have to understand that I have to not get drunk. I have to do my event. If I get drunk, then I can't do the event. So I can be tipsy, a little buzzed, but I can't be drunk. You understand? Okay. All right. I'm going to throw this out. I'm going to brush my teeth. I'll bring it up just for the sake of it and see if you guys want to do it, and then we're going to start. Okay? So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back in a moment.
Just in case, guys.
I haven't even run a single ad, and I'm still not going to. All right? So just mute the mic, and I'll be right back.
Alright, should be back soon. Okay, where the hell? Should be back shortly. There he is. Hi, I have my timing right. Almost, anyways. Best part of the stream so far, he's not on it.
Okay, guys, I'm back. So we're going to start, but do you think that should I do a post and a tweet? Excuse me. Should I do a post to YouTube? Should I also do a post for the X app? I don't know what they call a zeet. Oh, a zeet. Should I do a zeet? Should I be zeeting about this? Or should I just go right now and just, do you think anyone new is going to come if I tell them we're starting with my portion now? By the way, I received, oh, excuse me, a $1.05 tip again. Phil, how was your meal overall? Didn't seem like you got good value. It was terrible. It was low value, and the flavors for what was there was decent. The problem was there wasn't enough of it. Like I said, I actually liked the tuna salad. There just wasn't enough there.
And we still
really,
got 3.5 hours to fucking go of this video. Are you shitting me? Okay. Thankfully, it's 1.25 speed, and I've been skipping
yes,
his
if you
dead
tip $100,
spots.
I will do a live shot. And I will do that until basically I feel like I've had too much and I shouldn't do it anymore. All right? So, which might be only
So
a few,
never.
I don't know. FYI, I'll be doing this stream for about another 2 to 3 hours, depending with my stories, how long they take to tell and everything. And I don't know, because I haven't practiced. It's not like I sit here practicing my stories to tell you how long they would take to go. Okay?
That's a bullshit.
Darkfig, yes, you can tip $100 twice, in which case I would take two shots. I will let you know if I've had too many and I need to cut myself off, because I'll start to feel it. Okay. So are we good? Should I just start? Do you guys think? I mean, I'm taking your feedback. Should I post up that we're starting, or should I just start? What do you guys think? Do you think more people would come if I post up to know that we're doing this now, or should I just begin? What do you think? Yes, post up. Post it up. Why am I asking you? Because I like your feedback. You're my viewing audience. I like you guys. Well, I'm trying to be
No,
nice.
you don't.
Right?
You don't
I
like
can't
the
be
ones that
nice
give you
to my
money.
audience.
And even I don't even particularly like them. You
the
just
Zeet. I'm
tolerate
zeeting.
them.
I'm going to send the Zeet. Here it goes. Okay, here we are. So I'll say we are now officially in the second half of my Dark Side of Machinima React stream. Join me now live as I reveal emails and more regarding my history
As you
a
dox
6+ year
half a dozen people, including your
partner
best friend,
with the
jackass.
company. See you there.
And then leading a manual ban everyone pointing out you doxed him.
All right, and I post up here. And I post up over here. Shit. There we go. Cool.
He doxes
Okay.
Rambo. Although I think DSP's response is, guys, I've doxed him before everyone already knew his last name. It's not like I told you guys anything you didn't already know.
So, this is going to be interactive. If you guys, do talk to me during the stream, I will interact with you. But I do, if I'm in the middle of a story or whatever, please be a little patient. If contributions come in, I will shop them out. And yes, if I happen to get a $100 tip, I will do a shot of whiskey. Okay? And what else? Anything else? No. Let's just get started. Screw this. Let's do this. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Phil here. Welcome to DSP Reacts, and welcome to my special event called The Dark Side of Machinima.
Very
For
much
those
a
who
joke,
don't know,
David.
I'm a 15-year-long YouTuber, and out of those 15 years, during the earlier years when it was impossible to monetize
He's not an alcoholic,
video game
guys,
content
but
on YouTube
please,
without being a part of the
please
network,
pay him to drink on
I was a
stream.
part of the Machinima network for about 6.5 years. And the funny part about that was, when I first joined with Machinima, they were known as a very well-regarded, prominent network on YouTube. Everyone loved them and wanted to be a part of this network. But over the time that I was partnered with this company, essentially they saw a big fall from grace. A lot of people started to see them in a very negative light. A lot of criticisms
Like
and
you?
things started to come up about this company. And big-time YouTubers like PewDiePie jumped ship and wanted to get the hell out of there and not be a part of them anymore. In the meantime, when all that was going on, I remained a loyal partner with the company. Okay? All the year. I started in 2011. I went all the way through 2017. And a lot of people asked me over those years, why did I stay with them? And we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Essentially, a lot of the things that happened with me were actually pretty good treatment, I felt, compared to a lot of the stories and horror stories that I was hearing from other partners. For example, I always had, at least for a good chunk of it, a direct point of contact to talk to about issues. I had my issues dealt with and or handled nicely. I was considered one of their bigger partners and was treated with respect and dignity. At least I was for some of the time that I was there. There's a reason why I left. Okay? So, today what we're going to do is we're going to go into the history. And I'm going to start at the very beginning, 2009, before I was even partnered with them. And what I'm going to do is go through topics and different emails that I have to show you basically the communications that I had with the company. Now, I have to forewarn everyone a few things before we get started. Number one,
I'm not showing everything
I can't
because
be
the
disclosing
stuff
people's
makes me
personal
look
information.
bad.
Some of the stuff that I had, sadly, that actually would have been really good, had other things on it, like a Facebook account or a Twitter account, which now would be called a X account or whatever, because the app just changed its name. And I'm not going to be showing personal information or things like that. If you see any emails, any email addresses in this, event that I'm doing, it's either going to be a defunct Machinima email that no longer exists, okay? Or it's going to be my personal emails. Some of them do still exist, and some of them also are defunct. Like, you're going to see, like, a couple really old email addresses here that I don't even use anymore, but you're going to see my active one, darksidephil@hotmail.com. That one I still use all the time, okay? So you're going to see that stuff. But no personal info will be disclosed here. It's not like I'm going to blow up someone's spot of all their shit. That would be really stupid, okay? And also, sadly, I can't really show you any of the contracts or the things that I had back then because they don't exist anymore. Back then, everything was digital. Everything was, hey, send you something via DocuSign.com or DigitalContracts.com, whatever they were called, and you would review the contract, read it, sign it digitally, send it back, and it would be archived on the website. The problem is when Machinima went out of business in 2019, they got sold off to Time Warner. Time Warner got bought by AT&T, and then they got liquidated. Basically, they all got laid off, and they deleted all their videos. The company went out of business. All of that contract stuff got deleted. They literally went in there and deleted every contract. So you can't find any of the archive stuff ever again, and I didn't save any hard copies of my contracts, a decade or more old. So sadly, I don't have the hard copies. I'll tell you, to the best of my knowledge,
you'll tell us that you made a fuck ton of money, but then, when that's where that money went, you'll ban them.
What I was making and how good it was to be with them back in the day and how that degraded over time, okay? But I wish I had more to show you. You're going to see some of these conversations are one-sided, meaning for some reason, in my archived emails, one side of the conversation is there, but not the other.
Because you deleted yours.
We're talking decades-old emails that I have saved up in my sent folders and stuff, so I don't really have access to everything. You understand? But I did my absolute best.
I thought you saved it.
To try to get everything for you guys, all right? So let's do it. Let's start. The dark side of Machinima. So, as I said, when I was an up-and-coming YouTuber back in 2011, I was looking to monetize my videos because I lost my job. But my interactions with Machinima go back before then,
fire.
Because I never really mentioned back in the day these kind of stories, all right? Originally, when I started being a YouTuber in 2008, and in 2008, I had a channel called Darkside Phil, where on a nightly basis after work, when I got home, I would upload a few videos of gameplay. And it was just, at first it was highlights, then after a while I actually started doing serious playthroughs and stuff like that. And in 2009, Darkside Phil started to blow up on YouTube. Really, the main reason was because I did a variety of content, but Street Fighter 4 had released earlier in that year, was very prominent, and I put out a lot of Street Fighter 4 content, and I was getting a lot of views from it. So I was being known as one of the top YouTubers doing Street Fighter content at the time. And this got the attention of a lot of different companies and a lot of different people. I actually got a lot of offers back in the day from various companies to do content for them, to sign on this and that. And back then, here's the thing. I never, in a million years, imagined that I would take real effort or time to put out gaming content.
You still haven't taken real effort and time.
I saw it as a mess around thing. Never ever. Seriously, did I think that would be my job or that I would want to do it any time of a full-time capacity? So a lot of those offers I turned down and just outright ignored, all right? But at that time, Machinima contacted me, all right? And they offered to partner me in what they were calling a director's program for at that point, their new channel on YouTube called Machinima Respawn, all right? So let me take a look, because I don't know if I set up this email correctly or not. And, yeah, here we go. This is the first one. Look at this. Thursday, December 10th, 2009. Yes, I still have emails dating back that far, if you can believe it. All right.
It doesn't have any of his contracts
and so,
saved.
what does the email say? I think I'm going to get rid of the logo, remove the logo here, because it's going to be blocking emails now. I don't want that to happen. You do it like this for now, okay? So, in this email, as you can see, this guy, Luke, had contacted me, all right, via email, because my email was even public back then, and I still use the Darkside Phil email, all right? And he contacted me and he said, hey, Phil, I'd like to offer you an exclusive partnership with us. You sign up for this contract. And what we're going to do is we're going to offer you to upload your gameplay videos that you're uploading already to your original channel, Darkside Phil. But instead of doing that, come upload them on our channel, Machinima Respawn. And when you do, we're going to monetize your videos and put ads on them. And we're going to pay you a certain amount of money for a certain amount of views. All right? And I was like, well, that's interesting. So basically, I wouldn't upload my content to my channel. It would be on your channel exclusively. And I would make money on the views. Now, what's funny about this, okay, is that when they first sent me a contract, all right, because I wanted to see what were the terms, what was this going to entail. They sent me a contract, and literally all the contract says is all you got to do is upload your videos to our channel, right? That's all it said, and then you'll get paid so-and-so per views. And that was it. It didn't say anything about any other terms, conditions, rules, nothing. It just said, just upload the videos to the channel.
Oh, show us. Oh, wait, you don't have the contract.
This is my initial reaction to the contract that this guy had sent me. And I say, well, since there's zero risk, I'm ready to sign, right? Let me know what to do and where to go, and this is done. Oh, by the way, let me put on my Gunner glasses. It'll actually probably help me to read it, too. It actually does. It magnified it. Nice. Okay? Can't wait to get my hands on the director's manual. That was supposed to be the manual that was going to give more details on how to make money and stuff. All right? Many of my viewers today were saying that I should be on Machinima. Laughing out loud. Let me know. Let's get this show on the road. All right? So, I signed the contract. I send them the contract. They approve the contract. All right? But, sadly, it didn't exactly go as planned. All right? The next email you're going to see is actually several months later. And there's a good reason. Remember, this was December 2009. So, I believe this email is from a little later. Let me take a look. So, yeah, here we are. So that was first week of December. Here we are a month and a half later. And as you can see in this email, I'm not very happy, okay? I'm kind of upset about the situation, all right? Now, I can read this word for word, or I can paraphrase it, and I'm sure you guys would rather hear the paraphrasing than have me read this word for word. You can read it word for word if you'd like, all right? But basically, here's what happened. I signed a contract, and they said, we're going to send you a director's manual that'll give you some tips and hints on how to get your videos seen and more attention on our channel and make more money. Great. They sent me the director's manual. And you want to know what the director's manual was? It was a book of rules, of strict guidelines of what was allowed to be uploaded to Machinima Respawn. So they already had me sign the contract before they revealed to me that there was a list of rules. Just think about that. They legally
probably should have asked about that
before they said, oh, by the way, here's what you need to do in order to upload to our channels. All right? So basically, here's what the rules were.
Also, I like that. I will not be putting the Machinima logos on the beginning and ending of my videos, period. You're getting paid by Machinima to do something, and you refuse. Something as simple as putting the logo on your videos. Like, hey, you're going to be doing this for Machinima. Let people know that's Machinima by putting the logo on your videos. Now! What the fuck?
If you want to upload to our channel, you have to put the Machinima intro and outro on every video you upload. If you want to upload to our channel, it has to be non-HD. I'm serious. And this is 2009, but they were saying non-HD videos because HD videos are too big in size and would take up too long and too much size on our network. We want smaller videos than that. Okay? I mean, just that in itself is stupid, right? But then they kept going. They were like, what was the other one? Man, there was another really restrictive one too. Just really dumb stuff. Okay? So I basically went back to them. First of all, I ghosted them for like a month. I couldn't believe it when I read the email or this director's guide that they had sent me because I really felt like it was a bait and switch. I was like, you told me just here, all I need to do is upload videos to your channel. I'll make money, right? So I'll do that. Then they send me the rules after I've already signed a legal agreement for sending videos. And I was like, well, fuck them. Then if that's the case, if they're going to try to trick me, then I'm definitely not going to upload. And I didn't. So here we are a month and a half later, and I had never uploaded a single video over there. Because I felt like that was going to be like a trick. And what's the next thing, right? Let's say I upload a video over there, right? And basically, you know, now what's the next bullshit that they're going to, what's the next line of bullshit? So if I remember correctly, I think this is their response. Let's see. So basically it says, hello, Phil, thanks for the reply, you know. And basically he tries to basically say, listen, we're not trying to treat you like a kid. We're not trying to disrespect you, all right? But we're an up-and-coming company. We're a startup. And so we have all these requirements because this is necessary. This should be standard for the network. It's funny because he throws all these words at me. Oh, this should be standard for uploading to YouTube and the network. And I'm like, what are you talking about? On Darkside Phil, my channel's taking off. I'm uploading a ton of gameplay every day. It's getting tons of views. I'm getting prominent and popular. Whatever's standard for you doesn't necessarily mean that it's the good thing for everyone, right? You're telling me that for every single video that I upload to your network, you want me to put an intro. It can't be HD. These are all things that I would never do on my own channel, right? So you want me to basically make different content for your channel, right? So,
why would you make Machinima content for Machinima? What?
He basically tries to sugarcoat it. But, oh, no, this is not a big deal. You have to understand. And if I remember correctly, I think he did actually do a concession in the final email here. I think this is the second half of his conversation with me.
They want me to make a Machinima video for Machinima, guys.
Like,
what kind of bullshit is this?
Listen to this. A rising tide lifts all boats. What is this bullshit? Dude, I'm just a guy uploading gameplay videos to YouTube. I don't need your jargon. I don't need you throwing fucking mottos at me and shit. Like, what is this, right? Like, all I wanted to do was upload videos to YouTube as a hobby and have it be fun. That was it. This guy contacts me and says, well, keep doing what you're doing, but make some money doing it. Fine. So they send me the contract, I sign it. Oh, by the way, here's all the rules and regulations and things you don't do now that you have to do to make money with us. Wait, what? But that wasn't what I signed up for. I signed up to literally just upload my exact videos to your channel. That's what I told you.
Let me guess. It was in the contract, but you just didn't fucking read it. Jackass. They gave him months and he didn't do it. And it's as simple as the shit. Like, hey, we're going to be paying you. We need you to help promote us because we are the ones paying you. Jackass. No. I won't do anything that helps you guys. It only helps me. Me.
Wanted to do. You said yes, that's what it would be. And now here we are. And you send me a second list of rules. That's bullshit, right? So as you can see, they did make some concessions, but they didn't do all. Like they were saying, oh no, you absolutely must have the logo and you must do this and that. So you want to know the truth? I told them, no, I'm not doing that, and I never did. So in 2009,
so you broke the contract you signed with them immediately. Good enough,
right? And then I basically blew them off, and I never really spoke with it. Every once in a while, I'd get an email, hey, are you ever gonna upload? I just ignored it. I just completely blew them off because I felt like it really was a bait and switch. It was like, here's everything we're promising you, the world. Here you go, make money. Cool, let's do it. Oh, by the way, here's all the rules you need to abide by and all these things that you don't want to do that you have to do. And again, keep in mind, back then, this was not my job. This was just a hobby. I had a full-time office job. That's what I intended to do for a living for the rest of my life. And when I came home after that job, maybe for an hour or two, you know,
so ambitious.
At night, I would upload a few videos. That's what it was about. It wasn't about me doing it full-time. It wasn't about me trying to make a living doing it. But, you know, they kind of schmoozed me a little bit and said, oh, no, understand, this is going to be really cool for you. This is going to be good for you. You're going to make money doing it. Why not make money doing what you're already doing, right? And, you know, I guess they kind of fooled me. I guess at this point, I was a little naive, and I just kind of believed everything that they were telling me rather than really questioning
you were going
anything.
as a doll, being
and that
tricked.
led me to, sadly, being kind of fooled and signing a contract that I never should have signed, okay? So that was late 2009, early 2010. That was my first interaction with Machinima. Not a good one. Immediately, I feel like they're kind of like tricksters. They're trying to snake oil salesmen, do one thing. Oh, no, we went back on our word immediately. You got to do something else, you know? So I really didn't trust them. At that point, I actually kind of felt like they were kind of snakes and kind of distrustworthy.
But yeah, still signed a contract.
You know, I never really wanted to do anything with them at any point, okay? By the way, I received a tip. Shout out to, well, first of all, Lord Prince Albert had done a super chat earlier, and I forgot to put him on the leaderboard. So let me get Lord Prince Albert on the leaderboard. I'm sorry about that, Lord Prince Albert. And I got a tip here. A $2.10 tip asking, how was my meal? Was the bread nice? The bread was good, but everything else was bad. All right, but that was previous on the stream. We're not going to talk about the meal all night, but thank you for the $2 tip. Okay. My next major interaction with Machinima was an interesting one. All right? This one, sadly, I can't show you anything about. And the reason I can't show you anything is pretty simple. It's because
you deleted
this
it?
interaction that I had with them was not through Machinima itself, but essentially through... essentially, it was through...
Through what?
Oh, okay, I see what that is. Okay. It was through someone who I had a beef with. All right, so this was late 2010 into early 2011. But in late 2010, all right, I was continuing on with YouTube as my hobby. It wasn't my job. And then all of a sudden, I started finding myself in situations where, like, other YouTubers were talking about me. I would talk about other YouTubers. There was, like, I don't know, it's just drama, right? Drama. It's going to happen when you're becoming more notable or prominent. And at some point in 2010, I couldn't even explain to you the real situation that caused it, and here's why. A lot of things happened behind the scenes in, like, YouTube direct messages. Back then, YouTube was kind of a social network, so you had ways to contact other YouTubers behind the scenes with a direct message or a post on their channel and things that really, those systems don't exist anymore. In fact, YouTube completely turned off and deleted all direct messages, like 6-7 years ago, something like that. They just decided out of the blue, we don't need these anymore, and they just deleted the whole system when they redesigned the site, okay? But I remember particularly there was someone, his name was Hutch. I don't remember his full name. I think his last name was actually Hutchinson. He goes by Hutch for short. Now, a little bit of background about Hutch. Hutch was someone who was a Call of Duty content creator. He made, I don't know if it was like quick scope montages or death montages. He would do videos showing how to be good at Call of Duty. Back in the day, you know, games like Modern Warfare 2, etc. were really popular, all right? So he was very well known on YouTube as a YouTuber for making Call of Duty videos. So Machinima contacts him, and not only is he uploading content to them, they say, we like you so much, we want to hire you to work for our company full time. So they fly this guy out to California. He uplifts his life. He moves to California. Now he's a full-time creator and employee of Machinima. And he makes videos about how they changed his life and all of this stuff. And I think what ended up happening was at one point, I was relaying my experience with Machinima from 2009, that bad experience, the bait and switch experience. And I think Hutch got wind of it. Now, Hutch was very defensive of his company because they literally changed his life for the better. So he's feeling nothing but rainbows, unicorns, and you know, stars and roses about this company. And so he actually contacts me, and we get into a beef. I don't know if he contacted me or if he made a video about it. He might have made a video about it, basically saying, oh, that dark side Phil talking
I thought you knew all this,
Machinima. He doesn't know
DSP.
what he's talking about and stuff like that. So we ended up going back and forth in videos for a bit. And then eventually we started doing DMs on YouTube.
But you don't remember
And
because
actually
you're
when we
too
sat
drunk
down
now?
and
Good
talked
to
it
know.
out, we actually found out we had more in common than we thought, and we actually squashed the beef, as they say. And as of the fall of 2010, we were good. We were cool. There were no issues between us, and everything was fine. Okay? So why am I telling you this story? Well, because it was
Because it's just
early
that
2011.
story.
And here's what had happened. In the course of about 3 to 4 months, here's what I went through. Number one, I got laid off from my full-time office job of almost 5 years, and I had nothing to replace it. I had bought a condo near that job in order to commute to it every day. And now I had no need to even have this condo because I didn't have my job anymore, and I didn't know how I was going to afford the condo. All right. I had attempted to monetize my content on YouTube. I was already in the partner network, or AdSense network, I should say, for my vlogging channel. But at the time in 2010, you could not monetize gameplay. YouTube would not allow you to monetize gameplay at all because they felt it was too much of a copyright risk. So the only way you could monetize videos is if you didn't have copyright and stuff. So it was like vlogging. So I had a vlogging channel where I would do daily vlogs and stuff like that. And what ended up happening was my viewers went to that channel and basically felt so bad for me when I got laid off from my job that they purposefully went there and just started clicking the ads like crazy. Like going...
Oh, I got this video. I actually have this video. Fuck me. Where the hell did I put it? Is it under tools? Oh, I know I got this video somewhere. Is it under... No? Under tools is under rendered. Oh, fuck me. I know I have this video. Oh, come on. Where is it? I have it somewhere. I swear it's under tools. Here we go. Me, Re, Cat. Over 9,000. Play the fucking game. WWE. Whiny Baby. DSP Hitler. DSP Cryzit. DSP Adulting. Ah, here it is. DSP AdSense Interact.
And basically, realistically, I could probably make this work and be that I just make videos for YouTube as a job. It being that now that I don't have a full-time job taking up 8 hours a day, you know, actually really it was more like 10 to 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, and having that time now to work on my videos and my gameplay and other things, I might be able to make it work. And here's how. It's not going to be based off of selling any product. It's basically going to be based off of my partner channel, which is this channel, The King of Hate HD, and basically how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, you know, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Basically,
boom! Yeah, he told them to click the fucking ads. He straight up told them, click the ads, assholes, and give me more money. Anyways, let's continue.
Nuts clicking on advertisements, all right? And basically what happened was YouTube has these systems in place. And after they did that for about a month and a half, I made an astronomical amount of money, okay? I'm not even kidding. I think in 1 month I made like $16,000 on ads on my vlogging channel, okay? So YouTube saw this and said, there is something horribly wrong. This is not natural. And they turned off my AdSense and said, we've detected invalid click activity. We don't even care what's causing it, but we can't allow you to have this AdSense. It's suspended indefinitely because we suspected that there's invalid activity. So now I can't make money on my vlogging channel anymore because they turned off my AdSense. So then, in December,
and they were right to do that.
I went to Blip TV, and I started uploading my game content there. And Blip TV said they would monetize gameplay, that they would actually go the extra mile that YouTube wouldn't, and they would put ads on gameplay. Within
and then he
1
pretended
week
to
of
be
me
a
uploading
Nazi
to
to
Blip TV,
exterminate the
I was
Jews.
the #2 guy on the site. I had surpassed other uploaders like Angry Joe, and the only person bigger than me on the site was the Nostalgia Critic. I had beaten everyone else who uploaded to the website. This is amazing. But I was young, I was naive, I was incredibly stupid. And I made a couple videos on there that were making jokes that were very insensitive. Essentially, they were jokes, yes, I will say it today, about the Holocaust. And they were bad jokes that shouldn't have been made. Today, I know that. Back then, I was like, oh, everything's fair game, everything can be joked about. And it was very, very bad that I made those jokes. And basically what happened was I had haters, and my haters took those specific videos, and they sent them to, like, the big wigs at Blip. Like, they actually found them on social media and sent clips of my videos to them and said, this is the kind of content where basically you have a new guy there who's big, but look at the content he's putting on your site. Are you aware of this, and do you condone this, right? So I went from being Number 2, Mr. Big Shot, they were actually sending me, oh, we're going to set up a conference call, you and all of our big guys at the top. We're going to have a big talk about how to strategize your gameplay, how to make it a big part of our site, how to make you like the poster boy of gaming on Blip TV, and that to talk about the future. And within 1 week of that happening, they contacted me and said, all that's off the table because we saw your bad jokes, they're in bad taste, you're banned from the site. Wow. Oops. I guess I fucked up, huh? I did. I fucked up pretty bad. All right? So,
wow,
within 3 months'
yes, you
time,
did.
I lost my full-time job, I lost my ability to monetize my content on YouTube, and I even lost my ability to upload to a third-party site and make money. Wow, that was a good streak for me.
I can't imagine getting banned from an entire website like that. Like, holy shit, DSP.
So
how do you fuck up that badly?
Well, basically in January of 2011, I didn't know what to do. I thought I exhausted all my options. So I actually wrote Hutch a message, a direct message, you know. Actually, I take it back. I wrote him an email because I actually have the email. So I wrote an email to Hutch at Machinima, and I basically relayed to him my story, all right? Now, I'll be honest, back then, I sugarcoated it. Did I actually tell him how racially, or how insensitive my jokes were on Blip? Of course not. I tried to sugarcoat it and act like they weren't a big deal. They were, but to me at that point, I was younger, I was immature, I didn't think they were a big deal, okay? So I basically tried to tell, listen, this is messed up, and I don't know what to do, all right? So, what Hutch does is he says, listen, so I don't handle partnerships, but I know who does. So I'm going to hand you off to our partnership team. I think Phil's a good match for us, right? And, you know, let's talk, right?
So Hutch didn't know that you tried to exterminate the Jews. Good to know. So you only got away with it because Hutch didn't know the
back and forth
truth.
for a little bit, and my concerns, essentially, of being with Machinima were that I tried to work with them in 2009. We had a serious conversation. I had already signed a legal contract with them to upload to the Respawn.
And then you
network.
violated it.
And then they gave me a bait and switch, where they fooled me into a bunch of rules that I hadn't agreed to, but I'd already signed a contract to upload.
So you did agree to
that's
those
what this
rules.
email
You
was
just didn't
here,
read the
is me
fucking
basically going back to
contract.
them, and I said, listen, I'll be honest with you guys, it's hard to trust you. You know, you had your chance to make a good first impression. You did not. You made me kind of feel like crap because I thought that, you know, I was going to just upload my videos to your site, but then you tell me, oh no, there's all these rules and things, and it's not fair. So I basically expressed all these concerns with these guys, and they said, let's have a call. We did. We called. We had a little powwow, and we basically began with my partnership. All right? And here's how it worked. It's not, I had to upload anything to their channel. By the way, I could have done that. The entire time that I was a partner with Machinima, they also had me called a director. Now, what a director was someone who made content and uploaded it exclusively to a Machinima-owned channel, whether it's just the regular Machinima channel or the Machinima Respawn channel. Like, you would make content for that channel, upload it, and then they would monetize it for the views it got on their channel, and you get paid for those. But I was part of that program, but I never did it. Like, I think in the entirety of the time that I was partnered with Machinima, I think I uploaded, like, 4 videos to their stuff, all right? Instead, the agreement that we're talking about here was that I was a direct partner with them. They were my MCN, or multi-channel network. So here's how that arrangement works, okay? I have videos I make for my own channel, Darkside Phil, and then later on it was DSP Gaming. So at this point, I think it was already DSP Gaming, okay? I upload a video to my channel. There's an ability to claim the video, and when I click on that, essentially I say I own the rights to it, but I have a third-party contract with a company that they're going to get the advertisement rights. That company then will start running ads on that specific video. Any advertisement revenue goes to the company.
I still love his.
but
They
that
didn't give me
company
any
has a
warnings, guys.
rate
They just kicked
to
me
a
out the
certain
site
amount
for
of money
violating the rules.
based on
It's
the
bullshit.
amount of views that I get on the video.
Why am I not allowed
So
to
the original
violate the
contract that I
rules,
had back then
guys?
was for every 1,000 views, I'd receive $2. So to put this in perspective of how lucrative this was, a new release comes out. Let's say, I don't know, Uncharted 3 comes out. Big hot release for PS3. I go to the store and I buy the game for $60. I come home, I take out my camera, I film an unboxing video. All I'm doing is I'm unboxing the game, I'm looking at all the packaging inside of the game, I'm reading it, you know, and I talk a little bit about my thoughts about the series. Maybe I played 1 and 2 already, this is the 3rd one, I'm excited for it. And I post the video up, it's like 10 minutes long. The video ends up getting 50,000 views on launch day. I just made $100. I haven't even booted the game yet, and I've more than paid for the cost of the game I just bought. Any video I make of the game is pure profit for me. Okay? That's how it was back in the day. It was that lucrative. All right? And so let's say I would do 10, 20 parts. The first 10, 20 parts are each making 50,000, 40,000, 30,000. They trail off down to like 10,000, 5,000. Within the first 20 parts of any playthrough, all right, first 2-3 hours, I have made, no exaggeration, $500 to $1,000.
Holla for the sub, Bancho.
That's how crazy profitable being a gaming YouTuber was back in 2011.
Bancho with
it
a
was out of control,
sub.
the amount of money that you made on those agreements, okay? Ridiculous, like over the top amounts of money, all right? And I had it good because Machinima saw me as one of their top guys. If I had problems, as you saw in that email, these people now became my contacts. So if ever I had an issue with something at Machinima, I had people to reach out to and talk to. Although it wasn't all easy. For example, let me show you something that I ran into. All right. So what's funny is you saw that I signed up with Machinima in January of 2011. Here's February of 2011. You ready for this? In February of 2011, already I go to make my first batch of big videos monetized with Machinima. I'm going to make my first big payday, right? So I upload videos of Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It had just come out. All the videos get blocked on YouTube. Huh? Why? It said that they were blocked by Machinima. What? And I'm like, so already we're having problems, right? I already told them how apprehensive I was to sign a partnership with them because I felt like they were trying to fool me back in 2009. So I signed an agreement, okay? I signed an agreement.
So you
okay,
still
let's
signed
do
an
it.
agreement.
Let's partner. The
I didn't
first
want to do
batch
it,
of
guys.
videos, big videos,
I
Marvel
didn't
videos,
trust
I
them.
want
I
to see
didn't
Marvel
like them.
that I upload, they
But I
block
signed
them
an
on YouTube.
agreement.
And I'm like, what the hell just happened? Why are my videos blocked? So come to find out, the whole thing was because I was one of the test cases for this program. Like, I was one of the earlier people to be under their partnership program, and they didn't even have like the problems worked out yet. So I was one of the first people. I uploaded this content and immediately had an issue, and they did fix it. As you can see, right away they responded. They talked to YouTube. They worked on it. They figured it out, and they got it fixed. Okay, so just as just evidence, I had people who I would talk with on a daily basis, and they would help me with everything. One of the major things and complaints that you heard about people who were partnered with Machinima back in the day is that they would partner you, and they would say, if you want help, you got to email us. And they would email and never get a response. It was like the company didn't exist or didn't want to talk to them. Not so with me. For me, for the most part,
For me, they bent over
no
backwards
issue.
for me,
always
and
had
I
someone
still
to reach
shit
out and
on
talk
them.
to, at least these earlier years. And we'll see as we get further into this, you'll see how things do change, okay? But in these earlier years, I didn't have any problems. Like, they were always up and at them. If something happened, they were there to help. Any concerns, any questions, any problems that I had, they would take care of right away. And the money started to roll in, and I started to make ridiculous amounts of money that first year, those first 2 years, actually, I would say.
Oh, stream froze. That's not good.
Machinima then started to do some interesting things. Actually, I have a tip I have to shout out before we get to this next topic. Let's see who this is. Thank you to whoever tipped me.
Is it Dan the Man with $100?
I got another $2 tip about the meal, asking how was it. I already answered this a bunch of times. I told you the meal was not very good. If you want to see a video on that later, it'll be live on the channel. Okay? So thanks for another $2 tip. Again, asking about the meal. All right. Someone's very concerned about the meal, apparently. Okay. Let's continue here. Okay. So, all right. So then, Machinima started running special promotions. And this is one of the earlier ones that they ran, okay? Machinima decided at one point that they wanted to start doing non-gaming content. Or content that wasn't necessarily, gameplay. They wanted to do, like, TV shows. They wanted to do other kind of edited content. And whenever they had a big one that was coming out,
They wanted to make more
would
money.
send an
How dare
email
they?
like this, okay? What's hilarious is, please do not share, resend, or discuss this online at all. There you go. Sorry, I can't talk about it, guys. I have to delete this. It says right there in big capital letters that I'm not able to discuss this, so I have to hide this email from you guys now. Oh, wait, you went out of business, so I can do whatever the fuck I want now, right? So, what they would do is they would send you an
But
email.
they're owned by
like
another
this.
company.
Now,
That
would they actually
company
talk
can
to
come after you,
about this first?
jackass, which
No.
would be hilarious.
No, emails like this would come out of the thin air all the time, all right? And it would be like, so we got this really important project coming up, and we really, really need you guys to promote it. And if you don't promote it, you're going to be in trouble. So you better promote it for us. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to take this video of this project we're working on. We need you to feature it on your channel as your featured video for like 24 hours. We need you to direct links to it. We need you to actually like the video. We need you to talk about it in a video that you're making with your own viewers and tell them to check out the video. Now, I want you to think about this, right? Does that really sound too kosher? Like, content on YouTube is supposed to be watched because people want to watch it, not because a bunch of people at one time are just all of a sudden bringing it up and mentioning it. And essentially, this is what Machinima was doing. They would partner YouTubers, but then they would try to force you to promote their own content. Well, isn't that kind of counterproductive? I don't care that you're making a show
But you're
on Mortal
working for
Kombat. Maybe I'm playing
Machinima.
Mortal Kombat. And I
But
want
yes,
people to
they
check out my
want you
content
to
on Mortal
promote their
Kombat,
Machinima
right?
show on
So now I'm
Machinima
sending you
channels.
elsewhere to watch content that's Mortal Kombat related when you could be watching mine. So isn't that kind of shooting my own self in the foot? But this is how Machinima operated back.
But you make Machinima happy, they give you deals in the future. They give you opportunities in the future. They do things for you in the future. If you don't do what they want, if you piss them off, they cut you out.
Back then. This is one of many examples. I only brought up the one because this was one of the earlier ones. So just to show you an example here. So after you would get an instruction like this, you had to abide by it or you'd be in trouble. So here's my response. I'm showing, listen, here's my channel, right? Here's DSP Street Fighter, which is one of my YouTube channels. And as you can see, I prominently featured your Mortal Kombat Legacy video on my channel. There it is, right? That's my featured video. That's what you're seeing when you go to my channel, okay? And I had to promote it. I talked about it with my users or whatever. And I honestly, you know, back then I didn't think it was a big deal. Today I think about it and I'm like, yeah, it's kind of messed up. So you're telling me to use my real estate on my own YouTube channel.
If you scratch
you
their
don't
back,
own.
they
You own the
scratch
rights to
yours.
monetize the videos on my channel. You don't own the rights to my space. But you're demanding it. Like that email that they sent, do not share this with anyone else or talk about it. You must do this at this time. You must do this if you're a partner. Like it was demands. It was outright demands. And of course, back then you're thinking, well, listen, I'm making big money with these guys, right? I better do what they say. I don't want that gravy
Yes,
train to dry up.
you work
so I
for
better just do
them.
it. So my
They are your
question
boss.
is, how many videos did Machinima pump out that they had all these views on them and none
They
of them
are
were legit?
your
Because remember,
boss.
this is featured on my channel. So anyone who goes to DSP Street Fighter, oh, see, I forgot to explain something. Back in the day, YouTube had autoplay. Do you know what that means? So it means that if you went to my
They
DSP
still
Street
have
Fighter
autoplay.
channel, there was a video there, and it automatically played when you
They
arrived
still
at the
have
page,
autoplay,
and it
jackass.
counted for a view. It counted for a view towards payment. You see? So if you wanted to make big money on a video, you would put that money or that video as your featured video, and anyone who went to your main channel page would be forced into a view that would count and pay you. So essentially, by taking this Mortal Kombat Legacy video from Machinima and putting it on my DSP Street Fighter channel, not only was I shooting myself in the foot because I wasn't making money on that video, and if I had a featured video, I would have been making money on that video, but also they're making money on my real estate. This is the equivalent of allowing Machinima to come to my fucking house and put a giant billboard on my front lawn advertising their own products. But it's on my house.
If they were paying for your house, the only reason you had the house is because they were paying for it, then guess what? They get to put a billboard in your yard because it's not even your fucking yard, it's their yard. They're the one paying for it, jackass.
That's what they wanted, and they demanded. They wouldn't want it, they demanded it. If you didn't do it, they would yell at you and say, oh, we don't know if we want someone like you as a partner if you're not going to buy in and support our endeavors or whatever, right? So that's
Or
messed
should
up.
they?
And that's just something that I had forgotten all about those things. And now I started looking at my emails. I'm like, wow, I totally forgot. That's completely underhanded. Because imagine if they didn't ask for this. This video might have gotten a couple tens of thousands of views. But how much you want to bet this video had like hundreds of thousands to millions of views because all their partners were putting it on their main channel page, giving them free views, right? That's messed up. That should have never been allowed on YouTube, in my opinion. Like, that's actually a completely underhanded business practice. And I don't know how they got away with it, but they absolutely did. Okay? And then it continued, because here we go, all right? Here's the next demand that they made. This is all over the course of 2011, by the way. The next demand that they made, all right, was that from now on, you must put a Machinima logo on your channel. And back then, see, what do you mean by that? Well, you know how right now on YouTube there's channel banners? Like right now, if you're on DSP Reacts and you look up, there should be like a channel banner at the top of the channel you can see, right? So they would demand that you put a actual Machinima logo on your channel banner, all right? Now,
because
they
you're
actually
Machinima
spun it, and I don't
channel.
know if they say it in the if they say it in this email or not, but the way they spun it was that this is a positive for you, all right? Because if you have that logo on your channel, that's going to protect you from issues on YouTube. What they were saying was essentially if you were part of the Machinima network, you were not going to have copyright issues, you were not going to have content ID issues, you would be completely immune to any issues on YouTube for being a part of their network. But in reality, the reason they really wanted that logo on the channel is because they wanted real estate. They wanted their logo to be out there so that everyone would think that they were an insanely prominent brand. And they felt, hey, you know,
because you were working for them, you were literally a Machinima channel.
So let's just, you know, let's do it, all right? Now, on top of that, there were other issues as well. For example, payment issues. Situations where, for some reason, I'm supposed to be getting paid, and I'm not getting paid. Now, I just signed up with them, okay? And supposedly I earned money hand over fist. I'm going to make a ton of money, and the money's
hand
not
over
coming.
fist,
They
making a
keep
ton of
telling me,
money.
oh, you're going to get
Way
paid.
to
It's
go.
coming. It's coming. And I kept waiting. Where's the money? And the money wasn't coming. And they kept basically blowing smoke up my butt, saying things like, oh, don't worry, we're working on it. It's a processor issue. It's this, it's that. So at first, I was really nervous. You know, I had worked with this company for about 2-3 months, and I wasn't getting paid yet. And I was like, what the hell's going on here? And I was hoping it wasn't a scam. Because again, I was nervous that in 2009, I had already been scammed by these guys. The good news is, it was just kind of temporary issues. It wasn't a permanent thing. And eventually, money did start to regularly roll in. Now, another interesting thing, all right? Here's an email from May of 2011. And you might say, Phil, why did you have all these different YouTube channels back in the day? You had DSP Gaming, which was your gaming channel, and you just saw I had a different channel called DSP Street Fighter. That one was just exclusively for fighting game footage. But I actually had a few other channels, if you're not aware. I actually had one that was called DSP Final... No, it was like Final Fantasy 13 DSP or something like that. And then I had another one that was called Red Dead DSP. Okay? So why did I have these channels? Because back then, in 2011, it was completely unsure if a company was going to allow you to do a Let's Play of the game or not. In particular with Rockstar. Alright? Rockstar was giving everyone issues, even Machinima. Like, read here. Basically, even Machinima was saying we're having issues with Take-Two taking down videos on our channels. See? It says, to date we've had 5 videos in the Machinima network struck with copyright takedowns. We contacted Rockstar about the videos, and we did have them deleted, and the strikes were removed. So basically, they had to delete their videos to get the strikes removed from their channel. But the issue persisted. So when LA Noire was coming out, I had a conversation with Machinima, and I said, what do you recommend? I want to play this game badly, but I'm nervous that if I upload it to DSP Gaming, then I'm going to get hit with copyright strikes, right? And the answer was basically simple. They said, we don't know what to tell you. We are also getting hit with strikes. So it's at your own discretion. And obviously, if you get strikes, we'll do our best to clear them up for you. But there's no guarantee that you're not going to have issue if you play a Rockstar game. So this is why I ended up essentially doing my own channel called Red Dead DSP, where I did Red Dead Redemption 1 and its expansion, plus LA Noire and other content. Like all Rockstar content I put on that side channel. So that way, you would have no issue. Okay? There you go. So, that's why I had a separate channel. Alright? Now, I see people saying incredibly stupid things in the chat. I'm just going to ignore it because you guys are dumb. I mean,
ban. All I do is ban.
You should be blurring out name. These people are public. They were employees of the company. Everyone knew it. It's on their resumes that they worked for the company. There's no problem with listing their names or showing these emails. There's nothing private here. This is just business discussions. This is not private info between people. This is not me showing their private stuff. Why would you think? Everyone knows they work for the companies. It's not, like I said, you go to LinkedIn, it's already there. So what the hell are you talking about? People are just being really stupid, you know? You're right, I should just ban them. What do you think? Should I just ban these idiots who are trying to derail my event? They're being dumb. Okay. Anyway, I received another tip here. I received a $2 tip from someone saying, did you ever meet Keemstar or Wings when you were with Machinima? I know they were with Machinima with someone else called Jimmy. I don't know who Jimmy is. No. In fact, the entire time I worked with Machinima, which I think we're actually getting to that story next, actually. Hold on. It might be the next story here. Yeah, we're getting to it right now. Okay? E3 2012 is going to be the next big story, okay?
Yes, E3 time, wherein he admits that he didn't do a fucking thing that they told him to do. But it's their fault for not sending him back to E3 the next year.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this is my first time I ever had an issue. Okay, this is an interesting email. Okay, anyway, so the next story I'm going to tell, we have a few quick topics, but then we're going to go into E3 2012. This is the only time ever that I met anyone from Machinima in person. This is the only time ever that I had any association or meeting with anyone who also was a Machinima partner. And I've got a lot to say about this story. I'm going to finally tell you the full story. Because back then, I absolutely positively sugarcoated the story. Because I obviously didn't want Machinima to look bad. But let me tell you guys something. E3 2012 was the biggest shit show ever that I've been involved in my life up to then. Like, it was chaotic. It was messy. It was embarrassing, quite frankly. Because you're supposed to think that you're working for a big, you know, YouTube partnership company. So everything's going to be done well. It was chaotic and all right, I'll get to it in a second. We're almost there. But just to show you some examples of some things that I've said over the years. So I had a contact here with Machinima. And then all of a sudden, the guy stopped responding to me out of nowhere. And I was like, is there a reason why things, you know, why this guy's not responding to me anymore? Because this guy was always my contact. And now all of a sudden, he's not talking to me anymore. It's been like a week, maybe I can't remember if it was how many weeks. I don't know if I say this email. But I'm nervous. Like, is there something wrong with the guy? Is he sick? Is he out? You know, this was the first case ever with Machinima that I had this kind of issue. Because up to now, it seems like if ever I send an email within like a day or two, I get an answer. And it was always a good, you know, good answer, responsive or whatever. Right? And essentially, the response I got was basically, don't worry. You know, the guy is, you know, was just busy or whatever.
Was eaten by a bear. Terrible tragedy. Don't worry about it.
Some new contacts to talk to. And within a month or two, as you can see, this is now April of 2012. So now I've been a partner with Machinima for roughly a year. You know, I signed with them in January 2011. I started uploading, you know, videos under that partnership in February, right? So April 2012, I get offered a new contract with Machinima. All right? This contract, if you can believe it, listen to this. This contract is more lucrative than the original contract they offered me. If you remember, I said the original contract
you made even more money
per 1,000 views.
Yeah, that money doesn't exist anymore. Imagine that, guys.
$2.
But he did nothing wrong. He did everything correct.
Right? not only gave me a slightly increase, I want to say it was like $225 or something like that, so even more than the flat rate originally, but they also offered me a bonus structure that was tiered per performance. So here's how it worked. If you brought in 1 million views a month, that's tier 1. If you bring in 5 million views a month on your channel, that's like tier 2. And if you bring in 10 million or more views a month, that's tier 3. And those tiers, you will actually get paid even more money for your views if you hit those tiers. So you get a base pay, and then based on video view performance, you'd incrementally get steps up to even higher tiers. And the way it worked, I think, was that if you hit the highest tier, like you would lock into that tier for like a month, and then if your views did dip, then it could change again. But basically, these tiers were floating, and it was cool for me because basically during busier times of the year, it looked like I was going to make way, way, way more money. It looked like I was going to make a ton more money based on this data. All right,
and
yet,
at
that point,
that
you know,
money
I had a
disappeared.
discussion with these guys, and the discussion was that I was at very minimum I was going to be mid tier, but there were some months like the fall months where I would pass up into what they consider the upper echelon, and I would have the high tier views, and I would actually make bonus bucks. So you want to talk about why would anyone have signed with Machinima, right? Back then, are you kidding me? So not only am I making crazy money on views, but now they're going to give me bonuses based on my actual performance month over month. That's crazy. It was unprecedented. I didn't ask for it. They just offered it to me. I was like, oh yeah, like why wouldn't I accept more money? I'd be pretty stupid to turn that down, right?
And yet it was all for naught.
Okay? Everything's going well with Machinima. Everything's going great, actually. Like, I'm a year into their contract with them. I don't have many or any issues, all right? One of the things that was always an issue with them that I found oddly unprofessional, all right? As you guys know, back in the day, I had a co-op partner by the name of John Rambo. Not only did we do a weekly wrestling commentary show that we called Smart Guys, it was a once-a-week show where we commented on all the pro wrestling shows that were on TV, but also we did co-op gameplay once a week, all right? And it was all kinds of fun stuff. It was a good variety of games and new releases or old retro games, you know, whatever we wanted to do. And it was very profitable and very, very, you know, popular. People liked the co-op stuff that we did. But
I didn't want to pay my friends, so fuck
for
that.
his work with me. And, you know, John appreciated that. He absolutely, you know, wanted to get paid for his work as well. He should be, okay?
You
so
didn't
we sat
pay
down
him,
and we
fuck
hashed
you.
it out. We said,
That's
well,
why they stopped
fair.
hanging out with you, because
You're
you
going to make
refused to
half
pay
of
them.
everything, John. So whatever we actually make on these videos when we're together, you will get 50% down the middle, all right? Essentially, the way it would work is taxes is what, like 30%? So we would cut like 20, 30%, whatever the taxes were, would be cut out, and then
But you don't
whatever's
pay
left
your
for profit,
taxes.
50-50, you keep half, I keep half. And that was that's what I wanted to do. The problem was, all right,
You didn't want to pay your taxes.
there was no data to see how much money a video made. Back then, there was no YouTube analytics. Right now, if you're a YouTuber and you have a channel, there's a tab called Analytics. And you can click on this tab. And on that tab, it'll list all your videos. And you can search for specific videos. You can select a group of videos. And that will break it down by so many criteria. It'll have the amount of views, the engagement on those videos, the demographics of the people who are watching those videos, the amount of money you made on those videos, if you gained any new subscribers when people were watching those videos. Like, all that data is now publicly available. Back then, over a decade ago, none of that data was available at all. You didn't even know what you were making on your videos. You had no clue most of the time. So what I had to do every month is I had to keep requesting from Machinima, can you send me a report that says how much money I've made this month? And can you send me a breakdown of the money that I made for these videos? Because if you don't, how would I ever know how much money our co-op made? So originally what I ended up doing was guessing. I had this flat rate contract where it was $2 per 1,000 video views. So literally what we would do, you know, John would come over at the end of the month for our usual co-op day. I say, all right, John, let's look at the views. And we'd bring up all the videos for the month that we had made together, and we would add all the views together, and we would do the math. And just based on that, well, I know it's $2 per 1,000 views, subtract the taxes, 50-50, and I would send him a giant payment via PayPal that we deposited right to his bank, and that's how we got paid every week, or every month. It was monthly that I would pay him, okay? But the problem was that didn't last forever, and we'll talk about that a little later, because what ended up happening was later on, there was no more flat rate contracts. Everything started being paid on what you actually made on ad revenue, and when they started changing contracts to do that, the problem was, sadly, you couldn't figure out how much money you were making on videos. And it made it impossible.
Yeah,
for me to
Rambo
pay.
never knew how
You'll
much
see
money
later
they
on in some
made.
videos where I complain
But now
about it.
you're saying
But
this.
the reason I wanted to bring this
More
up now
retconning
is
from
because
DSP.
these were the days
Imagine
when everything
that.
was lucrative. Flat rate contracts, everything was easy to figure out how much money you were making. John was super happy. I was super happy. And that's how we started getting to the conversation about E3 2012. And that's the next topic that we're actually going to tackle. However, I do feel like this is an ample opportunity for me to split the part and keep this series digestible in 1-hour segments. So what I would like to say is if you're watching live here on YouTube, thank you. You've been a great audience so far. Thanks to those who are supporting the stream. Thanks to those watching who've liked the stream so very much. If you're watching this on demand on YouTube, there likely will be at least 1 to 2 more parts, probably 2, I'm thinking. I hope you're enjoying the show. What do you think of this style of video? Are you enjoying me telling these stories about me being a partner with Machinima and showing you some of the corroboration of correspondence that I had with them? Are you entertained? Are you informed? Are you having a good one? Give me feedback. Were you a partner with Machinima back in the day? What was your experience with them like? Did you have a direct point of contact to talk to? Did you get paid these lucrative contracts? What was your contract like when you signed with Machinima? I would love to hear all of this because I only have it from my perspective, and I heard a lot of stuff over the years that was not in line with my experience with Machinima. So what I'd like is to hear from you. If you could reach out, leave a comment on this video. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Wow,
right?
but if anyone mentions anything you don't like,
hey,
delete
if you're
the
enjoying
comment.
the project, if you could like this video, I would really appreciate that. All right? More parts coming. Thanks for watching The Dark Side of Machinima. I'll be back shortly with more. Okay. Time for us to stretch our legs, everybody.
Leg stretch.
Sir Oink said, this is Dr. Oink. I changed my name to Sir Oink. Did signing the agreement have any change to the format you could put out? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by format exactly? Can you elaborate on that? By the way, let me stretch my legs here, because, man, I need to. Oh, my God. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Time to stretch. Woo. A little stretching. Back and forth. Get the blood flowing. Get the muscles working. Yes. Okay. That's right. Limbering up. Exactly. All right, so guys, I predict another 1 to 2 more hours. I think I was looking at the pictures. I think we're roughly just about a third through, and the E3 story is going to take a bit because I got a lot to say about the E3 story. Okay, so I guess we'll see how it goes. But if you guys could support the stream tonight, please do. This is all I'm doing tonight. This is the only stream I have, and this stream's going to end around
Only
8
stream,
p.m.
guys, so make sure you give me all your money.
Support the stream in some way, even as simple as giving it a like. I'd appreciate it. But anything else, like a super chat, a membership, or tip. Right now we're at $16 in super chats, 1 membership, and $66 in tips. So this stream is supposed to make up for 2 gameplay streams. As you can see, yeah, we're pretty slow right now. If we could get that pick up, I would greatly appreciate that, okay? Sir Oink said, did they moderate the format of the videos you could put out? Was there restrictions? No. I was allowed to put out any kind of content that I wanted as long as it was on my own channel. Yeah, they did not force me to do any kind of content I didn't want or basically zip my lips or anything like that. Darth Gallbox says, I wonder if they ever thought $2 per 1,000 views would work in the long run. I don't know. We'll talk about that, though, okay? Darth Fix says, do you still have a lot of emails left? I was waiting a bit to tip because I didn't want you to get sloshed during an important explanation. Oh, there's a lot. I promise you I will not get sloshed. If you were going to tip, if you wanted to have me take a shot, do it now. That's fine. Don't wait till the end.
Do it now. Get to the chopper.
We got a lot to get through, but I'll be good. Trust me. I'll be good. All right? No problem. There's tons. In fact, taking a look now. So we're about to get into the E3 story. All right? And then after the E3 story, we've got about... See, some of these are much shorter. The E3 story is the longest story by far. If anything I'm going to tell you guys, this is by far... the biggest story I'm going to tell. So, and after that, you know, we'll scoot through a few other topics.
We still have 2.5 hours of this bullshit.
All right. So yeah, if you want to see me take a shot, $100 tip, I will take a shot of whiskey, and you know, within reason, I'm not going to take like 7 shots in a row. But I also don't expect to see $700 of tips coming in. That'd be absolutely ludicrous.
Hint, he doesn't expect to see $700.
Yeah, at this point, you know, we got about 2 hours left on
Motherfucker
this.
Jones, hint.
He's fine now.
Hint.
Okay. Sir Oink says, were there any games they forced me to play or cover? There were some heavy suggestions, as you're about to see, but they were all optional. I was never forced. Never forced. I was forced to promote their stuff. I had to promote that Mortal Kombat shit. I think I had to promote the Halo thing too, years later. But no, I definitely didn't. I was never forced to play a game I didn't want to play by them or anything like that. Okay. Okay. Are we ready to continue? All right, let's do it. Here we go. Welcome back, everyone, to the Dark Side of Machinima long-form react event. In this event, I am recapping all my stories of the 6+ years that I was a Machinima partner back in the day on YouTube. Part 1 covered my early interactions with Machinima before I ever was a partner, then my early days as a partner, the ridiculous lucrative contracts that they used to offer, some of the ins and outs of being a Machinima partner, some of the things they forced upon you, which I didn't really appreciate, but I had to do, and a few other stories. Give a look to that Part 1. Let me know what you think.
They forced me to do
my
job,
this
which
one
I didn't
think is probably the part that most
appreciate.
people are going to want to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to do the story of my trip to E3 2012 and how it came about. Because back when I was a YouTuber, I didn't take things so seriously. I never thought anyone would want to fly me out anywhere. You know, E3 was kind of like a pipe dream for me. I didn't really give a shit about it. But then an opportunity kind of fell into my lap. Allow me to show you what I mean, because it was in mid-2012, well, a little before mid-2012, when an opportunity arose. And as you can see here, I was offered an opportunity from one of my contacts at Machinima in May of 2012, all right, to basically be set up to be a part of a Hawken promotional event at E3. Hawken. What the hell is Hawken? Well, Hawken is what's on my back right now. See that? Hawken was
$5,800. earn up to $5,800 for promoting this game. He never promoted it.
A free-to-play mech combat game that was going to be released for PC, and eventually they were planning on consoles, but originally it was just going to be a PC release, and it was going to be monetized via many different things like microtransactions and things like that. But Machinima,
see, people would have killed to gone to E3 and gotten that kind of promotion, all that.
That was going to be promoting
now,
the
DSP
game
guys,
to basically make a
too much work.
giant promotion to push the game to Machinima viewers starting at E3. All right? So what ended up happening was I was contacted, as you can see here, by one of my guys at Machinima saying, hey, what we would like to do is to fly you out to E3. You're going to be part of a VIP experience. You're going to meet the game devs. You're going to play the game for the first time before anyone else can play it, right? Then you're going to be able to promote it, and if you promote this game on your channels, you can make upwards of thousands of dollars. It even says right here, 5,800 smackaroo bonus if you promote this game, all right? Great. Exciting, right?
But it was too much work for
Sounds
DSP,
good
so
to
we
me.
didn't do it.
Let's talk details, all right? And so I began in talks with Machinima about my trip to E3, all right? And here's the deal. So basically the way our talks went were as follows. Machinima wanted to fly me to E3 for free. Machinima wanted to pay for my hotel. Machinima wanted to pay for my entry to E3, you know, the pass or whatever to get in. And I'm trying to remember what else it was. It wasn't a fully paid trip. I think there were a couple things I still had to pay for, like gas, food, all that other stuff. That was on me, all right? But basically, any of the incredibly expensive transportation costs, covered. My way into E3, completely covered. All I needed to do was play the game, make some footage of the game, promote the game, attend some party that they were going to have in relation to the game, all right? And then a few other very small criteria, all right? And so,
and you refuse to do any of them.
They wrote me into it. And basically what they say is, here's the reason you want to do this promotion for this Hawken game. Because once you get home from E3, we're going to give you the details on when basically this promotion will start on YouTube. And you're going to be able to make videos of this game later on. And the videos you make, the views they bring in, and if they get people to sign up for the free-to-play game, you're going to make big money, upwards of $5,800 for your time. All right? Now, that's pretty good. Hey, if I just got to play the game a couple of times, say, hey guys, click the link in the video if you're interested in playing this game. And if people register with my referral link, and I...
Like last year when I went to Nashville, I didn't have to pay for a hotel. My friend was being sent down there for training. His company paid for the hotel. They paid for his flight. I was like, well, fuck it. I'll just drive. So the only thing I had to pay for was gas for my car and food when I was down there. It was a great fucking trip. DSP, he gets all of his shit except for food paid for. Nope, terrible trip. It was the worst experience of his life.
Make good money on it. Why wouldn't I do this? Right? So, okay, I want to go to E3. I don't really care about this Hawken game. I'll be honest. I really don't give two shits about it. But if I play it and it's not bad, and I promote it, I make some money, this is a win-win for everyone. All right? However, at the time, I absolutely positively wanted John Rambo to go to E3 with me. Okay? He is someone who...
Because he would appreciate it more than you.
My friend for many years. He had been a Street Fighter companion and fellow fighter and trainee. Like, we trained up in Street Fighter together. And traveled the country playing competitive Street Fighter.
Last year, around Halloween, I got to go see Max Sabbath.
I wanted John to be there at E3 with me, all right? Now, we basically had to bullshit.
I'd never heard of him before, but I was wandering around the city and like, Max Sabbath's playing tonight. All right, cool.
Make up a story with Machinima, all right, to get a reason for him to come with me. Now, at the time, I had a very bad back injury. And, you know, it's still true. Like, I'm still right now, I still have that back injury. It's just that over time, it got much better. But back then, my back injury was pretty bad. I was a little overweight, way heavier than I am now. And if I was on my feet or carrying heavy things for an extended period of time, I would have pain. I would have shooting pain, numbness in my back. At the point, I actually had a back stretcher device at my house where I would try to decompress my back to basically alleviate the pain. Now, here's the deal. Could I have gone to E3 myself, driven myself around, done everything myself? Probably yes. Would it have been stressful? Absolutely. For me,
yeah, being rock and swale, he wants his chair, but he's got a bad back, guys.
I'm serious.
Don't you believe him?
In 2007, when my back injury was first diagnosed, I was driving on the highway and I got spasms in my back. I had a panic attack on the highway. I pulled over, almost passed out.
A panic attack?
And since then, I've never driven on the highway. I'm serious. Like, I just haven't ever driven on the highway since 2007. Luckily, I haven't needed to. All right? It hasn't really been a reason. But...
A panic attack? Where the fuck is this coming from? You never mentioned a panic attack before. What? Oh, because it appeared on Twitter a few times because people were talking about panic attacks in movies. Now you've learned a new word. Good to know. Twitter is teaching DSP new words. Sad.
If I'm going to be in LA for E3, I'm going to have to drive around in crazy traffic and everything, you know? And, wow, someone just said laughing my ass off. Yeah, well, I'm laughing my ass off because I'm banning your fucking ass. You think that's funny? You think it's funny that someone has a debilitating back injury causing them back spasms and pain, they lose control of the car, have a panic attack. You think that's funny. Well, that was hilarious. You're banned for life, fuckface. Let's continue.
Wow,
so anyway,
salty about that.
I knew
you don't believe
that
me?
kind of getting around
Damn.
LA by myself, I could do it, but I probably wouldn't take the highway, meaning I was going to have to drive on side roads and everything. It was going to be a nightmare to drive around. So at the time, again, I was doing weekly co-op with John Rambo, and I said to John, would you like to go to E3? And he's like, of course I would like to go to E3, but how would we make that happen? And I said, well, they're already sending me. So if they're sending me,
he's terrified of driving.
right? If that's the case, why not spin it?
Here's the thing. I died in a car accident. I didn't get my license until I was 20 years and 3 days old. First couple of years of me trying to get my license, yeah, I was fucking terrified of driving because I fucking died in a car accident. But you know what I did? Got the fuck over it.
That you're my cameraman, and you got to be with me because I got a back injury, and for me to carry around heavy stuff, and to be filming, and to be driving, it's going to be too much of a, you know, a freaking risk or a liability, and that if you came with me, right, that then everything would be fine. And he's like, well, I don't know, I would love to do it, but if you can figure it out. So I schmoozed Machinima a bit. I said, listen, he's my buddy.
You lied.
He's the guy I do gameplay with every week. I really would love to have him there with me. He would help the trip amazingly if he could drive around and film and everything. So they said yes, but I got to pay for his whole way. So I had to pay for the hotel for him. Of course, they were already paying for the hotel for one of us. So really, that was not a big deal. But I had to pay for his plane ticket. Obviously, I had to pay for his food and everything, the whole trip. Everything was I had to pay for. While some things were covered under Machinima, I had to pay for everything else. Okay? But they got him an E3 badge. All right? And so, as we're getting into weeks leading up to E3, all this stuff starts to reveal itself.
I'm sure he didn't make Rambo pay for any of his stuff. Right. Wink, wink. Bullshit.
In fact, to show you here, which one of these is the, oh, here it is. This is the itinerary. So this is the itinerary that I was presented for all the things going on during E3, some of which I had to do and some of which I did not have to do. All right? Now, we're going to go over this in a second. But before we get to...
No. This is your agenda. Here's what you're doing. 12:30 to 1:30, lunch with people. 1:30 to 2:30, Hawken. 2:30 to 3:30, brainstorm creative. Then you had 5 hours to yourself to do whatever the fuck you wanted. Then 8:30, you had the Hawken party. Wednesday, creative video. Thursday, creative video. That was it. That was his itinerary. That's all he had to do while he was there. He was sent by Machinima. They spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars sending his ass there. And I think he may have did one video.
To that. In the meantime,
congratulations,
so
DSP.
I've already signed up for this thing. I've already got Machinima's buy-in. All right? That they're going to fly myself and Ram. I'm paying for Rambo's ticket, but we're going to fly out there. They're going to get our passes. They're paying my way for E3. I'm going to do all this Hawken promotion for them. I'm going to go and play the game. I'm going to film the game. I'm going to go to this party. I'm going to do all this promotion for them, and that's why I'm getting into E3, okay? All of a sudden, I mean, this is like a week later, no exaggeration. We plan all this out. Everything's hashed out. Everything's good to go. We're starting our plans. I get another email from Machinima, and it says, here's your chance to attend E3 2012. And when you read the email, essentially what it says is, oh, so we're just trying to get as many of our partners into E3 as we can. Are you interested? Because if you're interested, give us your name and we'll likely get you a pass. So I read this email and I'm like, wait a minute. Right?
So this isn't special for me? They didn't bend over backwards for me? They're doing it for everyone at Machinima? So I'm not special?
So you're telling me that they probably would have been able to get me an E3 even if I didn't do any of the Hawken promotion, right? They probably would have got me a pass anyway. Now, would they have given me a free hotel? Probably not. Would they have paid for my plane ticket? Really doubtful. But my whole point was I wanted to get into E3. That was my big thing. And Machinima was my way in. Back then, you couldn't just pay for your own pass. It was not a public event back then. E3 was press only. So for me to get into E3 was a big thing, and the Hawken event was how I was going to get in. Within 1 week of signing up and agreeing to the Hawken event and agreeing to let them get John Rambo into E3, I get another email saying, oh yeah, we could have gotten you into E3 anyway by other means. You didn't need to do the Hawken event. And I was just like... Fuck! Because I didn't care about Hawken. I didn't care about the money to promote Hawken at all. None of this was important to me. I just wanted to get into E3.
So he was making so much money that $5,800 didn't matter to him. I know he doesn't seem to understand. Like, when he talks, he shoots himself in the foot every time. So he just said here that the $5,800 didn't matter to him. He was making so much money that $5,800 was nothing. He didn't care about it.
So here I am, actively working to get into E3 and everything, and then come to find out I could have done it anyway without any of this Hawken bullshit. Okay? So that was pretty frustrating. All right? And by the way, we have more trolls in the chat being stupid. I'm just going to ban them right now. I really am, because I had enough.
Not the
So please bear with me for 1 second. Here we go.
trolls.
Get rid of this one. And let's see who else. Where's the other troll?
Ban, ban, ban. I don't want to be Mr. Ban.
I guess I missed the other one right now. Anyway, I got one of them. Anyway, let's continue now, okay? So, finally we start getting sent all the information of what we need to do at E3, okay? So, what we're told is that we absolutely have to attend this lunch on day 1 of E3. And during this lunch, we're going to meet the game devs. We're going to talk about the game. They're going to talk about good ways to promote the game on our channels. Then we're going to get a hands-on with those game devs, right? We're going to play the game for the very first time. And we're going to be able to make footage of the game, which they want us to do. It's like mandatory. You make footage of the game, you put it on your channel, okay? Then they want us to come back later in the day for what they're calling a VIP party with a DJ, all right? And essentially what that's going to be is some like hors d'oeuvres and stuff, finger foods, but booze, and this DJ playing music and schmoozing with other YouTube partners that are there.
Networking. It's called networking. It's called you network with other people in your business so you can make more money. Mr. Business Degree doesn't understand that this is all about him making more money in the future. But again, with the $5,800 in the future, I don't care about $5,800 in the future. Now, guys, I'm making so much money now.
There. Essentially, it's supposed to be like a networking event, okay? That's what it's supposed to be, okay? So, that's all you can see there. That's the Tuesday, right? Tuesday, that's all the events they want us to attend. You see that? Hawken Party with, what's his name? DJ P Pants or whatever his name was? I don't even remember, okay? So then, all right, the next day, or the next 2 days, essentially, all they want us to do, all right, is basically do a vlog. One vlog from, like, the floor of E3. That's all that was required from us. Okay, that's it. That's literally all.
And you're still gonna do it.
And I'm like, oh, okay, that's not a big deal, right? That's not a big deal at all, actually. That's what I was planning on doing. I'm going to E3 to cover the event. Why wouldn't I do a vlog from the floor? So the only thing I got to do is this one day. We got to go. We got to have our lunch. We got to meet the devs. We got to play the game, do a video, and then we got to go to this rooftop party with a DJ and booze it up, I guess. And then we've got to go to E3 for the next 2 days. All right. Great. Sounds like a plan. All right. And so, you know, I don't exactly remember the order of events of how everything went down because I'm trying to remember exactly when we got like our badges and stuff, and I don't really remember that.
Chan's a hell of a drug.
So basically, here's what happened, okay? Because this is where the shit show started, all right? So we arrive in LA and we get all our stuff like we're supposed to, and we quickly find out that the traffic in LA is absolutely insane everywhere, all right? Now, probably
yes,
just
everyone knows
it's a
that.
major metropolitan city in the United States, but
everyone knows that LA traffic is insane.
To get like down the street takes you 20 minutes in LA, all right? Our hotel was not near the airport, or excuse me, our hotel was not near the convention center that E3 was at, nor this hotel where they were having this stuff with Hawken. That hotel that I said there with Hawken was actually right down the street there. Okay, it was right down the street from E3, but our hotel was like really far away, so we had to drive quite a bit, like over an hour, to kind of get to the convention center from where we were, not because of the distance.
You could have walked there faster.
Because of the traffic. The traffic is...
So the distance wasn't the issue, it was the traffic. You could have walked there. When I went to YumaCon a couple years ago, you could take the People Mover train thing, or you could walk. It was a little chilly, but during the day, wasn't that big a deal. Like, oh, the building's no half a mile that way. Let's just walk it. So that's what we did. At night, we decided to take the night mover because A, nighttime in Detroit, no, and it got a little bit colder. But here you're bitching that, guys, it was such a long distance. How long? Well, I mean, it wasn't the distance, it was the traffic that was the issue. Then fucking walk it.
Was just insane in LA, all right? So, this day that we're supposed to go, we drive, and it takes us a ridiculously long time to get to the hotel, all right? Funny enough, we show up, and we're on time, all right? Everyone else is late. I'm not kidding. Like, every other YouTuber who was signed up for this event was late. They all showed up, like, way late, okay? They're just walking in casually, like it's not a big deal that they're late. So John and I are sitting there, we're eating our lunch with the game devs and everything. And the Machinima guys are like, where is everyone else? So they start making phone calls or whatever to figure out where is everyone, right? So essentially, immediately day one, it's already a mess. No one's showing up. No one's living up to the obligations that they were supposed to do. Just me and John, basically, were the ones who were there right away, okay? So eventually, people start showing up within, like, hour and a half late for this lunch. And some people ate, some people didn't. And they were like, well, I guess the whole idea of us sitting down and talking about this game, you know, at this lunch is out. But let's play the game now. So they had a whole room set up with all these land computers. And we sat down to play the game. And we started playing the game with each other. And some people apparently already either knew how to play it or had knowledge of the game previously, because I didn't know anything about the game previous. I hadn't played it, but some of the people were like really good, and they were like playing really well and kicking ass. I was like, wow, they must have already played it or whatever. I didn't know anything about this Hawken, you know, game or whatever. And so, you know, we played it for a little bit. I liked it, by the way. I thought the game was all right. It was passable. It wasn't a bad game. The controls were responsive. The graphics were pretty good. And John was recording the room and recorded the footage of me playing the game. So we had footage of the game. That's what we needed. That was per our agreement, okay? So after essentially, and by the way, who was there? Like, Woody's Gamertag was there. He's the only one that rings a bell. There was like maybe 15 YouTubers there, including me, but I don't remember who the other ones were. Like, I don't remember any notable names. Like, there was no PewDiePie there or anything like that. You know, it was like Woody's Gamertag and a few other people, okay? And so, basically, we had to leave because they wanted you to leave and come back for this rooftop party. Now, in the meantime, I kind of find out, John tells me, he goes, so just so you know, I'm a straight edge guy. I don't drink. And I was like, oh, you don't drink at all? He's like, no, I don't drink. I don't smoke. I'm a straight edge guy. So, you know, I'll come to the party with you, but I'm not going to be drinking or anything. I'm just going to be kind of standing around. Everyone else will probably be like schmoozing or drinking, but I'm not going to do that. And so it took us, no exaggeration, like over another hour for us to drive from this fucking hotel back to our hotel. And now they expected us to do that drive again for this really, really stupid rooftop thing. All right. And I was like, what the hell? They really want us to drive 10 times back and forth across fucking LA to do this stupid thing? So
E3 has a lot of events going on. You could have just gone to one of the other events. You could have walked around. You could have, oh, I don't know, socialized and networked.
So, you know, John and I sat down. We were, you know, as mature adults in the hotel. And we're like, let's really think about this.
Mature
honestly,
adults, my
right?
ass.
If we go to this party, it's going to be a bunch of YouTubers. They were late to the lunch. They're going to be late to the rooftop party. You know what's going to happen? They're going to drink. They're going to act a fool. They're going to be a bunch of idiots, right? They're not going to be acting like normal people. They're probably going to be fucking drinking, dances, fucking smoking up, and doing dumb shit, right? And that's what it's all about. That this rooftop party was not for promotion of the game. This was just supposed to be like for fun. And they're probably going to take some video and throw it up. Oh, look, here we are, Machinima party for Hawken and shit, right? So John and I talked about it. And we were like, you know what? We're not going back. You know, we're not. This is stupid. Like, we're going to drive another hour and a half to get back to that hotel to stand there for 20 minutes.
So these YouTubers were unprofessional because they showed up late, but we're not going to the party, but somehow that makes you more professional. Gotcha.
Let's have a drink. Be like, what the fuck are we going to do? Let's listen to some shitty DJ. And just drive all the fucking way back again. So John and I essentially said, well, we're not doing it. All right? So actually, I mean, I'll be honest. Yeah, I kind of schmoozed up again Machinima. All right? And, let me see here. I'm trying to find the right emails because I'm trying to find the order of emails here. This is the one after E3. I don't think I have an email that happened during E3. But I do have this one. Okay. So let me tell you the rest of the E3 story. All right? So basically what happened was we didn't go to this rooftop party. All right? I emailed my contacts and I was like, listen, we thought that the trains were going to be running and we'd be able to take a train or whatever. But we had already sat in this car an hour and a half to the hotel, an hour and a half fucking back to our hotel. There's no way we're doing this again because of my back. My back's all fucked up. So I took the blame for it, basically. I was like, because of my back, there's no way that we're going to drive back and forth a million times. You know?
Yeah, the gas is pretty expensive in LA.
So what we had to do is that we had to meet up with our contact at E3 to get our passes the next day. All right, so we could actually get into E3. All right? So what's funny is, now, to explain to you, because
I love this. This is going to be great. I saw this on Twitter.
Basically, when we were going to this event for Hawken, it was very disorganized. What I mean by that is, like I said, the YouTubers weren't showing up on time. No one seemed to be in charge of it. Everything was just kind of happening. Oh, if you're there and you want to play the game, it's in that room, go play it. Or if you just want to sit here and get some food, do it. Ah, you're late, who cares? It was very disorganized, and again, nothing professional. The people who were there were young as shit. Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, some of the people who were there working for Machinima were probably in their early 20s. And to them, this was like a silly fuck-around job, right? Like, this wasn't something...
They graduated with their bachelor's degree. They got hired by a company. Better than what you did, DSP.
Ultra serious or whatever. They were getting tossed a bunch of money to go to E3 and schmooze and drink and stuff. The YouTubers certainly weren't taking it seriously. They weren't even showing up on time. So the whole thing just reeked of unprofessionalism and just kind of out of control situation.
This from the guy who shows up in his pajama pants on a daily basis to his job.
Exactly, like a bunch of kindergartners. You're right. That's pretty much what it was. John and I are here to seriously cover E3. Like, our intention for the whole thing, yeah, the Hawken thing's going on, and we need to do that because that's part of the requirement of our agreement, but we're supposed to be covering E3. Like, that's what we're here for, serious business, right? So, the next day, outside of the front of the convention center, we meet up with a woman, younger woman, probably early 20s. I don't even know her name or whatever.
Here it
But I
comes.
specifically remember, we meet this woman, and she goes, so, you weren't at the party last night, but I just want to let you know, I'm your chaperone.
I'm gonna rewind and slow it down to normal speed so you can hear that again. 4617.
Chaperone.
Chaperone.
And I said,
The fuck
"You're
is
my
a
what?"
chaperone?
Oh, I'm your chaperone. So I'm the person responsible for you at E3. And I said, what? Yeah. So basically, anything you need, you come to me. You ask me, here's my number. So I got, phone number, contact information. You put it through any questions you have, any concerns you have, anything you need, you come to me. If you get in trouble,
Come to me,
you call me,
because I'm
the
your
one. And I will,
chaperone.
if you need any help, you need to show you around, you need to know where to get stuff, you need to know where to do. That's my job. I was 30 years old. I'm here with my friend. We're here to cover E3. I got a fucking chaperone. Like I'm on a field trip in high school or elementary school, and she's talking to me like I'm a dunce. You know
You
what I
are
mean?
a dunce.
I don't know how to do basic things for myself.
You
right?
don't.
The way she was talking.
You had to have your dad fly across the country to paint a single fucking room.
It almost felt to me like they were expecting to get a bunch of really dumb, immature kid YouTubers to show up for this event that weren't even going to understand things, or that were just like troublemakers, and they were going to get themselves into trouble. And if they got into trouble, they had to call this woman was for me specifically, but I guess each YouTuber had their own like assigned chaperone that they needed to contact for issues, right?
Fucking chaperone.
So I was like, all right, whatever, just give me your information. So give me your information. I was like, so are these our badges? Yes. Okay. So how do we use them or whatever? She's like, oh, they're just badges. You just, when E3 opens, you go up to the door and you show them your badge and they'll let you in. That's it. That's all I need to know. That's all you need to know. Okay. Fine. Good. Thanks. Good to know. And that was it. And I said, just so you know,
these darn whippersnappers.
I don't need anything.
They worried about all these
I'm an adult.
whippersnappers.
You're my adult friend. We're here to cover E3 seriously. I'm the least of your concerns. If everyone else here burns down the building or fucking gets high, gets arrested, deal with them. They're going to need you. You're never going to hear from me ever again. Have a nice life. And that's basically, I walked away, never saw her again. Okay? That's what's ridiculous I ever heard. A chaperone. Oh, by the way, they gave me this hoodie as well. See this hoodie I'm wearing? The Hawken hoodie? This is where I got at E3. They handed me this along with my, the promo materials for Hawken when I played the game at the hotel. All right? And by the way, this right now is the first time in a decade I've ever worn this hoodie. Literally never wore it before. This is the
You've
first
never
time ever
promoted the game you were paid to promote. Gotcha.
So, yeah, here I thought today would be age appropriate. 11 years later, wear the Hawken hoodie as I'm telling the story about Hawken at E3. Okay? Why keep it? Because it's nostalgia, man. Because it's a little piece of memorabilia to have so I can tell the story one day on a stream, and now I'm doing it. That's literally why. Okay? So anyway, so John and I, we're at E3, and there's a big line to get in. All right.
Yeah, he finally fulfilled part of his contract. How dare he?
We're going to E3, and if you want to see our E3 coverage, there's tons of it. We covered E3 2012 very, very extensively. Tons of gameplay. I've already gave my opinion on going to E3 that I felt like, sadly, was there some stuff that was neat to see in person? Yes. But man, you learn more about the games by watching the press conferences or just looking at videos online than actually being there in person. Because half the time you're waiting in a line. By the time you get to play the game, you get 5 minutes with the game, then you're ushered away. So I waited an hour to play for 5 minutes. I didn't learn shit, right? It's like, what kind of an event is this, right? It was nice, though. We got on TV. We were on, what was it that we were on? Was it Attack of the Show? One of the shows we were on. I can't remember what it was. But we were in the background, like when Morgan Webb was talking for one segment. And then we were on when they were doing the presentation for the original Watch Dogs 1. We were actually in the room when they decided to kind of interrupt our presentation and award the makers of Watch Dogs 1 a Best New Game of E3 award and stuff like that. So, it was interesting, to say the least. And,
use Machinima, use Rambo,
it's nice to
keep
say
all
I
the
did
money
it.
for
I
himself.
don't really think I got much out of it, but it was nice to say that I'd at least done it. It was something I had under my belt at the time when I was a prominent YouTuber. Okay? And so...
And back when E3 was still worth going to.
I did send an email to basically bullshit my way out of the reasoning why I didn't go to the party, the Hawken party. And here you say, we're waiting on a return flight to New York. We had a blast at E3. Thanks so much for allowing us to attend. Yeah, I know you've been busy. I'd like to find out the situation with April's invoices and revenue share results. So, this was an ongoing thing with me and Machinima. I needed to pay John Rambo. And I didn't know what to pay him until they told me how much money we made on the videos, but there was no way to tell how much money we made on the videos. I needed the invoices and things, and they wouldn't send them in a timely manner. So sometimes I had to guess and then later on be corrected. It was annoying. But anyway, that's why that was in that email, okay? So here's the funny part about all of that, all right? Take a look at this. You ready for this? So my Machinima contact, or one of them, gets back into the office after E3, and he writes me this email. He goes, why would this be a big deal? Come to find out, the vast majority of people who were there under Machinima barely put out any footage whatsoever. Basically, you know what they did? They used it as like a free vacation trip. They literally did. They needed the chaperone. It was a party for them. They were in LA. So
Fucking chaperone again. Thank you, DSP.
They were partying. I think one of them never even made it to the floor of E3. Literally never even went. Okay? So it was their paid trip to go to LA and do whatever they wanted. You know, I was the person who went there and took it seriously, and I put out 90 plus videos. This guy's freaking out. Oh my God, I can't believe you did so much gameplay, and it made them look good. So basically what happened, you know, they went back and they said, well, how was our trip? Well, yeah, we got some Hawken promotion, but take a look. One of our partners did 90 videos and made Machinima look incredibly good because now we have all of this cool coverage of E3 under our umbrella, under our network, right? Now, on top of the, I would say, sad unprofessionalism and a little disorganization and silliness of E3, the thing that kind of really pissed me off the most about it was something that happened to E3, and I think I've told you guys this story before, but I want to reiterate how angry I was when something was discovered, okay? So as you remember, I told you this story. We met our chaperone who handed us our badges. And at the time, we said, is there anything we need to know? Is there anything we need to do? No, you just use these to get in. So every day when you're trying to get into E3, there's a big-ass line. You're standing in line for like 45 minutes to finally show your badge and be able to get in, right? So it's the final day of E3, and John and I actually still have a bunch of stuff we wanted to see, and we didn't get to see it because the lines had been so long, the whole event. And it's the last day, and we notice that some other people who have the same color badges as us are going into a different line, showing their badges, and the E3 staff are letting them in. They're not waiting in the giant wait till 10 a.m. and then wait another 45 minutes line to get in. They're just getting right in. Okay? I'm like, John noticed it, not me. I'll say this. John did notice it. He pointed
too busy
what is
getting
that
drunk,
line over
weren't
there? And I said, you know, I have no idea what that line is over there. I don't know why there's a separate line to get into E3. That's a little weird. And John said, did you notice their badges look just like ours? I said, no, I didn't. All right, so what are you proposing? He's like, why don't we just go try to get in? Okay. So we walked over to this different line. We showed them our badges. The guy goes, yup, go ahead. And they let us right in. We didn't know it, but Machinima gave us vendor badges. What vendor badges are, they're very different from attendee badges. And attendee badges, you're just a line-level person going in to cover E3 from a journalism perspective. So you're going to look at the exhibits, you're going to make videos, you're going to do interviews, but you're only doing it from a journalistic perspective. If you're a vendor, you're there to actually have an event in there. So Machinima had their own booth and had their own thing going on, and we had their badges. So at any time during E3, we could have been getting in early, and we could have seen all the games we wanted to see when there was no one else there. Because that last day we did, I want to say it was like 9:30 a.m., and we got in, and there was no one there. So we went and we saw Tekken. I don't even know what Tekken Tag Tournament 2. We saw Tekken Tag Tournament 2. We saw more Hitman Absolution, which we had wanted to see, but we were ushered away the day before. We got to play more of that. We got to basically go through, and we got to play like 5-6 games that we had not
I'm guessing
been
that
able to
was
play or film
one of the many
previously
emails
because
he was
it
sent, but he
live.
refused to read.
And we're like, wait a minute. So you're telling me the entire time
Or maybe
we were at E3,
the
we had badges that allowed
chaperones
us
that
to
the
get
others
in early,
had
and
told
we
them
could have
about
done
it.
the best coverage of E3 possible because we had unprecedented, unlimited access to everything with no one else around. But the fucking people at Machinima never told us. They never bothered.
Or they
to tell
did. You
us
just
that we
didn't
had
read the
vendor badges.
fucking email.
So we, on 2 days, we're standing in line like assholes. We're not getting in until like 2 hours after the place opens, and then we're standing in lines. It's a miserable experience. We could have easily had the best footage and everything. It would have been the best experience. But that's what I mean. Like the whole thing reeked of unprofessionalism. We get there, no one's there on time.
DSP, you are unprofessional.
Right? Show up. You have to come to our rooftop drunken party with a bunch of YouTubers. Why do I need to do that? What does it fucking have to do with anything? You hand me my badge. You don't even tell me what my badge is. You don't even tell me what abilities I have when I'm there, right? The whole thing was just like, figure it out for yourself and fuck it if anything actually of good gets done. And that was kind of, I hate to say it, that was just kind of their own thing. Like, that was how they ran stuff. And that was not just one case, but that's kind of like the entire time that I was a part of it with Machinima, that's exactly how they ran everything. Well, we should be professional, but half the time we tell you half information. You don't know who you're talking to. You don't really know what you're supposed to be doing. You don't know what's important and what's not. At any moment's notice, something can change. And, oh, well, just figure it out for yourself. And, that, you know, that's what I mean. Like, that was a trip where we had actually known everything that was going on. You know what I'm saying?
If I had actually read all the emails they sent me instead of just skimming through, ignoring shit.
Instead, it was like a stressful chore. because they weren't very professional at all.
It was a
with the way they
stressful
handled
chore,
it.
guys, having
And,
to
I mean, thank God we didn't go to that
record
stupid
video
party
game
for another week to find out
videos.
another 2-3 hours of driving to fucking go to a rooftop party with a fucking DJ. Like, what stupid shit is that? So I'm glad we didn't go, you know?
Are you kidding me? I would have
In
fucking
reality,
killed for that
you know,
shit.
Is it nice to say that, yes...
When I go to, like, YumaCon, Animarathon, Colossal Con, one of the favorite things to do is to go to the dances. I like that they call it a glow stick dance. Like, it's a fucking rave, you bitches. Don't be giving me the PC nomenclature. It's a rave. But it's so much fucking fun. I still remember at, YumaCon when you had, that Punk played, but, one of the guys was dressed as Krillin. He had these yellow lights. When you spun him over his head, it looked like a Destructo disc. It was really cool. God, I love going to conventions. Unlike DSP, because he hates people.
I did go to E3 at one point in my career. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, now E3 doesn't even exist anymore. So yeah, there might have been some feelings of remorse or I missed the boat if I didn't go when I went. Because now you would have said, well, now it doesn't even happen. It's now a remnant of history, right? It's like something that happened and it's now, you know, a footnote in what gaming used to be. So I guess it's nice that at least I got to go at least once. But at the same time, man, what a waste of time it really was. You know what I mean? It really was. It was just, I could have covered it just as effectively by sitting at home. I know I could have. So it's kind of disappointing in that regard, okay? So that's pretty much the E3 story. Now, there is a follow-up to the E3 story, okay?
Nice, Roach Mate.
Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Let's see. I'm trying to find the specific emails to outline what's going on. Yeah. So basically, I mean, there's a bunch of bitchy emails I sent them. They're pretty bitchy, I'm not gonna lie.
Because you're a bitch.
But basically, here's what happened, okay? I'll show you the first one. If you want to see the rest of the bitchy emails, you let me know. But here's what happened. So...
Spoiler, he doesn't show the others, because he realizes this makes him look like a bitch.
The whole reason that they sent me to E3 was to cover this Hawken game, right? That was the whole fucking reason that we went, okay? Here's what ends up happening. There's supposed to be an alpha for Hawken, and if we covered the game during that time period, we were supposed to be paying for that content, and it was part of the agreement. Remember we said we were going to be like $5,800? So the alpha gets canceled outright. After people already made time. I made time in my schedule to play the alpha. The alpha completely gets canceled. So the alpha doesn't happen. And then later on, see, this is the first of 3 emails. I'm not going to bother you showing all 3 bitchy emails. But basically what ended up happening was, then they said they were going to do a beta. And then the beta got delayed, so the beta didn't happen. And they said, only time you can play Hawken is 2 days.
Nice, Roach Mate.
And it was right in the middle of the busy gaming season, like the hardcore gaming
Sounds
season.
like you had a really good time.
Juggling a bunch of new releases and things. I was doing co-op, like Borderlands 2 here. I was doing co-op with John Rambo at the time. So every time that basically something Hawken came up, I would make time to play it because they said, this is per your agreement. You play the game, you'll make money. And then they would cancel it. It happened twice in a row. It was first the alpha, then the beta, both getting pushed and canceled. So at this point, I'm like, I don't even care about this fucking game anymore. I really don't. This is ridiculous. So then they said, in order to do it, you had to basically play during these 2 specific days. Here, you want to see the next bitchy email? Because someone just said, can I see the next bitchy email? Here's the next bitchy email. Here you go. Now you're telling me the open beta is delayed. I'll be unable to play Hawken for an entire week if I don't do so today or tomorrow. Now I have to completely change my filming plans for tonight to make vids. It's starting a huge co-op at Resident Evil 6. I won't be able to interrupt that. So basically, I kept bitching to them. And I was like, the whole point of you sending me out to E3 is this Hawken game. But this game's a shit show. The alpha's canceled. The beta's delayed. You're telling me I only have 2 days I can ever play it. So here's what ended up happening. Listen to this. I'm almost positive, don't 100% take my word for it. I think it was Woody's Gamer
Trust
Tag,
me,
but it
DSP
might not have been.
won't
I
take
think it
your
was
word
actually
for
the Airy Lord told me this. He goes, so basically, none of the Machinima partners ended up playing the game, except one. One Machinima partner cleared his whole schedule and played Hawken like a whole weekend, and because of that, he did 100% of the promotion, and he made the entire, like, $5,000 himself.
Nice.
Now, I heard it was Woody's Gamer Tag, but that was hearsay. It might not have been.
Good for
but
him.
Just think of that. They flew, like 15, 20 people out to E3, right, to cover this game, to promote it. Only one person ended up doing it, and they ended up paying that person the entire promotional budget because the fucking launch got fucked so bad, no one cared about it anymore. And by the way, when the game came out, it flopped huge. No one played it. No one cared about it. It was played with technical issues, and eventually, it just kept getting pushed back. It was always like, we're releasing it in open beta. We're releasing it in an alpha state. They never had, like, a final state. Eventually, years later, they retooled the game and tried to release it as a free-to-play game on consoles, and it failed then, too. I'm pretty sure the game is dead now. So
could have looked it up before you started the stream to know, so you'd be
long,
definitive.
expensive campaign, flying
like, oh yeah, and
out
it's not even around anymore, guys. They can't even play no even if we wanted to.
That was dead on arrival. A game that couldn't even get its shit together and release an alpha or a beta appropriately. A game that never had a full final release. It was a waste of everybody's time, right? And one person, because they decided to clear their whole schedule, made $5,000 on the game, and no one else involved made any money whatsoever. So
which I bet is more than what you made playing whatever game you played that weekend.
Essentially, the entire promotion was a waste of everyone's time, just like this hoodie is a waste of time and a waste, you know what I mean? Like, the whole thing was just stupid as shit, right?
Like, oh no, it's cosplay
right?
makeup.
So,
I wanted to go as an old man.
There you go. That's the E3 story. Now, a year later, I wanted to go back to E3. And here's where you're going to start to see a big change in attitude and a change in shift when it comes to Machinima. So, essentially, next year, 2013, okay, I'm still working with Machinima. I'm still a partner of theirs. I'm still considered one of the people who they want for stuff. And I want to do some interesting different things, okay? Here it is here. Here it is. Oh, yeah, here it is. This is interesting. So, it's 2013, and everything's still fine with Machinima, right? There's no problems or anything. But what ends up happening is YouTube makes a change to the algorithm. And the algorithm change that they made in early 2013 was that videos are now popular based on engagement rather than on viral popularity or views. So, for example, if you have a video that's 30 minutes long and a lot of people watch it, that video gets priority over a 5-minute long video that a lot of people watch some of, but not the whole video. And it didn't really make much sense for someone like me who was only putting out 10-minute long videos. It killed me. Like, my engagement and my viewership and all of that.
Well, did you change? No, you didn't change. Well, then it's your fault.
So this affected Machinima in a big way. Machinima was basically getting all the videos in their network, having less attention, less views, and they were making way less money on them. So Machinima started to change their attitude.
But you didn't change. You could have changed and made longer videos then, but you refused to.
I was one of them, okay? So I'll give you an example, but first there's a tip to shout out here. Hold on.
Is this Dan Man with $100?
So, Sir Oink, $2. I'm glad you helped your bud come through with you. Shit like that is not something you would want to go solo. Sounds like they threw a bunch of shit together and put a bunch of people they had under their contract in there just to see what would happen. I'm surprised they didn't have you guys under one hotel making sure shit was in order. Anyways, have a good weekend, brother. I'll be here. Yeah, they didn't. That was true. It was weird as shit because not all the YouTubers were staying in the same hotel. We were like in one place and YouTubers were like all over the place. That's absolutely true. I don't know if it's because of the way that they
probably the other rooms were taken, so they had to spread them around.
We were under that impression that maybe we could carpool. No. We all had to be driving from different directions and stuff to get to the event. It was very odd the way that it was done. I agree with you there. Like I said, it reeked of confusion and unprofessionalism the entire time that we were there. But here I am having to grin and bear it and be happy. Oh, I'm so happy when actually the thing is very chaotic and, you know, annoying and stressful. And it could have been a lot better if they just kind of had their shit together a little more. Okay? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2013. I have launched a series or a show. It's called Project 7.
I don't think his dad fired him. I think his dad left, and without his dad being there to cover for him, the company finally got rid of him. Like, the company only kept him around because of who his dad was. Which is crazy. Like, hi, Mr. Paul Burnell. You are such a great employee. Oh, you have a son? Oh, well, Mr. Burnell, if he works anything like you do, we'd love to have him on the team. Oh, shit, he's a worthless piece of shit. But we can't get rid of him because we love his dad so much. Fine, just shuffle him around, try to keep him busy. Oh, hey, his dad finally retired. There's his DSP.
All right. And Project 7 is a show I'm doing with my friends, with John, with our friend Howard, with Howard's relatives and friends, respected Pat. And it's a silly, absolutely ridiculous series. It's us messing around with games and game tropes and memes and jokes. It's got horrendous acting, all right? But what it's got is a good soundtrack because I actually got some sponsored tracks from bands, like game cover bands, who did the soundtrack for the show. They let us use their music. And great cinematography because these guys, respect the pact, were amateur filmmakers who were actually quite good at what they did.
And then you refused to pay them.
Sounded good, and was acted horribly. But for what it was at the time, I thought it was quite funny. I mean, there's a lot of other guys that were doing similar shows at the time that were just as bad, but somehow they got a pass while we got shat on, okay? But anyway, Project 7, I was releasing episodes, and each episode was getting hundreds of thousands of views on my own channels. So at the time, I was in good rapport with Machinima. And actually, all the time we were making Project 7, I was contacting Machinima and telling them about the show, and they were very interested. They were like, yes, we absolutely would like to do Project 7 on our channels, because there's some way, we know you want to do it on your channel, but can you also upload it to Machinima? To which I was like, yeah, absolutely. We'll release our episodes starting in early 2013 or whatever, and I'd be down for that. Why not? Why not have a situation where I have it on my channel, but you could have it on your channel. Maybe have some cross-promotion. If it gets popular, that's good. It'll bring more attention to the series. If we start making good money on it, we can make more episodes or whatever, okay? So I start talking to Machinima. They're gung-ho. All of a sudden, they stop talking to me about it. They stop responding to me about it. So now we've released maybe like 2 or 3 episodes, and it's the summertime, and we're working on episode 4, okay? And I keep asking Machinima about it, and finally I get a response in the summer, all right? And the response in the summer is basically, oh, so, yeah, we finally sat down and talked about it, and we decided that Project 7 is not a good fit for Machinima. Maybe we'd like to put it on our sister channel, Respawn, but it's not a good fit for Machinima's main channel, all right? Now, I don't know how many of you maybe used to watch Machinima's main channel, okay? It was not the epitome of production values. It was not some high-budget place. It was a bunch of shit, basically just thrown at the channel.
Way to promote your old channel.
Random
Oh,
uploads every
wait.
day. You know, chaotic stuff.
You don't care anymore because you don't make money on it.
No, was for gameplay. Respawn was supposed to be the channel where Let's Players and stuff threw up their gameplay, their review. That's what Respawn was for. Why would they want a comedy show about gamers or gaming on Respawn? It didn't even fit. It made absolutely no sense whatsoever to have the show on Respawn at all. Like, there was nothing to be gained by that. That wasn't the target audience for it. So what ended up happening was they refused to have the show on the main channel. They eventually put it on Respawn, and it tanked. No one cared. The show got like no views. It got like maybe 10,000 views an episode, if that. You know, on my main channel. All right. Oh, here we go. This is actually my response, saying, I don't even understand what you mean when you're saying that it wouldn't fit the content of the main channel. Like, what are you talking about? Why don't you think that Project 7 wouldn't fit the content of the main Machinima channel? It doesn't make sense, because if you look at the content on that channel, that is the kind of content that's on the channel. It's edited, it's skits, it's edited stuff. It's your Respawn channel is your gameplay channel. So I don't even understand, you know, why that would happen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. But apparently, I get from what
Yeah,
you
he
were
wasn't
saying,
anywhere near as
it's because
valuable to
there's
them as he
adult
thought,
humor,
because
the episode
he
where we're
refused to do
fighting,
anything that they told him to do.
So what is it? Gaseous Snake.
And these are the bitchy emails he's willing to show. Just imagine the emails he's not willing to show.
You know, he's farting and we're swearing and everything. I guess they didn't like that. They wanted to be more family friendly, which I don't understand, because Machinima was not a family friendly channel in any way, shape, or form. But that was kind of their bullshit, right? That was their, like, basically they were trying to find every excuse to not put Project 7 on the channel after they had already been very interested, okay, and said that basically it would be a good fit and it would promote the show. So it kind of sucked because, you know, for me and John and Howard, and Respect the Pack, Project 7 was something we put a lot of time and effort into. It was. For me, I would say, for me, John and Howard, probably not as much. For Respect the Pack, it was a lot of effort. They put a ton of time and effort, more than all of us combined.
Did you pay them for that effort? No? Well,
I was honestly hoping that eventually the show would get popular. It maybe by going on Machinima or something like that. Because if it got an audience and we started making big money on it, then we could actually, you know, pay everyone for it. And then maybe we could actually be like something that's profitable, and we could put more time and effort into future episodes. And essentially the whole thing just, it died. That was one of the discussions we had when we were making the show, was, hey, how do we turn Project 7 into something bigger than just a show I'm running on DSP Gaming? And the answer was, hey, you know, I got Machinima contacts, right? And maybe that's something that that we can do that would make more sense, right? But now it's dead in the water. They don't want to do it anymore. And this was kind of the beginning of what I've noticed. Some, basically some situations here where I noticed that my relationship with Machinima was changing. At first, I was considered like one of the top upper echelon partners
when you were the top upper view getter?
They had, and all of a sudden, it's like their attitude started to change towards me. And I didn't really understand what was going on or why, and they never told me why either, but there definitely was a distinct change, all right? Now, one of the biggest changes that happened was actually, I believe, in 2013. Let me double check that date, but I'm pretty sure it was 2013, because this was the first time that I experienced a major contract renegotiation. So allow me to tell you what that means. So up to that point, all of the content that I had made for Machinima, all right, and I was a Machinima partner, I was getting paid $2 per 1,000 views. Now, there was a bonus structure where sometimes I was getting paid more, but basically it was always $2 per 1,000 views. In early 2013, I was contacted. Actually, I think it was late 2012, and then it spilled over into early January 2013. And essentially, Machinima said, well, we screwed up. We recalculated, and we now realize that we are paying everyone way too much money, and we're bleeding money, and therefore, because of this, we need to renegotiate everyone's contracts. So we need to renegotiate yours for less money, all right? Okay, so how much less? Well, what they did is they did a calculation. And the calculation basically determined whether or not a channel was profitable enough to have the $2 per 1,000 view ratio or not. Now, at the time, I had multiple channels that were partnered with Machinima. I had DSP Gaming. That's the main channel where I did gameplay. I had a vlogging channel at the time. It was just vlogs and that kind of stuff. And then I had the DSP Street Fighter channel where I was doing all fighting game coverage, okay? In fact, the DSP Street Fighter channel wasn't even long running, maybe a year and a half, if that. You know, this is an idea that I had come up with in mid 2010. Here we are, it's like early 2013, so maybe 2 years it would have been running or something like that. So it wasn't a super long running channel or anything like that, okay? So they contact me, And they said, we want to renegotiate your contracts based on statistics. Your statistics show that your DSP gaming channel is making more than $2 in ads for every 1,000 views. So we want to keep you, you know, in a contract close. I want to say it was like they renegotiated it for like, I think what it was is the contract there was $225 and they renegotiated it down to $2, right? So instead of $225 per 1,000, it was now $2 per 1,000. Big deal. I'm taking a quarter hit. Big deal. Not a huge pay decrease, right? So I didn't really care about that. But the thing that they got me, they said, so we ran the numbers on DSP Street Fighter. And the numbers on DSP Street Fighter basically show that that channel is bringing in like $1.65 per 1,000 views. So we need to renegotiate your contract on DSP Street Fighter for that amount. So I wrote them an email. And I said, what on earth are you talking about? Because if I were to upload to DSP Street Fighter and you're saying I'm outright going to make less on a video there, why would I ever upload a video there? If you're saying any video I upload to DSP Gaming makes more money, $2 versus $1.65 per 1,000 views, why on earth would I upload ever to DSP Street Fighter? If that's the case, I'll close the channel.
I actually has a legitimate business point there.
Back on DSP Gaming again.
Yeah, and then he goes delays a fuck ton of videos.
So basically, I had to lie to my audience because here's what I said to them. I said, "What do you think that I should say to my audience of why I'm closing DSP Street Fighter, a channel that they love?" But, I mean, I'm not going to shoot myself in the foot and make almost 25% less on the videos there just because you want to renegotiate the contract that it makes no sense. So, here's what he says. To be honest, I don't think you need to mention anything to the fans concerning Street Fighter. We're certainly not going to mention anything. This is a private business matter that you conducted with Machinima. In short, there's nothing wrong with simply saying, instead of uploading gameplay videos to 2 channels, I've consolidated gameplay to 1 channel and will create a special playlist for fighting videos. In light of this, even if
there you go.
Uploading fighting
so holy shit, so Machinima had a great idea for it. So Machinima had an answer. Because they're professional business people.
You don't need to mention anything. So essentially, they didn't want me to be honest with my audience and say Machinima was a fucking bunch of idiots. Because why on earth would I have kept DSP Street Fighter? Just think about that. They were going to pay me less. I could just upload the exact same videos to the other channel and make more. Why would I upload it to the channel where I make less? They're morons. And
they just told you what to do.
They basically said, well, just don't say anything to your audience then. So basically, act like your audience is dumb and don't ever give them a reason. They don't deserve to know. Like, seriously, what a moron. Right? Unbelievable. The way I actually left it was, I said, hey, the channel will always exist. In fact, here's another email. I said, the channel will always exist. So maybe in the future we could talk about bringing it back. To which they responded and they were like, yeah, maybe someday. Because that's what this says. Oh, maybe if there's beneficial things in the future or whatever. But essentially, if you're gonna renegotiate a contract, right? At least make it make sense. Why on earth would I have accepted the contract for less money on DSP Street Fighter? It didn't even make sense at all. All they should have just said was, we're just going to cancel the contract because it's not making enough money. Why would I have accepted it? But that's what I mean. Like, that's how the company was. It's like, who's running it over there? Who in their right mind would even come to me with this offer? This offer makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. It's ludicrously stupid. What you're telling me is dumb. But this is the beginning where I started to see the cracks with this company. Now, I thought originally this company was quite smart, and I started seeing really dumb behaviors out of this company that didn't seem to make much or any sense at all. From any kind of a logic or financial perspective. It was just getting worse and worse year after year, as you're about to see, because now we're heading into the final hour here. And in this final hour, we're going to start talking about things such as, this is how you don't play.
Don't ask, don't tell, exactly.
We're going to start talking about the false copyright strikes.
They're like, guys, due to issues, I got to consolidate everything onto 1 channel. Sorry.
Okay.
Ta-da.
All right.
And then be done with it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for chilling with me. Thanks for those who are still here on the stream. Thank you. Still got a great audience. I hope you guys are still enjoying. A lot of you are
hour and a half to go.
Chat, but I think it's because you're listening intently. You're enjoying the stories, right? I thank you for watching, and I hope that you're enjoying yourselves. We still got about another hour left on tonight's stream, where I'm going to finish up with these final round of stories, okay? But thank you for watching The Dark Side of Machinima. If you're watching this on demand on YouTube, what do you think about everything I just told you about Machinima? Does it sound good?
Comment down below so I can delete the comment because I don't like what you say.
Company? Did you possibly have relations with Machinima back in the day? Did you ever try to go to E3 under the umbrella of Machinima? Were you one of the people who got that other email about going to E3? How was your experience at E3 if you went there under Machinima? Was it different from mine? Like, you know what I mean? I'd love to hear. Please leave comments on these videos and let me know what you think. And remember, if you're enjoying...
And like I said, those are the emails he's willing to show. What did he say in the emails he's not willing to show?
Yourself, please like the videos. Right now, people are definitely liking the stream. It'd be great if you could also like the videos on demand after the fact, okay? Thank you all. Part 3, the final part, coming right away. Thanks for watching. Okay. Real quick, I want to stretch my legs. I have to unplug my battery, which is now charging. I don't want it to overcharge there. And just stretch out a little bit. By the way, I think Broly had done a super chat, and I hadn't shouted it out, and I will shout that out in a second. Ooh, that hurts. I'm so stiff just sitting there not moving. Oh, man. Ugh.
He's so tired from sitting there doing nothing, guys. So tired.
It's actually gotten warm in here for some reason. So here's the deal. I am going to go grab my coffee. This is about the time of day when I normally have my coffee. So I'm actually going to go grab it. By the way, I think it's pretty obvious. I'm not going to receive any $100 tips. So I guess I'm going to go put the bourbon back. But I'm going to go make myself a quick coffee. And then we're going to do our final hour. And this is a very interesting hour.
Gonna have himself a quick shot of booze off
In this
screen.
hour, I'm going to talk about the Machinima Xbox, which I'm going to show to you guys. I'm going to talk about the false copyright strikes. I'm going to talk about this is how you don't play, and the incident, and my falling out with Machinima, and basically breaking my ties with the network. All of that in the next hour. So literally every moment of the next hour is going to be pretty interesting. Okay? This is essentially the final 3-4 years I dealt with them, where it was like a big falling out.
Exactly. It's definitely going to be taking a shot off screen.
All right? Okay. I'll be right back. I'm just going to make a coffee. All right? I'll be right back. Right? The tip. There's no tip coming in. I just want to confirm, guys. Because I think it was Darth Fig who said there's no tip coming in, correct? I'll just go get rid of this. Oh, by the way, Broly did a super chat and said, what's a chaperone? A chaperone is supposed to be like someone who watches you when you're doing something. Like, for example, when you're a kid and you're going on a field trip, you know, a parent or a teacher or guardian who watches you do stuff so you don't get into trouble. That's a chaperone.
Chaperone.
Oh, Darth Fig, you're sending it now? Oh, okay. If you're sending it now, then I'll hold up. All right, I'll go get the coffee. I'll be right back. I'm just going to mute the mic.
Way to toy with the pig roach. What do they call it? An Irish coffee, I think they call it. But as long as it's not on screen. Skip ahead. Amazing content, guys. Well, someone eventually does tip $100. Was Dan the Man. And now Dan the Man on Twitter's all, it wasn't me, I swear, guys. I just really love his content. But I would never donate $100. I just love him. He's my greatest creator ever.
She had a salad for dinner, also from Panera Bread. She's like, my salad also was not filling. I'm starving. I said, then have something to eat. I mean, I'm still stuck in the office for another hour or two. But you go ahead and eat, you know. What a shitty dinner that was.
That cat was.
All right, so guys, final hour is about to start. All right. And thanks for chilling with me here today. This is going to be a fun finale hour. All right. Looks like no tip came in, so I don't know, man. I think this Darth Fig is full of baloney. I think he's pulling my leg. I left the bourbon up here just in case he wanted me to do it.
I don't know why he didn't get a whole sandwich. Why did he get half a sandwich?
Message saying pending. Well, I didn't get any message saying pending. I think you're full of it. I think you're full of it because if it was pending, I would show pending on my end, and it doesn't show that. So I think you are full of baloney. All right, so forget it. I don't really care. Anyway. Stay. Okay. All right, I got my coffee, but it's too hot to drink. All right, so I'm going to let it cool down for a second here. Oh, never mind. It did come through right now. Look at that. It did come through. I just got it. It's not pending. No, this is from Dan the Man. It's not from Darth Fig. It's from Dan the Man. I've got fooled. I totally got fooled. Thank you to Dan the Man for a $100 tip. I completely got fooled, man. Wow, I totally thought that was Darth Fig. It's not. Dan the Man, thank you. Let's go ahead and do a whopping $100 tip animation from Dan the Man. That is so nice of you. Let's add that to the leaderboard. I will take a shot.
Shots. Everybody. Shot.
You did a tip for today. Thank you very much, Dan the Man. That's so generous of you. Now, we can do a hat quick. What hat do you want me to wear quick, guys? Just start throwing out hat names. We don't have time for a poll. We got 1 hour left. I got a lot to cover. So let's just talk it out quick. What
a hat and a vest.
Today, I'm already wearing the hoodie.
Nope. Wait. So no hoodie, but you hit the hoodie goal. No hoodies.
Hair, Los Santos.
No.
Aviator. Pikachu.
No vest goal, guys, because I'm wearing a hoodie.
Fake hair. All right.
So good job hitting the vest goal, guys. Former alcoholic, absolutely ecstatic that he gets to get some shots on stream.
All right. Fake hair it is. All right, we ready?
It doesn't even say Dan Man, just says
here we go.
Supporter.
Welcome back, everyone out there, to the dark side of Machinima. This is the third and final part where I am relaying stories of the 6.5 years that I was a Machinima partner. There were ups, there were downs. We've been through a lot of those, and now in this final hour, we're essentially going to cover some of the final years that I was a partner and some of the weird stuff that went down in my personal life, professional life, and the interactions with Machinima that led to eventually the termination of my contract with them. So let's do it, shall we? All right. So, first of all,
wake up like a bald little bitch and cried.
Was that in...
No, guys. The stream's been going on for however long it's been going on, and I've only gotten one sub, guy. Oh, wait, I have a full-time job.
See, 2013, all right? A lot of things were going weird, and one of the weird initiatives...
Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button, guys.
Machinima did. Oh, you're right, I skipped a shot. I gotta take a shot of whiskey, everyone, because someone did a big contribution. I'll do this while I talk, okay? One of the big initiatives that Machinima did was they wanted to launch an app. Now, I never understood what on earth or why on earth they would want to have an app, all right? When you think an app, you think it's because it serves a purpose. This app is supposed to be something specific, you know. And, by the way, that's a whole shot, just so everybody knows. This is a double shot glass. I always say that. I like how it looks, though. All right? So, anyway, basically, Machinima wanted to do an app. Now, what the app was supposed to do was supposed to be on the Xbox 360. So, not only did they only want to do an app, they only wanted to do it on the Xbox 360. They didn't want to have it on, like, a mobile device. They didn't want to have it, you know what I mean, on TV. Just Xbox 360. That's it. That definitely confused me. What's the purpose of having an app just on the console? How many people realistically were using apps on their Xbox 360? I mean, back then, today it's more common. On your game console, you might have Netflix or you might have Disney Plus. Back then, it wasn't. It wasn't as commonplace. So, you know, 10 years ago, they want to do this app.
So they were ahead of the curve.
Me to be one of the people who they wanted to promote the app, and they said they were going to give me like some money, but not really. What they wanted to do is they wanted to give me a piece of swag as a way of saying thanks for promoting the app, and they wanted to put my stuff on the app. So they wanted.
So you could have gotten promoted on the app.
Gameplay on this Xbox 360 app.
So
the idea was...
So they would have promoted you on their app, giving you more views, giving you more money. Jackass.
You boot up your Xbox 360, okay? And there's an app that says Machinima. You click on it, and all the top Machinima partners are on there by category by their name, and you can find their latest content and find all their content on there, all right? In premise, this sounds good to me. So they say they're going to send me a Machinima-branded Xbox 360 to show off in my videos while I advertise this app.
Which you have,
okay?
actually.
So there's a little bit of the details there, like when's it coming and stuff like that. Oh, here we go. So I was told, here we are, the app was scheduled to launch April 30th, all right, 2013. We'd like to get a video up on your channel on that date. We'll send you this custom Xbox, so it'll arrive by the week of the 22nd to be safe. We really need a video telling your audience about the app, and then it goes live, and to download it and check it out, and then to check out the video or two that you created exclusively for the Xbox. I'll have more details on that soon. So yeah, what they had wanted me to do was do a gameplay video or two that was going to be just for the Xbox app. And they were going to put it just on that app so my fans would have a reason to go to the app to check out these exclusive videos and use the app.
And then you would make more money.
You're already watching everyone's videos on YouTube, on the PC. At that point, YouTube had launched like an app for your phone. Why do you need a Machinima-specific app to watch content of people who are under the Machinima umbrella?
I'll say it's a very interesting looking Xbox. I kind of want it too.
And like I said, they didn't offer to pay me anything to advertise the app.
You know his email address. I just know he's going to charge you like $1,000 for it. Then not tell his fans about it.
So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to take a shot of this. Very good. Thank you, Dan the Man, for your support. That was very good. Then I'm going to show you what they sent me. And then I'm going to show you what happened with this app. I'm going to tell you what happened with the app, which is absolutely laughable. Are you ready for this? So here is the Machinima Xbox 360. I still have it in its original box, unused. Never used the thing once. Just kept it in the box for 10 years. And I did unbox this once. And then I did also show you again last year when I cluttered my closet. But here it is. You ready for this?
Middle class son trashes you because you didn't get him a fucking Wolverine toy.
The later model Xbox 360, by the way. Look at that nice logo on it with gears and stuff on it. Look at that.
Fuck, that looks
pretty
awesome.
Cool, huh? On the other side, Machinima says right there.
Like, I'm not even a fan of Machinima or Xbox, but God, that looks gorgeous.
Here's the back.
That's a good looking
nice
console.
Today. It would have been nice if I had like a really great quality camera like this 10 years ago. I didn't. My camera sucked ass. But now it looks pretty good, right? And then here on the front, It says Machinima on the disk drive. See that? And this is the later model Xbox 360, by the way. This is the older one, okay? Also...
Yeah, pearls before swines.
If I can find it. It came with a custom controller. Now, the controller does not say Machinima, but it has this coating on it. It's a little weird. It's a little, it's fine, like it didn't come off, but it does feel kind of like a custom paint job almost. And you can tell this is a custom-made controller that they probably sent to some company to rebuild and put this stuff on. It doesn't say
It's
Machinima
a gorgeous
anywhere on
orange.
it.
Orange is my favorite
Alright,
color,
it's just kinda,
so.
you know, the standard controller, just it's red and it actually shines a little, has the sheen to it, right? Okay, so they send me this you know, Xbox. I remember showing it in a video, all right? And the app launches, and I remember at launch, they said, could you make some videos exclusively for this app? All right, which I did. I think I made 1 or 2 videos that I told them, hey, you know, upload them just to the app. That's all these are for. I don't remember what gameplay it was. I have no recollection whatsoever what the gameplay was that I made, okay? And so the app goes live, and I advertise it. People start going over to it. Immediately, people start contacting me with complaints. They're like, Phil, are you aware that the app barely works? That when you boot it up, it doesn't really show many or any videos. For example, I wanted to watch your latest playthrough. Your latest playthrough is not even on there. That only very select videos, for some odd reason, are showing on the app. Like, for example, on this app, it's supposed to be just Machinima partner videos. But you open the app, you can't even search for, like, DSP Gaming, I don't know, Uncharted 3 playthrough. You can't even do that. There was no properly functioning search. If you did it, it didn't work. Everything came up like empty, no results. Apparently, the way the app worked was Machinima had to specifically put videos from your channel into the app for them to show up in search. So basically, the vast majority of your content could not be found on the app. There was no point in having an app where 90% of your content could never be located or found. Why would you ever use the app? So they tell me to advertise it. They tell me to put.
Oh, that'd be a
content
shame to
exclusively
destroy
on it.
something like
They
that.
send me
Yeah, you know
a
someone would
special
pay
Xbox
$1,000
to
for
promote
that
it.
easily.
I do all of the above.
But he won't sell it.
They launched
it's
the app.
his.
The app doesn't work right.
It's his
and
trophy,
no one likes
guys.
it. No one used it.
It's his
Basically, the app
Tekken
was
in a
one of their
mall
biggest
tournament
failures they ever did.
trophy.
And it was hilarious because they were really pushing and touting it. They were really, oh, the Machinima app, it's going to change everything. All our partners are going to be on there. They're going to be found. You know, no one else has an app. You tell me Full Screen has an app? Do you think Maker Studios has an app? No, because they weren't stupid. They didn't think that they needed an app. You know what I mean? So I probably have the one of these anywhere on the world. Do you think anyone else has this? Like, who got these? I mean, when you really think about it, how many Machinima partners probably received this console? Not many, right? Maybe like 10, 20, 30, maybe 50. I don't even know how many Machinima partners.
So you have a very
advertise
limited
Machinima
edition
app.
item,
You search for
and you
Machinima
won't
app
sell
videos
it.
on YouTube. You'd see some pop up.
Think how many
Well,
Hawken
people
clothes you
actually
get on
did it? How many
WWE
people still have
Champions
this
for that?
completely pristine, intact, not used, right? I never booted it once. It's all right here. I think the hard drive's here too. I'm pretty sure this has a hard drive. Well, that's the power adapter. Maybe it doesn't have a hard drive. I think it might just be the console. I don't think it came with a hard drive, actually. Oh, wait. This is the one that has the internal hard drive, right? It's not external anymore. These are the ones that have the internal hard drive. So, yeah, it's probably with it. Yeah. So, there you go. Definitely a remnant of the past of a company that doesn't exist. Who on earth is ever going to ask for a Machinima Xbox? Probably no one ever. Right? Who cares, right? Because the company's defunct. But, hey, it's something I have, a collectible, forever, right?
Yes. Something you could easily sell for $1,000.
A couple quick shout outs, and then we're going to get into the contentious dramatic stories and the finale. All right? So, I received a $5 tip from someone saying, great stream. Are you worried about retaliation? Retaliation of what? Machinima doesn't exist. They completely went out of business.
They're owned by another company, though. That company still
Warner
exists.
got bought out by Disney. Not Disney, AT&T. AT&T liquidated everything. They deleted all the videos and all the assets and laid off all the employees. The company isn't even registered. They don't exist. What retaliation exactly would happen? Exactly, you know. And by the way, what have I even done in this video that would warrant retaliation? Like, I'm just stating fact.
You literally showed an email that clearly stated, do not show to anyone. Jackass.
Of things that happen, right? So I swear some people are ridiculous. Anyway, thank you for the tip. $5 tip there. Okay. And Broly did a second super chat, says chaperone, not chaperone. Yes, it's spelled with that way, but it's pronounced the same, so I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, thanks for the super chat. Okay, so now we're heading into the final stories that I have about Machinima, okay? And basically, this is where things start to fall apart a bit. I always had continued payment issues. I'm going to skip through some of this stuff that's not as important, all right? But basically, the first signs of trouble started in late 2013 when all of a sudden YouTube launched the Content ID match system for all channels. And here's the very weird thing about all of that, okay? YouTube launches Content ID in late 2013. What is Content ID? It's a system by which your videos are matched to copywritten content, and if it matches, it's auto-matched by an algorithm, and that content is attributed to somebody else, and someone else gets advertisement rights on your content. So essentially, you're making money on a video, someone claims it for Content ID, you lose all money on it forever, okay? It's bad, especially for someone like me,
You
who has,
challenge
at
it,
this
and
point,
it usually
probably
goes through.
40,000
Or if it's a
videos
troll,
on
it
the
won't go
internet,
through,
if not
but
more at this
still.
point. And I'm like, every hour, I'm probably getting 12 to 20 videos claimed every hour for like a week straight. So you do the math, it's like thousands upon thousands of my videos are getting Content ID claimed, and I'm losing the rights to all these videos. So I contact Machinima about it, and Machinima's like, we have to look into this. We didn't know anything about this. Then within like a day, Machinima sends out this email. So, hi Machinima partners, we're going to make some of you managed partners and some of you not. Managed partners means that you're a big enough YouTuber that we trust you in your content and we need you in our network, so we're going to protect you from Content ID moving forward. However, any videos that were previously caught by Content ID will be claimed forever, and there's no way you can ever fix those videos. So if it was a big video that you were getting tons of views on and making money, you'll never make money on that video ever again, and there's no way to appeal it. I'm serious. This is what we were told. At this time, what happened, because this change happened overnight in December 2013, big YouTubers like the Rad Brad were absolutely freaking out because all of their videos were getting claimed.
You were freaking
and
out,
I
DSP.
basically started trying to help everybody by explaining the situation because I figured it out before anybody else. And I started giving them all instructions on how to fix this on Twitter. I started posting up on Twitter stuff like, hey, so if you just happen to have your video Content ID match, you can try to edit out the music that got matched, and maybe you'll get the advertisement rights back to your video. Here's how you do that. Because back then, this was a decade ago, this was a relatively new thing. No one knew how to do it. I figured out how to do it, and I went out and posted this up, and all these big YouTubers
I'm sure someone else figured out how to do
figure out
it.
how to try to save their videos. The Rad Brad personally thanked me for trying to help him because, you know, he was confused at how his videos were getting claimed too. It was a shit show at the time. But here's my question. How did Machinima not know this was coming? They're supposed to be one of the major networks working with YouTube on a daily basis on everything. They didn't know that Content ID matches were coming? They were never told? This literally could have ruined people's businesses if they weren't aware of it. How were they not told that it was coming, right? And this whole thing with managed versus affiliate partner status, right? This was, if they could have done this all along, you know, why wasn't it done ahead of time? Why did they only have to do this after the fact that Content ID went live? Why didn't they make their bigger partners managed partners first? So it was kind of like the first time where I saw something weird going on with Machinima. Like, why were they not ready? Why were they not being professional? This is just a big mess, and it could have led to a lot of problems. Luckily for me, they did make me a managed partner. Although
So
it was
it didn't
absolutely
affect
funny.
you. Good to
So they made
know.
me a managed partner, right? And then I ended up getting an email. I think this is it right here. Oh yeah, here it is. So I get an email months later. This email you're seeing here is from like, I want to say like March or April 2014. Okay? Someone emails me, they're like, hey, I want to make you a managed partner. I was like, I've been a managed partner since December. Like, I'm already a managed partner with you guys for like 4 or 5 months. Why are you sending me an email to make me a managed partner? And then he responded back and he's like, oh, sorry about that. Totally didn't realize you're already there. If you need anything, let me know. And then the guy never emailed me ever again. I'm serious. This is also some weird times. So here's a weird thing that happened during this time frame. Someone who was supposed to be a part
And
of
make a video of you wiping it off going, don't
contacted
take
me
my
out of the
shit,
blue. Someone I've
DSP.
literally never heard of this person before. They contact me, they say, I want to have a phone call with you, or a Skype call with you about the development of your channel. Okay, let's have the call. I don't have any documents for this, because this was a phone call or a Skype call. So they call me up, and they're, all right, so how's your channel doing? You know, what do you like about YouTube? What are your strategies? And then they say the weirdest question. They go, so, what are you planning to do in a few years from now, you know, when all this is gone? I was like, huh? What do you mean? They go, well, you know that YouTube isn't going to last forever. Like, you know that this is just kind of a thing for that we're all riding a wave temporarily. What are you going to do when the whole YouTube thing dries up? What are your plans? And I was like, I was so taken aback when they asked me that question. I was like, your company, that your sole existence is on YouTube. If you weren't on YouTube right now, you wouldn't exist. You're telling me that you think YouTube is going to end, or that this whole YouTube...
But they were also on Blip, and they had Red vs. Blue, and they had other movies, they had other TV shows. They had other shit going on, DSP, unlike you.
thing is a fad that will not last, and you're actually asking me, one of your biggest partners, what I want to do when YouTube is over. Is that not a bizarre question to be asked by Machinima, your partner network? And I was like, huh? I didn't get it. I didn't get where they were coming from or what their angle was on that. And basically, like, we had a conversation, and the guy kind of talked me into saying that I wanted to be. He's like, well, what are you into? I was like, well, you know, obviously I play a variety of games. He goes, yeah, but what did you do before before this? I was like, well, I had a bunch of crap jobs, but also I was a competitive Street Fighter player. And he goes, oh, competitive Street Fighter. He goes, so Street Fighter now has been big ever since Street Fighter 4. You know what you could do? You could be an esports commentator because you got the personality for it and you've got the knowledge of Street Fighter. You could be an esports I was like, nah, don't want to be an esports commentator. What's this guy talking about? But like, he basically wanted an answer. And I'm like, I don't know. So I said, yeah, sure.
So this guy did more for your future than you ever did. Good now.
Like, where did it come from? That's what I mean. Like, it seems to me like Machinima was always all over the place with all this shit. For example, E3 2012 was the Hawken year. The next year I contact Machinima 2013. Hey, can I go to E3 this year? No, we're not doing anything this year. Oh, okay. And literally they never offered ever again to let their partners go to E3. If they wanted to go to E3, you had to just contact E3 yourself or try to find a way to become press or whatever to get in. Like after 2012, they never got you into E3 ever again. It was so weird that they would have these initiatives that made, oh, they're so gung-ho, they're exciting. And then all of a sudden they would abandon the initiative completely as if it never existed. It made no sense at all. Then they're calling you to ask you, what do you want to do when YouTube is over? Huh? Why should I be thinking about that now? I'm supposed to be, you know, focusing on being a big YouTube partner and, you know, growing my brand, my channel. Why would I want to say what I want to do when it's over? Like, what are you even talking about? Right? It was the weirdest behavior.
It's never going to end, guys. I swear. Okay. It's going to last forever. The days of milk and honey.
That was the content.
Oh, wait. It didn't last. Womp womp.
I can just tell you something really quick without having to show you an email. I know what next email I actually want to show you, which is hilarious. You're going to like this one. At one point, it was 2014, and I just moved out here to Washington State. Previously, I lived in Connecticut on the east coast of the United States, but I moved out here to Washington State. This is the west coast. This is a different, you know, state entirely. And also, there's a PAX out here, Penny Arcade Expo. It's one of the biggest gaming conventions in the country, okay? So I move out here, and I start getting emails about West Coast events from Machinima out of nowhere. Now, I hadn't told them that I was attending any events or anything. I ended up getting an email from someone who's like, hey, so I totally want to meet you, and let's have a big sit-down and a meeting at PAX this weekend, because it was that weekend was PAX. Let's have a sit-down and talk all about your channel and the future and development and all kinds of stuff. And I go, who are you? And when did I say I was going to PAX? How do you even get into PAX? It's the weekend before PAX. Like, how would I even get into PAX at this point? I'm sure the tickets have been sold out for 100 years, right? Like, what are you talking about? And the person emails me back, oh, I just assumed because you lived in Washington that you just go to PAX. Well, I have a bunch of passes. Do you want to go this weekend? And I was like, I can't. You can't just tell me like 2 days ahead of time you want to meet me at PAX and I have to drop my whole weekend of plans.
But your weekend of plans was playing video games. Your weekend of plans was playing video games. Go to PAX.
You know, to meet you at PAX. Like, what are you talking about? Like, again, this is how disorganized this company was. That they would do weird stuff like this out of nowhere, and everyone would be scratching their head like, what? Like, you want to meet me at PAX, but what are you talking? You didn't even tell me about this. I can't drop my whole life now, all my plans and everything.
Your life was playing video games.
I didn't even know that I could go, or you wanted to meet me. Like, what are you speaking of? It's confusing behavior. Shout out to Joel's Random Videos, who became a channel member. Thank you very much, Joel's Random Videos, for the membership. I appreciate that very much. We're out to 107. If you want to support the streams, guys, one way you could do it is by becoming a member. Great opportunity to do so. We'll be by the end of this event, and you'll be actually be able to nominate videos for my weekly DSP versus the Internet clip show. Something to think about if you enjoyed today's content, okay? Okay, but now what I really want to talk about is this. In April, wow. In January 2015, I get a mysterious email from someone at Machinima. Strange message. Hey, Phil, we got this message sent to us today. Hi, I'm a big fan of a Machinima partner named DSP Gaming on YouTube. Unfortunately, people are uploading his content with hateful comments.
Note of warning, this was him. He sent the email. He's acting like someone else sent it. No. They literally used his words. This is how DSP talks. He sent the email, trying to be all sneaky about it. Like, no, I didn't do it. A random fan did it, guys, not me. Even though this random fan talks just like he does.
Edited into his content on their channel. The videos are called This Is How You Don't Play. Basically, these hater vids are costing you ad revenue. Any insight into this, we can get this taken down if it's true. As you can see, I never said a word to Machinima about This Is How You Don't Play. They reached out to me, okay?
This fan just happened to talk
what was
exactly
the initial
like me.
reaction? Read that. We can get this taken down if it's true. Now, I don't have all the emails that we ever talked about because I believe we actually had a phone call about this, okay? But what I can tell you is this. Machinima became very aggressive when it came to This Is How You Don't Play. Over a course of like 6 to 8 months in 2015, Machinima took it upon themselves to basically research This Is How You Don't Play and try to take down the videos in any way, shape, or form that they could. Okay? I was not involved. I didn't want to be involved. My initial reaction, which sadly I don't have, was, yeah, they're basically haters of mine, and they're making malicious videos. I don't see essentially what you could really do about it, right? And, you know, unless you want to sue them into oblivion, you can't do that, right? So they said they had clout. And what they were going to do is they were going to go to YouTube and they were going to get the videos taken down for copyright. Because technically, they owned the videos that were being used in This Is How You Don't Play because I was under their partner network and they had the rights to my videos. So they owned the videos and they could claim them on copyright grounds. What they then proceeded to do was claim people's This Is How You Don't Play videos without my permission or knowledge. All right? Then I started getting messages from my viewers and fans, Phil, why are you taking down people's This Is How You Don't Play videos? And I said, I'm not. Like, what are you talking about? That's not me. I'm not taking down anyone's videos. I guess some of them were actually showing up in my name. And I was like, I'm not doing anything in that regard. Okay? So apparently what happened was, Machinima started trying to take down videos, didn't even tell me that they were doing it. All right, which is kind of fucked up when you really think about it because, you know, it's my content and they're doing this essentially kind of in my name and I don't know about it. So then what ended up happening was the detractors who had made This Is How You Don't Play just appealed all the strikes. All right, so within like 2 weeks of all those videos getting taken down by Machinima, they all went back up anyway. So Machinima wrote me
Not
again
all of them,
to
some
talk
of
to
them
me
are still
about it.
missing.
And they're like, well, what we want to do now is instead of doing takedowns, because we're not going to sue them all, we're not going to do lawsuits against them. We actually just want to claim their videos, and therefore they won't make any money on them. We will. All right? Okay. So I actually do have this
a smart thing for them to do.
This is an email that they sent to me in April of 2015. As you can see, this is 4 months later after the initial email they sent to me. Hey, what's this? This Is How You Don't Play. We didn't know what it was. Okay? So do you see what we have here? These are videos that were This Is How You Don't Plays that in the name of DSP Gaming, they copyright struck. But then they got reinstated because the people who uploaded them just disputed the claims. So then they claimed them for content ID instead. You see? So this is what they did. And this was a big mess. Because first you had my haters complaining that I was hitting people with strikes when I wasn't. Then you had my haters claiming that claiming a video. I didn't do any of this. And by the way, for the record, I should say this. I didn't receive any money for this. Like they told me they were going to claim these people's videos and pay me for it. I don't know where I ever received any payment for it. To my knowledge, I never saw any breakdown. Oh, this is the money that these guys' videos are making.
He doesn't know
and
anything,
therefore you're making ad revenue on their videos. Not once did I see this. These videos didn't show up in any of my feeds or any of my reports or anything that I was provided by Machinima. So I was never made aware of any money that I ever made on any of these videos whatsoever. So it sounds to me like they didn't know what they were doing. They panicked when they heard about This Is How You Don't Play. And they didn't know how to handle it, and they botched it twice. First, they copyright struck them, realized that wasn't going to stick. They weren't going to slap lawsuits against these people. So then they just decided to claim them for content ID instead. And I don't even know if that did anything. Maybe they kept money. I don't know, because I don't know if they ever made any money on them. I was never told, nor kept in the loop of the whole situation of This Is How You Don't Play. All right? So that's that. Let's see. What's the next one? What's the next weird one?
Oh, you know, he told him to do it.
The entire fake strikes debacle of 2015. Okay.
Oh, here we go. What was it? Oh, I can't remember the name of the guy who did it.
Let me see here. So, this is August 2015.
Oh, because he refused to pay anyone for
DSP
it.
Gaming had been hit with numerous fake strikes because basically this guy, this YouTuber, had been making intros and content for my streams and had given me outright express permission to use the content. I had it in writing, in email, and on my videos, okay? So there you go.
Did you pay him?
So here we go.
No, then shut the fuck up.
Troll. Anyway, I told him about this, that someone basically had set me up. For almost a year, they had given me this content that said it was okay to use in my videos, and now they were trying to strike me with false strikes, even though I had the explicit permission to use this content. And then if this continued, then it was going to ruin my channels, right? So, I'm trying to find where they respond.
Imagine a world where DSP actually pays someone for their work.
No, see, that's my response. See, sadly, I don't think I have any of their responses because they basically called me on all of this.
So there's still no proof that they told you to delete
Yeah,
those
it
videos.
sucks.
Good
I don't
to
really
know.
see. This is a story that I wish that I had more. All I have are things from my side. Like, for example, here's me emailing Machinima to tell them that all I did, I was sick, by the way, that all I had done was spend an entire day, you know, sitting around deleting videos per their instructions, right? So,
But notice he can't show us any
basically, I was
proof
in a
that they told him to
situation
delete those videos.
Sadly, I didn't know what to do. I was getting tons of false strikes against all my content, and Machinima called YouTube, had a meeting with YouTube. Then they called me and told me on the phone, you need to delete all your videos, because if you don't, there's no protections on YouTube from video strikes that are already in the pipeline. Even if they're false, they're still going to hit your channel and they're going to shut you down. So I spent literally 24 hours at my computer deleting every single video that had ever used fan art, every single video that had an intro, every single video that someone could basically falsely claim. All the gameplay videos were fine, but all those pre-stream rolls and things that I'd done that had anything on it that was like, you know, a slide that was drawn or whatever, all was at risk. So I had to go back and delete all of those videos for an entire day, and this is one of the things that absolutely destroyed my channel. And sadly, apparently, according to Machinima, YouTube would do absolutely nothing to help me. In fact, this is the last email I even have on it here. Is from October of 2015, where I was still getting some false copyright strikes against my channel, and I was still being told essentially the same thing. There's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is dispute false strikes, and you have to delete videos, and that's it. So in 2015, because I had to delete over 600 videos, I lost millions upon millions of views. It tanked my channel. It kicked DSP Gaming out of the YouTube algorithm, and my channel never recovered. So every fall, I used to get a big increase in views for the fall games because YouTube said, oh, so many views are lost on this channel. There's something wrong with this channel. They kicked it out of the algorithm. No one could find DSP Gaming for new games again. And therefore, I lost all of my prominence and all of my search, you know, prominence on YouTube. And I lost ridiculous amounts of views within that year. 2015 by far was the year where my channel went from, well, kind of plateau to, woo, into the toilet because of that. I really wish Machinima would have helped me better in that, but I don't know if they even could have, because to this day, YouTube tells you exactly the same thing. That is one that YouTube has never changed their tune on, okay? So...
You challenge, and then they have 7 days to bring a lawsuit. This is one that people never believe me on, but I have the receipts for it. Or 30 days to bring a lawsuit.
In 2015,
however many days to bring a lawsuit. If they don't bring a lawsuit,
so this is now about almost 5 years that I've been a partner with Machinima. Machinima finally had bled enough money. They could no longer do flat rate contracts. Okay? Flat rate contracts were a thing of the past. And in December, they renegotiated my contract so that basically now I was going to be making money based on how many ads were actually made on my channel, the ad revenue, rather than a flat rate. Remember, previously it was get paid $2 for 1,000 views, and then Machinima pockets all ad revenue. Well, the ad revenue had tanked enough on YouTube. $2 for 1,000 views was more than what anything was making. So they ended up changing it to this, but I told you guys they did this for me, and you guys didn't believe me. We would like to offer your channel 100% revenue share for the remainder of the current contract term. By switching to this model, you will receive everything your channel earns on YouTube. So they offered me 100% revenue share, meaning I made everything. They made nothing. Literally, Machinima made absolutely nothing for keeping me in the network. But if that doesn't scream desperation, that's December 2015, okay? What's weird is Machinima's attitude changing towards me within 1 year of this happening, all right? Which you're going to see because we're getting into that right now.
When you made a lot less money for
wild is it, right?
Well, when you made us money, we wouldn't
that they were so desperate to retain partners.
You stopped making us more money,
right?
so we
that they
don't care
actually
about you
offered me to make 100% of my ad revenue, and they kept nothing. So they literally benefited nothing from having me as a partner. What was the point? It's weird, no? But they were bleeding. They were in pain. They were losing all their partners at this point. And a lot of people over the years said, Phil, you know, there was all these controversies with Machinima. One of the controversies was essentially that people wanted out of their contracts and wouldn't get them out of their contracts, right? Another issue was that, you know, you could just leave Machinima and just be a partner by yourself, and it's almost the same. Well, with me, I was under the managed partnership by Machinima, so I was protected from content ID matches. So for me, there was a benefit to stay with Machinima. For most people, there wasn't. But for me, to stay with Machinima, I was getting a flat rate contract. I was in a managed partnership. I had all these privileges other YouTubers weren't getting with staying with Machinima. That's why I stayed with them for so long. But then in 2015, they shifted me from the flat rate over to this different contract. So now here's one of the reasons I'm with them has been removed. Okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. You ready for this?
Uh-oh.
Fast forward to May 2016. Hey, Phil. We were
yes! The fappening!
Made aware of a live stream that occurred a couple days ago. We're working with our legal, marketing, and YouTube contracts to help mitigate the backlash from this situation. Here's where we stand. as strange as it may sound,
Here we
need
are
a copy of the
finally.
video to create a reference file so that we can now create an archive and block any future uploads of it. Okay? We're just trying to stem the tide from this and help out to help us help you situation. By the way, this is the first time anyone at Machinima contacted me about it. There was no talk, no call before this. This is literally them emailing me out of the blue. Okay? Also, since this is now on legal's desk, is there anything else that we should know about the situation? This is a
It was
situation
my
that we don't
depression.
want to get
It
any
was
more
Panda's
involved in
fault.
than we have to. But if there's part of the story that we don't know, and we might not be able to help you if there was something, if there was something we were in the dark about, okay? I think what they're alluding to is they're asking, was it staged or was it fake? That's what I think they're asking, okay? So here's my response. First off, no, there's nothing that you need to know about that you don't already know. As everyone is pretty much saying, it was an innocent mistake, which is why the backlash about it wasn't actually much backlash, but more like anyone just laughing at the situation. Okay? Admittedly, I
You
can't
weren't
stop
laughing at it, you were
about
banning
It's
people.
hilarious, right?
This is a very chill stream.
In
Joshua,
fact,
how
the
you doing
original
today?
uploaders of the stream, who recorded it live, illegally of course, because they record everything that I do in case something like this happens, have gotten hundreds of thousands of views, but are angry because it really hasn't negatively affected me at all. In fact, just the opposite, because I laughed at the situation, I didn't overreact negatively. I actually gained 1,500 Twitter followers, hundreds of new subscribers, and people are actually, and it cuts off there, but let's see here. Here we go. People are actually talking positively about me, so the idea that making this public would hurt me is completely backfired against them. I actually don't have any video file to stream because I didn't record the entire thing. I only record segments of gameplay to upload to YouTube. However, YouTube auto-archived it here as an unlisted video. So basically, I sent them the archived stream because this is what they wanted. But if you notice, I didn't tell them to do anything. In fact, I wonder if there's a third part. There is a third part. Ready?
This probably isn't
I'm
all
not
the
sure if you'll be
emails,
able
though.
to see it or not, as I never really messed with stream archives before. Outside of that, the only other copies of the illegal recordings that were made at the time. However, I'm not entirely sure that any legal action should really be taken.
What's funny is you get drunk, and while drunk you whip your dick out to take a piss in the bushes, and someone sees it, you're a sex offender. Whip your dick out and masturbate in front of children, somehow karma misses you.
You can't see anything that violates YouTube's terms of service in the video out there, and it's just people making innocent and funny memes about it. I'm totally cool with it, and in my opinion, I don't think that anything really needs to take place any further. I got a small popularity boost for acting cool about it, or reacting cool about it. It'll blow over soon. In fact, today I'm seeing far less Twitter activity about it, and already I predict within a couple of weeks, outside of an odd meme here or there, no one will really care. In light of all of this, let me know what you think. Thanks. And quite frankly, that was the end of it. Like, I have no idea if Machinima ever did anything about it. They reached out to me telling me they wanted to have their legal team take down anyone who posted it up. All right? I told them, no, don't do that. Just let it be, because it seems like it's all fine. If I didn't say that, they might have gone crazy trying to take down people's videos like they had done with This Is How You Don't Play the year before. So I'm honestly glad that I interjected and intervened, because I didn't want them going crazy and getting, legal team is involved. Legal team? For what? Who cares? To me, that's always matters.
Children.
Who cares? It's stupid. It's dumb. But people want to fucking make it out to be some big event that it wasn't. It was just
That would have been the day to swat
Nobody
him.
gives two shits who has
He
a
goes
brain.
out with his pants
People who
around his
still talk about
ankles.
that are brain dead, mouth drooling idiots. People who fucking are so dumb, right? So insanely dumb that they don't even understand that it's just an innocent thing that happened that's very embarrassing but very stupid, and it's not a big deal. I don't care. Okay? The last thing to talk about, this is the finale. Ladies and gentlemen, how did things end with Machinima? Well, I'll tell you how things ended with Machinima. You ready for this? So, between the incident and early 2017, okay, a couple times I wanted to talk to some of my Machinima contacts. I had a desire to speak with them about various different issues, and I started sending out some emails. In fact, you saw Claire was one of the people who I had talked to previously. Claire, sent her an email. Hey, how you doing? Haven't heard from you in like 6 to 8 months. I just hope you're doing all right, and touch base. What's going on? Are there any opportunities going on right now with games or whatever? Because at some point, Machinima would actually send me some games.
Fallout
Like there was actually
4,
this one time
forcing Panda to miss her brother's wedding.
What was it? 2016, 2014, 2015? One of those years, they sent me a list at the beginning of the year. Here's 40 games. Out of those games, are you going to play any of them? And I responded, yeah, I'm going to probably play these 15. And all of a sudden, I would randomly just get games in the mail. Sometimes it was so dumb because I would get a game in the mail 2 days after it came out, and I already bought it and already played it or was playing it, and I got an extra copy. What do I do with this now? I can't do anything with it. Sometimes they would send me, hey, do you want a game code? Well, the game came out last week. I'm already playing it. Oh, I guess not. I'll pass on the game code, right? That's the kind of stuff that would happen. They would just drop shit in your lap.
You could have given those games and game codes out to your fans.
Right? If they were more organized, if they were more professional,
you could have done
to let you know that a
contests.
code was coming, a game was coming, then you'd actually be able to plan for it, and it would actually be beneficial to the streams. Instead, 9 times out of 10, it was a random drop. Like, I got a whole thing of Rock Band 4. It just showed up.
Holy fuck. So you could have definitely been like, alright guys, whatever comment makes me laugh the most on this video will get entered into this contest. And after, you know, because you uploaded 20 videos a day, alright, well, the 20 funniest comments were these from these 20 videos. And then we're going to put those 20 people into a thing. And the random generator says, this person won the game code to this game. Congratulations. Or you can bitch, guys, they kept giving me free games. It was horrible. The worst experience of my life. They kept giving me free games.
At my house. I didn't even say I wanted it. It just showed up at my house. So I ended up playing it once. But it was like, why is this here? I didn't ask for it. This is so weird. The one time ever where something nice really happened was Fallout 4. They contacted me ahead of time. They asked me, did I want it? Yes, I do. They actually offered to get me a copy a little early. I'd be able to play it 1 day early legally. I did so, and that was a blast. That really was a blast to be able to do it that. That was the one time ever wherever I played anything with like advanced street data or whatever. Out of anything, everything else was just normal dude buying games for himself because I didn't have anyone. I couldn't rely on Machinima to get me games. They didn't know what they were doing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk about how it all ended in 2017. Okay? Here we go. So, in 2017, something very odd happened in late January and early February. All right? Actually, I take it back. I think it was late February, early March. I got to find it, though, so hold on. So, here's what happened. Overnight, all of a sudden, everyone's ad revenue plummeted. Absolutely plummeted. Okay? It went from, what it was, because remember, I was getting paid 100% of ad revenue, to half of what it was. And this wasn't like a one-time thing. This was like, it was day 1, day 2, day 3. It was a persistent thing. It wasn't like a one-day fluke and then it shot back up to where it was supposed to be. It just died. Today, we know this occurrence as the YouTube adpocalypse. At the very same time, advertisers like Walmart, Starbucks, and major companies all pulled their ads from YouTube because they felt that, number one, YouTube was not appropriately targeting people where their ads would be effective.
It was 1 year,
and number
to believe.
two, YouTube was inappropriately assigning their ads to videos that were not appropriate for ads. For example, an advertisement where someone the entire time is talking something racist. And now there's an ad for a Starbucks.
Like you?
Or, oh, look, here's an actual video of someone who's talking about they're a terrorist and they wish that they could just bomb the Americans. And then, oh, here's what's on sale at Walmart. So after seeing stuff like that, these companies pulled their ads from YouTube. And overnight, videos became half as profitable as the night before. All right? Now, I apologize. I have to very briefly get up because the text on these emails I'm about to show you is not from emails. It's from a Zendesk situation where I was sending logs to Machinima. Why was I sending logs to Machinima? Because they laid off all of my contacts. Remember, I said all along when I was a partner with Machinima, I always had a direct line of contact to talk to about issues. Well, they laid all those people off. So I had no more contacts at Machinima at all. They told me that if I need help, go through a Zendesk log system, which was incredibly ineffective. I didn't effectively get answers in any timely manner. Usually, my questions were not answered. They would just close the logs without answering them. It was a shit show. Okay? So what I need to do very
You harassed them so much they decided to drop your ass.
Text. I just want to see some of these things and put up the right ones in order. So give me 1 second here. Let's see.
Amazing content there, DSP.
Yeah, look at that. Okay.
Man, even that double speed's taking a long ass time.
Okay. All right. Okay. I see what all this is. Sorry, I just skimmed through them all, and like I said, the text is literally like this. I can't even read it. It's so small. So I don't know if you guys, I recommend if you're watching this, watch it on demand after the fact, pause a bit and read through, because the text is so tiny, it's very hard for even me to read, okay? So, basically what happened was, when all of a sudden, all the ad revenue on YouTube was dramatically dipped for no good reason, I wrote a log to Machinima about it, and I received an initial...
You know what? You're right. We need a commercial break after all this bullshit, don't we?
Oh, what that aroma can do, brighter day for me and you. The best part of waking up is in your cup.
Terrible.
Response, okay, we'll look into it, all right? And then days and days passed, and this is talent support. This is where I would basically be writing, you know, I need your help. So you see, I did not hear from you today. I'm assuming it's because you have not heard back from YouTube. Here, I want you to understand the situation. A dip of more than 1/3 of my monthly income. It was almost half. I'd say it was like 40-45% dip in income out of nowhere overnight. And by the way, that was the majority of my income. Unlike other YouTubers who maybe were doing live streaming with interactions like I do now. See all this down here at the bottom of my screen? None of that existed in 2017. I was just making ad revenue. That was it. That was all of my income. So if I'm not making ad revenue, I have no money to pay my bills. I'm going to lose everything. As you can see here, see what I'm saying? I'm freaking out in this message to them because I'm like, I really don't know what to do because...
And to think, he would have been debt-free if he hadn't played WWE Champions and WWE Supercard and Immortals and Dokkan Battle and Estivus and Future Flight, Twin Alliance, all those other games.
You know, there's no answer to this, and you didn't respond yet, so I'm like freaking out, okay? So I'm just going to show you a series of responses, all right? And you can read through these, like I said, by pausing the video in full HD quality if you would like to read these. You don't have to read the full messages. But essentially, in summary, what Machinima tried to tell me, if you can believe it, all right?
You're a fucking moron.
Was that they felt that it was my fault. That my engagement or my view rate was like 39%. Saying, you know, the videos you put out on YouTube, only 39% of them get watched. And you're not going to get good ads if only 39% of your videos get watched. Therefore, you should just up that. And one of the things they actually said, and I'll click on a few of these that you guys can read through if you want to at your own leisure, because I don't exactly know what each one specifically says. All right, I think so we're arguing back and forth about this. That basically they're like, what you should do, listen to this. Lower the length of your videos. Keep in mind, in 2013, YouTube changed the entire system to favor videos with longer watch times. So I changed my videos from 10-minute videos to 30-minute videos, and at one point, now I'm doing hour-long videos. Machinima says to me, the way to solve the adpocalypse is to pump out more videos of shorter time, so your engagement will go up and you'll automatically get more ads. Yes, I'm not kidding. I'll continue to click through here. This is actually what they told me in these logs. Okay? This one I freaked out, because this one now, the last time I had heard from them was the 23rd, is now the 27th. So 4 days had passed, and Machinima hadn't answered me at all. Meanwhile, I'm making less than half, or about half of what I normally was before. I'm like, dude, if this is now a week going that I've told you about this event, if this continues, I'm going to go out of business. I'm literally going to go out of business because I can't afford to pay my bills if I'm making half as much money as I used to. Okay? So admittedly, I'm freaking out, and I'm trying to get answers from them, and I'm not getting any answers. They're not answering me. Essentially, what they keep saying is...
You're a dumbass. Get over it.
Hey, you should totally look into that whole, you know, length of engagement, right? What you should definitely do is make shorter videos. This is what Machinima was telling me. I'm like, what? No, I'm literally making less than half of the amount of money that I was making. Overnight, now for a week, I'm making less than... Imagine you're going to your job, and you're working your regular 9 to 5. Nothing's changed about anything around you. And at the end of the week, your boss hands you a paycheck that's only 55% of what you made the week before. The week before, you made $200. This week, you made like $105. Huh? But I worked the same hours. I did the same work. What are you talking about? Well, oh well, we don't know what it is. Maybe try working different hours, or try to make it more efficient when you're at work. But what do you mean? How is that going to help? I'm still making way less money. You know what I'm saying? Like, basically what they were trying to do is beat around the bush.
What they're trying to do is help you, and you refuse to listen to them.
And eventually, what you'll see here at some of these last, oh, this is the one where it says refrain from contacting other departments. Oh, I got to tell you about this one. Okay, I got to tell you about this one. All right? So basically, here's the deal. When this is all going down, originally I'm just using the Zendesk as I'm instructed to. By the way, I'm going to get this stuff off because it's actually starting to bother me now. We're at the end of the event anyway. So,
wow, way to pay for those rewards,
the only way
guys.
to get help from Machinima is to contact them via the Zendesk log system. Okay? So I am. And initially it took them over a day to respond to my initial request. Then they had no updates for me. Then they gave me an update and told me, well, our update is basically your videos are too long. Shorten your videos and put out more short videos to make more money. That's a solution according to them. Then they waited 4 more days and never...
That is literally a solution. Is it a good one? Maybe, maybe not. But it is a solution. It's trying something, not sitting there crying and bitching.
Responded to anything else. So I'm like, dude, it's been over a week. I'm going to go out of business. I'm going to lose my house unless they explain or figure out what's going on. So here's what I started doing. I started going outside of the realm of the Zendesk, and I started emailing former people who I knew at Machinima. I emailed the former head of the partner program. I emailed my former contacts who I'd known from years prior who had helped me out with various issues like the copyright issue and stuff like that. I even emailed a guy who asked me about the incident, okay? Here's what I received in response to every single email. We're sorry, these people no longer work for the company. If you want to speak, or if you need an urgent response, contact Steve like Sharapino or something like that. And they had his email. Now, I didn't know who Steve Sharapino was, okay? So all I did is I took my original emails that I'd sent to my former contacts and I forwarded them all to the guy. And I said, hey, so I really know who you are, but I desperately need help right now. You know, everything's falling apart at the seams because I'm making half as much money as I was and I'm not in a situation where I can afford that. Can I get some help? The next day, I get this log back from Machinima via Zendesk, and it says, please refrain from contacting other departments. Just talk to us here through Zendesk, right? Because despite the fact it's now been a week, they haven't helped me one bit. They haven't given me a single update or piece of useful information from YouTube of why my revenue has halved. And the answers they're telling me are shorten your videos to have more of them to make more ads. It's your fault that you make so little money on YouTube. That's essentially what they've said in all of these logs. So, what I can tell you is that my response was not very pretty. Essentially, my response, I'm going to tell you in a nutshell, because my response was very lengthy and very animated.
And it makes you look like an idiot.
I feel very disrespected. I feel like you're ignoring me. I've been one of your longest running partners. I've stayed with you through thick and thin. When everyone else was quitting your company for various different reasons, here I am 6.5 years later, I'm still with you. I've gone through multiple contract renegotiations. I never complained about any of them. I continued with you. And I feel like I'm getting the brush off. I have the ability to write anyone in the company who I want, who previously I have worked with, and I felt helpful. For you to tell me that I don't have the right to try to talk to someone in the company who I feel could help me when you're not helping me is incredibly disrespectful, and I feel like I'm being talked down to, and this is very unprofessional.
You're being talked down to because you're an
listen,
idiot.
I don't know who this Steve Sharapino person is or whatever. I have no clue, but that's what they told me to send an email to. Maybe this guy has a bug up his butt about me now because he's telling you me to not talk to him. But I don't know who this is, but he has no right to speak to me this way. And I even said, if you feel that this is how you're going to continue to deal with the partners like me, then I don't want to be a partner with you anymore. All right? I said, so think hard about how you want to respond to this and let me know what the hell's going on. And this is how they responded. Ready? Following our discussions, we have executed our right to terminate your contracts. There it is in writing.
Womp womp.
So basically, they had no answers for me. They wouldn't let me...
I love that he refused to show his responses. Just generally what I said was, like, no, what'd you actually say? Show it, bitch.
Talk to anyone in the company who could help me. They gave me bad excuses of how to solve the problem. I tried to send emails to my former contacts. They scolded me for doing that. And then when I said, I don't think I want to be a partner with a company who's going to treat me that way, they cut me. They cut all my contracts. So there it is, in writing, okay? So, was I fired? Well, no, because to be fired, you need to be hired. I was never employed by Machinima. What it is they executed their right to end their partnership agreements with me based on the terms that they had laid out on those contracts. So, you know, why did they do that? I mean, do you want to know the truth? I know why now. I didn't know why back then. Because Steve Sharapino, wherever the fuck his name is, was the then CEO of Machinima. Yes, basically what had happened in 2016, Machinima was bleeding. They had no money. They were trying to find a way to sell the company off to the highest bidder, and at the time, they were in talks with Time Warner, all right? They didn't care about partners anymore. This whole thing was a smokescreen. That's why I wasn't getting help or anything. They laid off almost all of their useful employees. Anyone who you would talk to in the company to help you didn't exist anymore. Idiotically, they had a response email that if you emailed anyone in the company who got laid off, to email the CEO. So I emailed the CEO a complaint that their company was bad and not giving me the service that I deserved after being a partner for 6.5 years. And he basically had a bug up his ass. Oh, fuck, who's this asshole? And he told them to terminate my contracts. Yep. So, you know, the joke's on them because what happened? The company sold. We now know because I just watched the June the King documentary. All right. This company, Machinima, continued to bleed money. They had absolutely no... That CEO was a complete jackass asshole. He didn't know how to run the company. So he ran it right into the ground. They ended up selling the company to Time Warner for only just under $100 million. They were trying to value their company for over $150 million, and Time Warner said, you're not even worth $100 million. So they got bought out for under $100 million. Then Time Warner got bought out by AT&T, and AT&T liquidated Machinima. They fired everyone. They fired every employee, including the CEO. They're all gone. They just kicked them out the fucking door and said, fuck off. They deleted the channel. They deleted all the videos. They deleted everything in 2019. The entire company went defunct. Yep. So, yeah, pretty bad, right? I mean, 6 years of my life working with this company. They were the company that allowed me to monetize my gameplay videos on YouTube. They were the company that allowed me to make a living doing YouTube, which I never intended. I just stumbled upon it when I lost my job. But essentially, they fell apart at the seams. They were a company that one day they're treating you well. Here's a great contract. Here's great promotions. Let's go to E3. Then you go to E3 and it's the most unprofessional shit show you've ever seen. You're like, I thought this was a major company. Millions upon millions of dollars. How is this how they're running? Everyone's late. No one's organized. They hand you a pass. You don't even know what the pass does or what it's for. I'm the only one who goes to E3 and actually covers E3. The rest of the partners all ran around like assholes partying and did absolutely no work. You know? Then, you know, years later,
you didn't go to the party like you're supposed
to try to do things that I don't want them to do. Like, oh, this is how you don't play is bad. Let's strike videos. Let's claim videos. I didn't do any of that. They did. Yet now I got to live with the fallout of that for the rest of my life because they did it in my name, essentially. Right? What could I do about that? Nothing. I had no control over that. You know? Did they ever help me with copyright issues? They tried. They really couldn't. And if anything, I would say the one thing where they really were pretty good was essentially when they really did try to help me out. They really did try to help me out in regards to the copyright issues. But YouTube doesn't care. YouTube to this day still won't help you with copyright issues. YouTube's, you know, opinion is, listen, either file a lawsuit or get out of here. So maybe in that regards, they're innocent. But let me tell you, what a weird company. One day you have all these contacts who are willing to help you. The next day, those people don't work for the company. They're laid off. One day, hey, here's a list of games that I'm playing this year, and they start sending you the games. Next day, oh, we don't do that initiative anymore. That doesn't exist. Hey, I went to E3 last year. Can we go again this year? Oh, no.
Gee, when we had a bunch of money, we could do this. When we lost money, we couldn't do it. I wonder why that's a thing.
Oh, we're not doing that ever again. Huh? Like what happened here? It was just so weird, you know? And you would think that one day that you would think that if they're treating me as a top partner the whole time or whatever, that if I have a real issue, they'd help me. And then instead, they just blew smoke up my butt and told me to make more videos or shorter videos, right? Like, yes, the solution to the YouTube adpocalypse where everyone on YouTube is making half as much money is to make more shorter videos and piss off my audience. That makes a lot of sense. Like, you know, but again, this is just a weird situation. Machinima was such a unique company that they started off, as I know now because I watched the June the King documentary about them. You can watch that react right here on this channel. They're a company that never were supposed to be what they were. And then they didn't know who they were. They didn't have the identity. They had an identity crisis. You know, they wanted to be an MCN and bring in money from everyone out there. But then they wanted to promote themselves as like some kind of a broadcaster or a distributor of content, which they absolutely were not. But they pretended like they were to keep getting investor money. And every time that the money burnt out, it was panic mode again. So lay everyone off, cancel initiatives, all at the expense of the partners. And I now know that I was one of the few partners that was insulated from all of that because I was being treated way better than most other people who were under their umbrella. But now you see
some reason that no one knows why.
People were locked in the contracts, they weren't being let out.
Crazy how he got treated so much better when everyone else getting treated like shit. Like, why?
And for me, I never had any of that. Like
he wasn't PewDiePie. He wasn't making that kind of money.
I didn't know how much money I was making on videos to pay John Rambo. And I couldn't do that because they wouldn't send me the data. You know, now YouTube Analytics exists. It didn't back then. That was like an ongoing annoying thing. They couldn't just simply send me data. But outside of that, everything was good, you know? And that's why I was with them for over 6 years. And everyone, wow, PewDiePie quit. Woody's Gamertag quit. This guy quit. That guy quit. There's another hit piece about Machinima. Man, Machinima really screwed up. They had a paid promotion. They didn't disclose it. The FTC suing them. Phil, why are you still with Machinima? Because I didn't see any of that. I never was affected by any of it. Literally,
you ignored it. You saw it. You just ignored it.
It wasn't an issue. I always had contacts. I always had a good time making money with Machinima. Even when they renegotiated my contracts, they usually were more than fair. We'll give you a 100% revenue split. It's not a revenue split. You're just paying me everything. I don't even know why you still have me as a partner, right? It didn't make sense. So for the most part, they treated me pretty well. But as a company, they were very unprofessional. They were very disorganized. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. It was obvious they were always running around like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to put out fires rather than being proactive. How do you contact one of your top YouTubers, one of your top partners, who's supposed to be a proponent of YouTube content, someone you want to see successful, and say, so what are you going to do when YouTube's done? What? Why are you even acting like YouTube's going to end? Shouldn't you be like, no, grow your business, maybe have more channels, do that? So when YouTube's all done, what do you want to be, an esports commentator? What are you talking about? That's what I mean, like the weirdest attitudes.
Why do they think about the future, guys? It's weird. Why would anyone think about the future? Gee, DSP. Well, oh, you had to go to Twitch, and then you had to run back to YouTube. Because you never plan for the future. You don't expand your business. You don't network. You do nothing. But, well, hopefully everything goes right, guys. Because if anything goes wrong, I'm screwed. Snort.
You know. Anyway, you know, I hope that you guys enjoyed this very special event. It's this one's interesting to me because this is a long form react, mostly all about me and my experiences. Right, 3 hours I just talked about all the times that I had with Machinima over the years. And I hope that this served to be informative, and it served to be entertaining to you, and I hope that you had a good time. I did. It's good because now I finally got some of these stories out there. I got to show you some of the corroborating evidence of the things that I've been saying all along, all these years, and I can kind of...
But not all of it. You hit a bunch of emails.
Has been long over, but now I've shown you everything about it, and I can say, Machinima, you know, it was a good time when I was with you, but man, you guys didn't know how to run a company to save your life, and man, did you have opportunity. How could you be at the top of your game? How could you be one of the top partnership networks and fail like you did? Because the management was absolutely terrible. As we know, if you watch the June the King documentary or the react I did on it today, that's also live on this channel, you'll see how bad they were at running their company, managing anything. They didn't know what the heck they were doing. I mean, what a joke. So now you look at it from the outside, you're like, okay, I kind of get it. But man, when you were on the inside and you were in my situation, you didn't see any of this stuff happening around you. To me, it was like, wow, hey, I'm getting paid, I'm making money, I'm having fun, you know, playing games. Why would I care about Machinima or whatever? You know what I'm saying?
Why would you care about the company that you work for and pays you?
Man. So anyway, what did you think of this event? Let me know. First of all, thanks to everyone who was here live all day long. You guys were a great audience. People were quite quiet, but every once in a while asked pertinent questions. You guys supported the stream. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that.
No, you ban anyone who asks a question.
For those watching on demand, what did you think of the event? Did you enjoy it? Please leave comments on this video. What do you think about the topics that were in this part 3? What do you think about overall my experience with Machinima? Again, did you have a different experience with Machinima than I did? How do you think they did handling things like this is how you don't play, or the incident, or copyright, or hey, my contract terminations, right? What do you think about all that? I would love to hear your side of the story.
I don't want to be Mr.
On my side of the story. Okay? So let me know. And by the way, if you enjoyed the project, let me know. Please like the video, and of course, let me know if you want to see more stuff like this in the future. I have a wealth of information. You know, I used to be in the competitive Street Fighter community. I can tell you lots of stories about that. You know, being a YouTuber as long as I have.
Like when you covered up all the child sex trafficking?
Site operates, all that stuff. I have many stories to tell. If you guys are interested, maybe I'll tell them one day.
Once again, doesn't understand what he's saying. Oh yeah, I knew all about child sex trafficking back then. I didn't tell anyone about it though. What? Anyways.
So thanks for giving me your time today and watching the dark side of Machinima. Give me your feedback. And as always, stay safe, and thanks so very much for your attention. Everyone, please be safe, be fun, be fun, have fun. Hope you had fun watching this, and I'll see you soon in the future. All right, everyone? Thanks a lot. Peace out. See you all later. Okay. Be fun. All right, guys, I'm pooped if you can't tell. I'm pretty pooped. Thank you, Willow, who re-upped their membership.
You sat there and did nothing. How are you tired?
Thank you, Willow. Have a good night. And everyone else, thank you very much for a great day today. I had a great time. I hope you did too. And that's that. That's a wrap for the dark side of Machinima, okay? So tomorrow, what are we up to, my friends? Let me tell you what we're up to tomorrow. First of all, it's going to be the Level 1 podcast, as you can see right now. I'll set that up for tomorrow in a minute. But outside of that, there's going to be DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clips react show. In fact, right now, once I finish filming the daily wrap and get these videos uploading, I'm actually going to head over and make the playlist for tomorrow's show. So that's the first stream tomorrow. And then the late stream tomorrow night is actually Community Night in Street Fighter 6. So I hope you'll join me for that, 6:45 p.m.
Where you dodge Jade the entire time.
Over on DSP Gaming. That'll be fun. All right.
I'm back to get that beautiful PDF file there
on Monday, where we'll do ranked gameplay of Street Fighter 6 Monday's mainstream, and then Monday night it'll be GTA 5, the anniversary run. Okay? Thank you all for your attention today. Thank you all for your support today. Thank you all for the viewership. I really, really appreciate you. I hope you all have a safe and fun night, and I hope to see you all tomorrow for the Level 1 podcast. All right, guys. Peace out. Good night. See you all later. Thank you.
And so with that, his stream is over. 9 hours and 41 fucking minutes. Holy shit. And with that, mine will be over at 6 hours and 37 minutes. Damn. Thank you, 1.25 speed. And skipping his Q&A and crying and leaving this chair. Let them let you guys go. What did you guys think? I mean, holy shit, that was a lot to take in. A lot of bullshit. A lot of, I was fresh, I was there for the lunch. What about everything else? Well, no, I didn't make it to anything else, but I made it for the lunch. Okay, well, what about everything else you're supposed to do? I don't get it. I didn't do anything that they told me to do, and they didn't want me to go back next year. I wonder why. I kept harassing people, and then harassed the CEO of the company. They told me to stop doing that, and then they cut my ass. Gee, I wonder why. But with that, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you for watching. As always, like, subscribe, comment down below, and have one hell of a day. Woot woot, that's the sound of the police. God, that was a good time. Long time, but a good time.